What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of No Neutral, the show, the official CPT pre-show where we discuss everything Street Fighter and Capcom Pro Tour related. And today, Rob, we got a juicy one. We got a big one coming up today.
Yeah, something happened, man. You know, of course, everyone was watching. The streets was watching. Corporate America was watching. You know what I mean? Capcom, the fans, the diamond ranks, the grandmasters, all the way down to the rookies. And some players may have thought that we were the rookies. Like, not speaking of Street Fighter V rank, but literally that we were novices or intermediate or something like that. And, you know, sometimes, you know, respectfully, you have to go ahead and put on a nice, you know, a show, build it up the way that we did when it came to Midwest versus the West Coast. And, you know, we got to deliver. So I definitely would have to say that our region stepped up to the plate. But I do give the West Coast a whole lot of credit because they tried real hard. They put in a whole lot of effort. They studied extremely hard, and that was the best that they possibly could have played. Like, there was nothing they could have done better. So I think that what they were doing there was commendable, and they were worthy opponents.
That they were. I mean, let's not. So what are we talking about? First of all, this is the 5v5 Midwest versus West Coast that just recently happened over Combo Breaker weekend.
Yes.
And it feels appropriate going into the top 8 today for the CPT Midwest to break down what exactly went on. Coming into the enemy's territory, Combo Breaker is the Midwest event, and you know, you could even argue the event for the FGC. Yeah. And to come to the Midwest and go behind enemy lines and, you know, stake your claim like, hey, we're the region to beat, and, you know, we're going to show you why. Mad props to the West Coast for that. They came into the Midwest and Combo Breaker 5v5 looking to play, and you know, they were playing for a bit. We gotta look, be Brian, real. That score.
They came into the Lions Den. They were looking at us, and we walked in there, you know, with our shields. They only seen us. We took all the enemy fire, and we went down in a line of battle. And sure enough, the true threat, the young god, just a kid who we are blessed enough to have on the show right now, ladies and gentlemen. He came and ascended to a new level. David, what's going on, bro?
Not much, just chilling, hearing you guys talk that talk. I'll say that much, you know what I'm saying? But
talk is only one thing, no. Talk is only one thing, man. Like, what about that? Well, I guess we should, Brian, do you think we should recap first what happened before we get to
I mean, we can set up the stage here, what was going on, you know.
Let's set the stage.
So, the first two competitors go up to play. We had Flaquito going up against Max, but he got a little zoned out, I feel like, at the end, you know, Rose's long range buttons and everything. You know, you threw me up there to dust off the old ROG to clean up some rows, and then immediately that draws out Chris CCH. And that told me something. They were worried about me with ROG, I feel like. They were actually very concerned because their team was 2 Roses and a decent amount of zoners with Manat with Jot. So they wanted me out of the way, so they throw Chris CCH up there. I try the Oro. 2-1, he gets me this time. All right. Joey goes up next. Gets close, doesn't quite get it. And then I believe that was you, Rob.
Yeah, so I felt like momentum-wise, it would just be really big to try to go and get that win right now. And it was worth the risk of putting me up at that point. Me and Chris go and play. We play Karen versus Luke. It comes down to last game, last round. We both at the end there. Pretty much one more hit can end it. He played great. I played great. But in the end of the day, he was able to clutch out. That dash up counter hit crouch medium punch for the win at the end, though, bro.
Oh,
the counter hit caused extra pushback.
If
I won the set and I didn't.
If you saw me in the crowd, Rob, I literally collapsed. My heart fell out of my chest in that moment.
I know when you saw the crouch medium punch lane, your heart probably was like, yes.
Oh my god, I was distraught because the way that it was working, like, we felt like we can get past Chris, get past the Luke, we could handle any of us. If as long as any of us got past him, we felt like we could carry on. And then, you know, Rob, you got so close, and then it just couldn't close it out like that. Oh my god,
yours was close like that too. But props to Chris for clutching out both of those big wins.
Chris came super clutch. He was clutch over and over. He was playing great, but that's when,
come on, bro. That's when the young god comes in.
Then they got their young god. David.
Come on, bro. David, how are you feeling going up to that set with Chris CCH? At that point, you're the last person left that has 2 lives on our team.
Well, I was thinking to myself, you know what? It's time to, you know, do some work. I'll say that much. I'll say that. I kind of felt like I was confident against Chris. We haven't played in like, I don't know how many months that was. So I don't think you're ready for that. And I don't think you don't even know jury like that. So I'm going to test you. I'm going to see what you know. And, you know, if you get hit, it's not on me.
Yeah.
It's just not on me. And
did you feel like he didn't know that matchup really well?
No.
Yeah, you were looking confident. I mean, it wasn't just in the gameplay. Like, you getting on that stage. So first of all, the crowd is going wild. You know, West Coast is popping off. They're starting to feel it too. You know, because they're starting to run away with it a little bit, right? Like, we can't get past Chris. There was even a moment where they were asking, "Do you guys want to change the format to prevent a massacre?" So were you nervous at all? Were you like feeling the crowd? It looked like what was that like?
I literally just felt like I'm be mad entertaining, just like my friend Rob TV over here, and I'm put on a good show. And the moment I get games, I'm going to just look at them in the face like, you really try to challenge us. I'm just saying. I'm going to look at them like,
I love
that's
that,
how y'all
bro.
feel, huh? I'm just saying.
That was so good.
I was feeling that crowd energy. Brian, I literally heard you in my right ear every time I got a hit. I swear to God. Like,
man.
I literally heard,
I was popping
ooh.
off.
I was literally like, bro, my man Brian is just popping off no matter what kind of hit it is, whether it's a jab
It
or
was a
something.
jab. I lost my voice over a jab connecting, man. I was going ham.
So,
It didn't
but
matter.
we gotta make sure we advance it. So after that, so you go and beat Chris. That is huge. The witch is dead, right? That's huge. So Stupendous comes up against you, and we are thinking it's a foregone conclusion that this is about to be a wash, respectfully. But Stupendous plays godlike. Like, bro, he was in a different mode, and you guys had a good set, but he actually was able to close it out and take David off.
Like, Chris was their second player, so
Oh,
they still
you're
had
right.
3
So
remaining.
they're still, and we have no one with 2 lives at that point. We see the graphic up there on the screen.
Yeah, we were behind, but there was hope. But after that, I think we set up Mags again for the counter pick, because once everyone went through once, we can once again send up players who had already been on stage. We all had 2 lives. Mags takes out Stupendous, layman him out. Jot goes up at that point, if I'm not mistaken, and then he takes out Mags.
So and Joey goes up.
So he takes out Jot, and then up comes Filipino Man, who takes down Joey. And then once again, my position is take out the Rose. Take out the Rose, and West Coast was teching. Filipino Man actually put me in losers in bracket, but this time I was warmed up for the Rose shenanigans. I got him with full V-trigger and 2 bars for a comeback. Against Balrog with full V-trigger, I was like, sick. Okay, once that lands, I'm like, you're kind of a little spooked on your defense. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like, you should never let that happen. He lost like 60% from 1 tech. But yeah, closed it out with the ROG. But once again, their strategy was clear. Chris CCH comes out immediately. This was the closest one. He got me in bracket 2-1 in the first 5 set of the 5v5 2-1, and then this one is 2-1 last interaction. Yeah, he got me. I mean, what can I say? I'm knocking on that door with Chris, but I got to give him props. He got me 3 times in 1 weekend. What can I say? But yeah, it was close. Like, strategy wise, I feel like I'm getting there, but he had it. But at that point, we only had 2 people left. We had Rob, we had you left, and we had Just a Kid. And we were thinking about it. I was like, David's already done it once. Just let him go. Just let him go. It's time. And then history was in the making.
History.
So what were you thinking, David, and going up again against Chris? So we are down. They're at 8. It's 10 points, right? We were behind by a lot. And then you're on the stage. So how are you feeling at this point?
If I can beat Chris this time, I 100% Rob can smoke all of them. So I was already comfortable with, like, even if I lose, I trust Rob. And I feel like vice versa, the same thing. So I was just like, you know what? I'm going to just do what I do. I'm going to do the same thing I did, same strategy and everything. If he doesn't adapt to it, it's on him. So I just went in.
And you took out who we believe to be the problem again. But then Stupendous comes up again. And
bro,
like that was the most surprising thing to me previously, was that Stu got the set on you and you had to have the run back with him. It was looking clean. It seemed like you cleaned it up in the first game, but then he started landing like the freaking tundras, like the specific counters. You were about to beat him 2-0, and I think he got you with like an air SPD read, and then suddenly it comes down to the final round where you have him knocked down. You go to jump away on his wake up because he has super. He catches you with the air SPD and runs it all the way back. What were you thinking when it came down to like that final decision?
Let me just say that Stu, I'm not sure if he did this intentionally, but I heard the churn in my right ear. So I'm like, he's waking up super. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to neutral jump because I'm hearing it. And then that wake up EX air SPD hit, and I was like, oh, you baited me.
He baited you in real life.
Yeah, I was like, that.
Playing with no headphones, bro.
That's the OG. Yeah, the side-by-side OG mind game.
I was like, I heard the churn, bro. And I was like, oh, nah, bro. There's no way. There's no way. And then he was about to make the comeback. He walked up. I think we're in neutral. He EX SPD'd me. All you guys are like, your hearts are like in right now in your hands.
Yo, when Geef lands that EX SPD.
I didn't know Rise. It was like, this is it. Whoever does something. And then I was like, you know what? I'm about to do the smug tech. Jump light kick, instant light kick, because I know it's gonna hit him if he tries to go for a throw, and it worked.
That was one of the most clutch things I ever seen in Street Fighter V.
Oh my god!
Like that, bro, against Geef.
From both though, like Stu was coming Stu played phenomenally. Like we got to give him a lot of credit. Like he's the person who took David's life there in that first run in, and then pushing you to the limit and forcing you to guess for game like that. I mean, that was just unreal, to be honest.
So after you go ahead and beat Stu in an amazing nail biting set, I want to say you go up against
Ja,
and that was an uneventful one. I would say. I think if I remember correctly, that was more of a.
They were both trying to lame each other out.
At this point, it's 2v2. It's Filipino Man and Flaquito going up against myself and the God, the MVP, just a kid. Did you, it looked like you already had this super strong strategy against Rose.
First off, that matchup is pretty much trash for Rose. I mean, once I get V-score or meter, it's like, what you gonna do?
Yeah.
Press your buttons. Press your buttons. I don't care. Like, it was literally just, it was two good matches for me. So I'm like, if y'all don't know anything about jury, I'm about to smoke y'all. And lo and behold, they didn't know anything. They didn't know how to do nothing.
Yeah, if you look at the score, like after Stu, you didn't lose a game for the rest of the evening.
Did he not?
3 sets straight.
Yo,
3 sets straight.
Brian.
So 2-0 over Jot, 2-0 over Flaquito, just completely nullifying the game plan. And then Filipino Man comes up. And I felt like he was already looking a little shaky on defense when I played him earlier.
He was. David, I went up there on stage before you played Filipino Man in the last set. What'd I say?
Weren't you saying like he's shaky, he's nervous, he's texting or something like that?
Yes, he texts. Yes. He text extremely. Yeah. He take way more than most people would at like his skill level.
Certain weird situation where it's like in neutral, like you can take a throw, but then it's like, nah, I'm gonna text. Like,
yes, and especially in the corner or clutch situations or whatever. So I do want to make sure I just set the stage before we talk about this last match. We were emotional, right? Like, damn near moved to tears from the way you were. I'm welling up, but I'm up here talking to Brian, and I'm talking to my dad or something. My pops was there. Shout out to Dad TV, and I'm still in the thing to anchor. So I'm trying my best not to get so emotional that I take myself out of if I happen to have to go up and play or whatever. So, me and Brian are like, man, it just looked like we're sitting here and seeing you. Like we're having a flashback of back when you used to suck at Street Fighter and you just would jump all the time and you refuse the anti-air and things like that. And then we're sitting here and watching you play absolutely perfect. You didn't even do, not that an EXDP would be bad. You played amazing defense, like Damian in Street Fighter 4 or something. And you never did one wake up EXDP, but somehow blocked everything. Right. And here you are going up against their team captain, Filipino Man. If you win, it's done. What was going through your head?
You know, I never put all that into my head at that moment. I was just like, one more. That's all it is. Just one more person to beat, and we got it. And I was feeling that crowd because it was literally like that finish line was just right there. I needed to just go a little bit more. I just pulled it, and like my mother says, I pulled a rabbit out of a hat.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was clear that you weren't just hyped up and like going all in and rushing in and trying to end it quick, right?
Like
you
defended. I just went in,
yeah. Like your offense was on point, but your defense, I feel like, sealed the deal in those moments. So like, what were you thinking? Like, how were you? Like, I'm just wondering how you stayed calm enough to defend so well in this situation. It's like, how are you not getting too hype in that moment and trying to go in and getting, killed in those moments?
Well, the funny thing about me is that I typically don't take notes. Like, I know you, Rob, you like to take notes. I understand strategies and everything. But with me, I kind of, if I see something from a player that I'm going to play soon, I kind of put a mental note down, or I'll be like, that's kind of interesting. And to the naked eye, just like, oh, he just said something. Like, I remember when Filipino was playing Alpha B on stream, and Alpha B was teching super hard, and Filipino always likes to capitalize on it. I was like, I'm just not going to tech. I'm going to take all the throws. And I already know how Rose's V-Trigger 2 works, because, I mean, everyone was, like, doing that back when it first, like, popped up and everything. So I was just like, yeah, I kind of know how you're going to play. So I'm going to, like, use that against you. So,
fellas, overall, bro, I just want to say I'm super proud that the squad was able to defend the Midwest, which, of course, was mainly Bob, the MVP, and the I don't want to say the West Coast Slayer, because I'm not trying to disrespect the West Coast, because they played amazing too, man. Shout out to Chris, shout out to everybody over there for building up an amazing match, for playing well and putting on an amazing show for the people. But just
he kind of slayed the West Coast.
He slayed them. That's just what happened. That's no disrespect. I'm just speaking facts,
how else to put it.
Yeah, he beat everyone on team OCV. So David, I have to ask, at this point, I feel like, one, you just made FGC history. This will be remembered for years to come. This will be in combo breaker reels and all this type of stuff, man. That's one of the most electric and lively crowds that I have seen and been a part of at a FGC event. And I think that your profile is raised at this point even more than what it was. How are you feeling now? Do you have any last words in general for all of the people out there and the new fans that you may have gained?
It's probably not going to set a stone for me, like, that's history at first, but once probably, like, maybe I see a recap video of it or something like that, I'm gonna be like thinking about, like, oh, that happened. That actually did happen. I'm like, oh crap. But thank you to, like, everyone who continued to cheer on the Midwest, because we still gotta cook. We still gotta eat, you know what I'm saying? The homies Rob, Brian, all the people who have kind of seen me grown from this trash kid to being like, okay, he's kind of a threat, he's kind of there. So
to carrying us. We got carried this weekend.
To carrying us in your backpack.
So our investment paid off. You know what I'm saying? The one thing I was thinking of is we all did work. We all did our part. You definitely carried us, except for Rob, who won 0 sets of the evening. So I just wanted to point that out before we move on.
Oh my gosh, I was in the anchor spot. Okay?
Rob was the only person in the entire event who didn't win a set. Everybody else did their thing.
That's between y'all two. I'm not. Nah.
So thank you for carrying Rob the most, David. That's what I wanted to get my point across. Thank you, David.
Thanks.
Man, I feel like Rob got that little, like, something on the shoulder right there. He wants to say.
No. I feel like this was the perfect outcome for everything, bro.
Please be sure to give Just a Kid a follow on all the platforms and check out what's going on with his socials. And yeah, David, I just want to say final words. Super proud of how far you've come, man. You really made us proud. A few tears were shed, and we're looking forward to defending ourselves against you in this upcoming CPT Midwest. Because now we got a problem now.
Y'all done. Rob, I'm coming for you. Brian, I got double jeopardy by you. You done.
Oh no.
Done.
We created a monster.
Especially. Yep.
We created a monster, Rob.
We should have never traded him up.
Oh no. So the Midwest just made history, especially with Just a Kid going on that legendary run. But before getting into the CPT Midwest Top 8, we wanted to take a quick look back at the region's history in Street Fighter V. And, it's not just Midwest in this bracket, the regional Midwest in the USA. We also have the South with Texas and Alabama. We have Ontario and northern central Canada. So lots of players and from lots of regions in this bracket. And we just wanted to go give a quick rundown and shout out some people who have been playing Street Fighter V throughout the years and making a splash in this scene. So where do we start with this one, Rob? How far back are we going to go?
I think I want to start with none other than my guy, Cool Kid, man. You know, shout out to, you know, the one of the, I feel like he's like one of the heartbeats of the FGC at that time. You know, that's when he was more active and signed up for all of these tournaments. Just the nicest guy in the world. There's no way that you're gonna see him without a huge smile on his face. But you would be foolish to think that is how his play is.
I trained with him a lot in season 1. And his Rashid, I thought he was the meanest person I'd ever met based on the way he played before I finally met him in person. And he is the nicest person I have ever met in my entire life. And I hate that because the way he plays makes you want to hate him. me and Cool Kid used to play all the season 2 events. But Cool Kid, man, that season 3 Abigail, he ran that all the way. Taking names in major after major, and then Evo 2018 getting all the way to top 8, having wins over all of your favorite players. Daigo, Xian, you look at the list of the names he left behind in that tournament run. It was very impressive, and that was another beautiful moment for the Midwest. You know, I shed more than a couple tears when he qualified. It was a super emotional moment for the Midwest. You could see
everything. It was
I was there in the crowd, but I was too emotional to move. I sat there tearing up, and everyone else stormed the stage. It was just a beautiful moment to see. So yeah, Cool Kid definitely will always be a major part of the Midwest Street Fighter V history, and has a place in our hearts for sure. Other players at that time, you saw them storming that stage. There were people like Eli the Curry, Mia, Random High Fives, yourself, Rob, always doing working events, Dual Kevin. Always been a staple in the Midwest with that another emotional tournament run, getting that top 8, that 5th place finish, I believe, at CEO 2019 with that amazing comeback against Ryusei. The shot in the crowd of the Midwest popping off, you there looking, the ugly crying going on.
So nasty. Oh my God.
It's a beautiful moment to see. I loved seeing the energy from the Midwest supporting their crew. So you should be proud of that ugly cry there, Rob. It was a good look. Don't worry about that.
I'm not proud of it whatsoever, and I really do wish that Capcom and everybody would stop using that to troll me, okay? That was way back in the day. Nowadays, I would just be toxic, masculine, and not cry until I get back to the hotel room.
Right.
And of course, our CPT is not just specifically like the Midwest region. We also have players from the South, players from Texas, like my guy Toy. Gotta bring him up. Do you remember? I think that was it 2018?
Yes, he was one of the most dominant players in the U.S. with that Bison.
Consistently, every single tournament, he consistently put in work. His Bison was just ridiculous. So Toy, of course, also one of the most animated players that we've had in the Midwest. So he had the skill, but he also had showmanship, man. It has showmanship. Let me make sure I point that out. But remember, Street Fighter League, he was the captain of Team Psycho. And that's actually we just talked to just
that's
a kid.
Team Midwest, actually. Really, that was Toy, Just a Kid, and El Chicote. Like the full Team Midwest CPT bracket squad there. And yeah, you're referencing that pop off, right? Toy, the full screen barrel roll into the pop off in the face.
He said, "Yeah, boy," or something like that. He screamed something out loud. Man, got his fro all dusty on the floor, but it was worth the sacrifice. So that was actually godlike. And of course, also down there, you got players like Dr. African. You got players like Dr. African, who's an amazing player and a coach and content creator. One of the funniest dudes on TikTok and Twitter as well. Big Swole. Also, Broly Legs.
Of course.
And moving even outside of just Texas, but it's the South in general, we got to bring up our teammate, Mag Negro.
Of course.
Really one of the best players in the United States, and in my opinion, I feel like now people are more so putting that level of respect. Everyone for years already has, as far as people in the know, like the strongest players, like, yo, we don't want to fight him in tournament.
Right.
Like, nobody. You know what I'm saying? Mag Negro is ridiculous, is elite. He has some of the best neutral, one of the pioneers with Birdie. You never really see him, I don't want to use the word tier hopping. You don't really see him tier hopping all too much, but yet he's still hopping over corpses in all of these brackets. Easily one of the best players from Midwest history, at least as far as CPT.
But that said, we also have Canada in this bracket. Two players we have to shout out every time we mention this part of Canada. Brutus. Brutus has been the big body main for quite some time, and Street Fighter V, I remember he was newer on the scene, rocking that Geef, getting his wins here and there, but since then, he has leveled up consistently and been one of the strongest big body representatives, rocking Geef and Abigail. Always a threat in tournament. He happened to get me once upon a time. I'm still salty about it to this day. It was like 10 a.m. getting SPD'd by Brutus Zangief, and he, ran that SPD to a victory. But always an amazing representative in the Street Fighter brackets that he's in.
And the funniest Twitter account that we have, him and Bro.
Yes. I don't know what he practices more, his gameplay or his tweets, because the tweets always hit for sure.
Yeah.
And of course, we have Safe, who was low key at one point maybe the best Urian NA. So he's always been a super strong representative in Canada, and maybe rocking some Alex these days. So we'll see what happens in this bracket. But that said, this Midwest bracket covers a lot of different regions, a lot of different places in the FGC that have a lot of pride, different groups of players who train together, work really hard, and they've had a lot of history in this scene, a lot of history in Street Fighter V. But that said, it's all coming to a head today, because Rob, I think we're about to head into that top 8.
Yes, and before we head into the top 8, I want to make sure that everyone knows to head over to CapcomProTour.com to see any upcoming events and register. I know you guys see all the hype. I know you see all the glory. Well, you can get your very own by signing up for the event and competing. And of course, just have a good time. But speaking of good times, Brian, speaking of entertainment value, speaking of the biggest of newts, the most entertaining of scenes, when it comes to personalities, and of course, the gameplay is right there to back it up. You just saw what the Midwest is about when our GOAT, our godfather, Rick DeHatto, put on Combo Breaker. You saw that amazing event, the 24-hour venue and everything. You saw the spirit of that crowd, the exhibition. And you think that we're gonna stop now? Last year we had some of the most hyped CPT events in the world. You think that we're gonna stop now? There is no way whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to strap yourself in. It is about to be a ridiculous ride. This is the one, the only top 8 for CPT Midwest.
Welcome everybody to the Midwest. Oh, I'm so sorry. The Mid-Best CPT Top 8. We're coming to you live. St. Cola, Vicious on the mic, all right? My brother, don't leave me hanging, baby. Let's go. Let's go. We in here.
He goes all in every time, and it gets me pumped up. I could feel the hairs rising from my head. You can't see it, but I could feel it. I'll tell you what, though. We had a very explosive top 16 all day yesterday, right? There was a ton of 2-0s. Don't get me wrong. A ton of 2-0s. We had like 2 sets go down to the wire, 2-1 numerically, right? But a majority of the matches didn't really tell the entire tale. A lot of these matches actually went down pretty closely, and I'm actually pretty excited to see the Midwest All-Stars, like I've been saying since yesterday. Again, it's been very, very explosive, but our top 8 is going to be above and beyond that. We had a little bit of a preview coming in from No Neutral, Rob TV, Brian F., special guest Just the Kid as well, with that full breakdown and how they've been feeling afterwards going into this particular CPT. So without a doubt in my mind, these guys are going to be pretty much spewing up a storm, both on social media and on the sticks or controller, whatever you play on. So it's going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting, especially because you don't see some of the people you typically think you would see, especially if you look at the last CPTs that have happened for the Midwest. You don't see the Brian F. And then Just the Kid and Rob, already losers, going to face each other to see who's going to be moving on. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you have the power to bring up the bracket anytime you wish, St. Cola. So there it is right there. Boomy versus Rocky, starting things off, right? Boomy actually had a very impressive bout earlier in the top 16, taking down Senchu. Right. Actually put Rob TV into losers. Rocky, on the other hand, taking down Sabo as well. And Lizard Man, where, Lizard Man pretty much faced his fate against Just the Kid.
Once again.
Rocky's the one that did that. Down after that, Toplin versus Chakotay. Toplin had a very, very impressive run as well, taking down Kaiser in his top 16 run, Mr. Mad Gear, Taji. Chakotay, however, also taking down Stack Bradford, putting him into losers. Del's on Fire and Marv, which we've seen in the top 16. It's been pretty wild. Who else do we have on the loser side?
Yo, down in the loser side, it's Sincho, the Akira specialist, going up against Sabo. That's going to be a fantastic Akira versus Mika play. Then after that, as we had just previously prefaced, Just the Kid versus Rob TV. That means one of the top running picks is going to be out in the running immediately in that first round when things go down. So don't blink.
This is definitely the match that St. Cola and I were looking forward to. And the other one that I had kind of talked about yesterday during our closer was Toplin versus El Chakotay. Chakotay has been a tried and true staple for the Midwest scene. There's a lot that's been riding on a lot of his performance, right? He has to get the momentum going majority of the time. And I was saying it, we were having our predictions earlier. If Just the Kid or Rob TV doesn't make it, I think Chakotay might be the clear running for grand finalist at least, or probably the winner, just because of his current standing. But Toplin has been showing a lot of progress and a lot of promise at the same time. This guy is actually a phenomenal player. I've studied his tapes now, and I'm like, I'm a believer.
You believe it?
I'm genuinely a believer. No Shrek, but I'm a believer.
Oh. Then we have some stats for y'all a little bit later, but in my personal opinion, I think on the other side of things, another person to watch out for is Rocky. I think his neutral's fantastic. Someone's been practicing with Rob quite a bit and has the high praise of someone like Rob TV. I think they can definitely make it happen, but they have to go up against someone like Boomy, who is really strong, and Rob versus Jack, that's gonna be real painful. From Cosmo RPG, my brother, I see definitely it's going to be very painful for a lot of people's wallets, because I know some of y'all are betting the channel points on one of them for the win. And I bet they did that earlier in the top 16, and to see them face off now is...
it's going to be pretty rough.
It's going to be rough.
Because, listen, again, there's a lot riding on the line. Not only does the winner get put into Capcom Cup for their spot, but they're also playing for a hefty amount of cash. It's $5,000 on the line, 5 stacks. You know how many appearance fees you could make with that kind of money? If Rob TV manages to get into at least second place, third or second place, that's his appearance fee right there. You got to pay him extra. My man is about to eat tonight, but that's if he can get through the rest of the Sharks and loser side, right? Again, $5,000 to the top 4. That distribution is always such a generous distribution coming in for the Capcom Pro Tour. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Boomy versus Rocky. Zeku versus Ken as a Zeku main. You've been talking about it. You're a Bison main, Zeku main.
I just like the strong characters, okay?
And I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I play Karen, whatever. I play Karen, Cammy, etc. And Akira, whatever.
Yeah.
Boomy versus Rocky. What do we know about these two players? We've talked about their history prior.
Right.
We've talked about who they've taken down in the top 16 to get to this point. What else can we say regarding these two individuals?
I mean, honestly, look at the results. Boomy recently got 4th at Full Bar Friday. Shout out to them for having that fantastic online local. Rocky has been also getting some top spots too, 5th and 7th at NLPC as his highest placements. Now, in terms of the matchup, I think Old is the way to go for the majority of it, because Ken has such a grand time jumping in for those wins. But let's take a look at the quotes and what they're saying to each other. Gotta be some heat with it. Ooh, this is what motivation looks like. This is what hard work looks like. This is what confidence looks like. This is what having fun looks like. And I'll tell you, a player having fun gets it done. That's a dangerous cat right there.
What's funny is I imagine like a Simpsons kind of intro with Bart writing standards. That has to be it, right? That's exactly what it looks like to me. I'm a boomer, whatever.
Yeah. They don't know what that, but we do.
Let's take out the other player quote coming in from his opposition, Rocky, and what he had to say going into his top 8 moment. Oh, okay, well maybe just Boomy. I apologize. We do pick and choose every so often which quote gets put in, and I got to say that one's pretty powerful. I can literally see the standards being written down by Bart Simpson in my head. But it is what it is. Zeku versus Ken. You were talking about it earlier. You were talking about how old Zeku might be the play.
I think
Please
so.
elaborate on that. Actually, you've dove into it just a little bit. You kind of dipped your feet in. Now take us into the waters with this analysis.
Let's go deep with it. I feel like a lot of people do. They just stick with the young, right, to get it done. He's got great neutral. I think the neutral is better than Ken in the
Oh, you
range.
said young first, not
young.
old. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Old is better in this matchup because young gets jumped in on too much. His neutral on the ground's great, but then Kid starts jumping with the jump fears. That presents a big problem for the character that can't anti-air. You can rely on V-trigger too, but at some angles, it might be hard to catch that button on the way down. So Old does a fantastic job. You've got the DPs, you've got EXDP, you've got reversals on these situations that also might put you in the corner where Kim will typically lead you there in Street Fighter V with a quickness.
I'm thinking about it. Like how big of a benefactor would it be to switch off into trigger 2 to cover the anti-air options in regards to or in comparison to having V trigger 1 to cash out on a lot of damage after a confirm? Or would you even want to use it on any sort of pressure situation to leave yourself plus and get the mix going? Because we've seen Rocky bust out the EX uppercut.
That's true.
How many times he hit 3 out of 4 on
Oh, my man was definitely wild, not mild with it. This is going to be a wild-ass match right here. Rocky versus Boomy. First match of top 8.
Oh,
my man just done did it. Let's go.
My Lord.
You different today. Come and call you stranger. Rocky.
Uppercut, yes sir. Old Zeku was going to be covering that ground pretty well, but you can't uppercut that. That was actually the boost and flip kick hit on the other side.
Ooh, that was deep. It's delicious.
That was pretty sick.
Yeah, I like Boomy's timing with that.
And then the elbow on the other side. That is indeed a cross up. Here comes the switch, the transition now. Rocky gets the corner positioning. This is going to be very difficult. Yeah, the layers on layers.
Like I said, the normal, trying to find an opening. And this is the problem. When you're young, you only can use that free frame as a reversal.
What a confirm. Triggering again. He actually just needs one sequence while in trigger to kill it, but Boomy gets the hit instead, target combo, and finishes it off. Spending that meter very wisely. 1 bar for the kill. Best believe he's taking that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And again, all the action going down in the Street Fighter duel stage, the Ring of Power. We've been seeing a lot of that lately in the CPT, and I can't wait to see more of it. Again, Duel needs to come out already. I'm telling you, man. I'm excited for it.
Need my Rolento. I need my Rolento. And I need it now. Okay, so the thing about Boomy's play is I really like him using the Kokus, catching before he comes in the crouch meaning kick. Having a more confirmable crouch meaning kick also allows you to play that whip punish game. It's his character. He's fishing for it.
A sweet chin music, the roundhouse. Oh boy, what was that? That was actually pretty sick.
Fierce.
The crouch is actually counter-poking effectively. That was such a great interrupt from Rocky. Not only does he get himself out of the corner, but instead switches it up instead. The back throw was perfect. Perfect for Rocky now to lay on the assault. But Boomy again finding another interruption.
Similar sequence, he didn't get the air grab. Unfortunate drop. He's got to find the finish. Don't let this character come back. One back throw and another sequence could seal the deal. Rocky is sitting on a lot of bars. The light kick, the light touch for the finish, and I like Boomy using his closing buttons that aren't too committal with it. Now, a lot of second players, I feel like they don't think about that, me included. You just think that it's -2, but it's got a lot of range, so it's not strange to see it. And Boomy with the first win.
Yeah, it also depends on how you're blocking it too, whether you're sitting or you're standing, right? It really changes it up on block. So again, there just wasn't, I guess, there wasn't really much on defense coming in from Rocky. I was reluctant to see an EX uppercut, but I would have loved to see it at the same time. I mean, sure, it's the bust out that we're not really in tune to seeing. It's come on, why would you do that? But I mean, it would have worked.
It would have.
It would have worked.
In hindsight, it's the first of 3, so you can definitely test the wires a little bit more and get some more data going.
The target combo confirmed now. Mitsuki, another interruption from Boomy. That was a counter hit. That's jab to start things off. Here comes the dynamite.
Careful. Nice blocks by Boomy, not trying to get opened up, but he did not cancel the dash. Nice cough in the corner. This is exactly what Rocky needs to finish the job. We've seen him drop some confirms, but now he's staying solid with it. Heavy kick.
for a safe jump option. Actually, I don't know if that would have been a safe jump or not. Boomy still able to jump in the air. Grab that. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say about that last sequence. Boomy actually got caught mid-air, so I don't think that was like he wasn't. I don't think Rocky was looking for a safe jump per se, but the fact that young Zeku wasn't playing, he was gonna jump no matter what. I mean, it would have been a safe option no matter what. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no real way to anti right there. You can go for the horizontal, but it moves you such a distance that it's not always good to do with that.
Not from
range.
that timing.
Yeah,
like, not even from that timing either. Checking with the lows, and then still peppering it on the back. Medium punch actually counter hit route. Or should be doing it. One more stun. No, not quite.
Another reversal jab actually gets some distance with it. We've seen that happen too many times. But Rocky's staying fine.
This range afterwards, just layering it on. Rocky is just looking for one solid confirm or a solid with punish. That's the confirm he needed. 3 lights and a DP. Nice and easy. Rocky now tying it up, at least in the rounds. He's still down a game, but he has a bunch of meters. So does Boomy, actually. So just about even in the resource department.
And that could add up to like that stun factor we keep talking about when it comes to Zeku. Nice interruption, stopping the Wild Zoo from coming through. Trying to find a question with that Fierce.
The zoo's closed on Sundays? No, man. I had a family vacation planned out. Stun is coming. After this, he gets the mix. You
Wake
got
up, super block. Yeah, we punish. Think about Young. You don't have the reversals to get things done. You have only the 3 frame. Has been a bar for the super, not finished this yet. And then neutral jump.
I was thinking about
activation.
it. I think Rocky could have had critical art had he built meter off with a stun. Like after he got the stun, if he did like Tatsu, or like even Tatsu uppercut before Zeku had gotten up, I think he would have had enough meter to go into critical art. Either way, he took the game, but it was a little scary. Like,
yeah, a little frightening.
I've seen Zeku's come back from that sort of situation plenty of time, and it scares me every single time.
I mean, honestly, I do like the fact that even though he wasn't the most optimal with the combos, he definitely was looking out for the activation. Denying the heavy kick from coming through the activation for Boomy. Ooh, crush this. The face put him in place in the corner combo. Already putting him. But the wake up throw though, this is a making decision sometimes in the corner that Rocky's up to out for.
I think it's just Rocky mistiming a lot of his setups. Like I think there's been multiple times where he didn't get the meaty there. Like he tried to go for a step kick or a thunder kick. Either way, it just wasn't going to be enough in time for Boomy to not for Boomy to respect it. Throw was going to do it here. Yeah, he was waiting. He was absolutely waiting. That was the tell right there. Rocky had backed up, looking for the throw bait. If Boomy didn't press a button, that was his green light to go for the throw.
See if we can grab things back. Less of the demon, but the Blution flips. And a little more of that neutral. Oh, but it was the cold flip, but it's better on the technique, too far the distance.
That was a nice confirm. Low forward into the uppercut. I like that. It's very 3SS. Oh my lord, he's a roundhouse crush counter. He's not going to spend it just yet. He's going to go for a setup. Oh yeah. Anti-air still walling old. This is so sick. How many animals does he have?
What's in his pocket?
It's not a dog, it's a ferret. Oh my god, the plus frames afterwards. Watch out for the stun. We were talking about that mix from Trigger, and I like that. The V reversal from Rocky, but he is in dire straits now. He can't build another V-gauge unless he blocks everything, but you cannot block the way of the ninja. I'm telling you, that roundhouse coming in from far away. Boomy is looking mad sharp that round.
Absolutely. In the game round to round. I like the fact that Boomy's using the heavy kick to crush the fireballs before they come through, but Rocky's showing something different with
You're
it.
hella gonna die after this.
Yo,
Here
check this stun.
Here comes the momentum. Oh, actually, that was super sneaky. I didn't think he'd be on the other side. That frames after that. Checking with the low. He's looking for the movement. Rocky, no confirm.
So with that Fierce, love to see whip punish though for Boomy. That's what Young's all about. Back throw.
No uppercut because he's still in Young. Oh, come on,
You
give it
gotta
to
bet
me.
it. Yo, put a ring on it, commit to it. Oh, there's a lot of part to work with. One good sequence. You do a lot of damage.
I think Boomy just needs one confirm in the critical art and it's over, but Rocky needs a little bit more. Okay, this is actually do or die time for both players. Very much so for both players, so long as they have that critical art. Yeah, this is going to be tough. One touch will do it. From either one to get a back throw. Watch out for the confirm. This is going to be tough. A V reversal there from Boomy.
Immediately
He's
Fierce.
dead.
Yes, sir. And the super. And one of the sickest ones in the business. Boomy going up 2.
That could have been either man's game at that point. As soon as Rocky had gotten the opener off of, I mean, one of the normals and throw, as soon as he got within that range of that life lead, or excuse me, with the life bar, it was going to be just one touch for either one. Super scary position, to be honest.
That windshield wiper. Like that. The neck. Good stuff for Boomy. I like the fact that he saves the bar to finish with the super, because a lot of Zeku players are spinning for EX, right? They're spinning it for, you know, EX, overhead, stuff like that, just to make big bets. He's playing pretty solid, especially when the flips weren't working out.
The flips were working out, that's for sure. I mean, he was
until
like
he got anti-aired a billion times, and then he took it off the table a little bit.
Did he?
Yeah.
I thought
In the last round.
the Bushi flip? I mean, like,
Well, that was the one round that he had lost because he went for too many of those. But now he's staying solid, and now mixing up and putting a lot more of that mental stack like that on him. Almost get the stun.
No, that's all gone. As soon as that back row happened, yeah, the stun was gone. But either way, yeah, punish, easy peasy, Boomy looking at match point against Rocky. Rocky making some questionable decisions now, at least for the wake-up options, right? Boomy is well aware that Rocky wants to press one guy right there. There it is.
Yeah.
They're now getting fully blown up for sure. Back row.
Graham, try to keep in the corner as much as possible. A lot of buttons to do that with the heavy kick for the crush. Gets the fireballs preemptively. Crouching in kick, he comes through with a dash. Oh, but the whip punch though from Rocky, not letting that fly for free. I like that. Not being too afraid of these buttons. My turn to party.
And it's so tough. Like, after the back row, Rocky can't really fish with anything else but that standing heavy punch. He can't layer on any sort of mixes from crouching medium punch, which he likes to do, right? That's what most players like to do to get the frame traps going. But Rocky now, again, you're talking about that patience level. Oh, I jinxed it. I jinxed it for you all. Talking about patience level, he thought he had to confirm.
Goku calls up the animal to cover the approach a little bit.
Oh, but it hits on the way down. He didn't get a full conversion. Luckily for Rocky, gets to survive. That's a big jump in, and that is perfectly spaced. Rocky knew that heavy punch was coming out, and Boomy committed to it. He told him put a ring on it. Get those divorce papers ready.
Oh, should have had a prenup.
That's true. Yeah, he should have got a prenup.
Should have signed. But man's still fine. Boomy still was on that set point situation, but you have to stop looking at this. You've seen the cross up. Does stay solid, gets his conversion. A side switch.
Yes, sir.
Very difficult to do.
Ooh, that's what I'm talking about. EX Rocky. That's what I'm going to call it.
EX Rocky?
EX Rocky.
Love it. And the zoning game.
Now, what are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about this, Jimmy?
Love
Low
that big
forward
autos out there.
confirm. Yes, sir.
That's your defense. Boomy with the activation. Rocky's got to watch out for that slide. Oh, just on hit. And one more.
Yeah,
He has the super. He'll spin the EX just to get in. It's still one touch for the win.
Oh, he spent it. They both spent it. All right, so critical art is not going to be the deal here. He caught him back dashing. Uppercut.
There it is, the DP to deny it. Oh, he didn't fight with the throw. The walk-up decision from Rocky to still seal it, but still, I see the spaghetti.
I was actually super nervous. I thought that anti-air uppercut would have led to another uppercut because he was in trigger. I thought he was going to get it. So I was at the edge of my seat when he had dropped. When Boomy had hit the floor, and I'm like, bro, you let him live. I was actually super nervous. I don't know.
Don't do it. Not that character. Not Zeku.
Either way, it's down to the wire. As close as we were expecting it to be, I should say.
I like to see. I don't like to see no blowouts right here.
No,
Not at the top
absolutely
eight spot. I want to see the go to the limit.
I'm ready for it. These two are as well. Rocky going for the fireball strategy. Phase one. What are you going to do about it? Actually opts for the jump in. Boomy's still ready for it.
So DP, so it's good to see that from Boomy. And now switching the other things done. It's a cleanup process. Rocky with the DP, gets him out of the corner.
And the delay.
As you were talking about, he loves his mediums. And the full effect, too.
And that's fine. That's going to be fine for Rocky. Oh, but he still gets it. Boomy actually gets the light pepper into the trigger, right? Just that light confirm. Adding a little bit of extra damage, but it's not enough to deter Rocky, right? Boomy was looking for a reset scenario to maybe get a frame trap against Rocky, but if he had gone for a knockdown, maybe it would have been a different story. Either way, Rocky now changing it up. Match point.
Boomy switching back to old notes. Maybe mix of both might get it done. DP again, too obvious on that flip and the shimmy. Rocky's in his bag.
Blocks the thunder kick.
But no punish. Not a big enough one at least.
A lot of damage left on the table. Boomy does get the side switch on Rocky. Unfortunately, it was just one of those walk-under situations. Boomy's going to have all the advantage in the world now. Important tech. Jumps out for free. No, back in the corner you go. This is the time to get the frame traps going. Actually, that's one view reversal down. Boomy is in incredible shape to take it back.
He's to open him up like that. I'm going to do so. Defensive fireballs. Trying to get some space. And back it up. Not coming to the fierce. I like that because that's the one got it blown up before.
It's so close. He's in range for a fierce, and Rocky is actually fishing for that as well. He's looking for it. He's trying to go back and forth. That could have been critical art, but it wouldn't have killed. Let's go.
Now it will.
It's going to go down to critical art. No, I lied to you, Rocky. What is he going to do?
Gonna finish your point, my son.
What is he gonna do?
Oh, the whip punch
it's
to the
not
body
over
kick.
yet.
One more touch and the throw will do it. Rocky moving on over Boomy.
My God. The Rocky Balboa story in the Ring of Power. Couldn't ask for more, man. Rocky again with a very, very surprising comeback, I gotta say. That was super impressive. I thought, at one point, Boomy was going to take it all. There was like a different kind of Rocky, but then, it kind of settled down. He got himself real grounded, no pun intended.
I did like the end, the whip punch situation. You don't typically see that unless you're at a high level to whip punch, crouching medium kick. That was super sick. Boomy did have some great moments. I really like the fact that he did stick to ult, and I think that's how you should rock it. But you see when he was caught in the corner, the young just getting pieced up quite a bit, and also maybe he was making some of these big bets later on these rounds with the flips, got too much damage, and making the comeback. If you're not laying those hits, those exchanges, this was not in his favor. So Rocky, though, man, oh man, his neutral, those crouching medium punch timings, delay buttons were fantastic. They were on point, on the money.
I mean, like, outside of him trying to get into Boomy's territory, right, past the neutral, like his options on for pressure against Boomy's wake up has been phenomenal. He's delayed his timing so well to catch a button. He's mixed it up very well also with the throws. He's really legit forcing the heck out of you to make these bad decisions. And it's so weird. Like, most people are just like, it's kind of simple. It's like, oh, it's just crouching medium punches.
Yeah,
it's just a specific timing that Rocky does it at to catch Boomy. Like, it's character specific or it's player specific. And Rocky has done it so well. It's just literally the one tool to fix every problem you have.
Does everything. And I like the fact that we saw that after Boomy had shown first that he had those different timings on his wake-ups. The shift back and forth is what led Rocky to winner's final, solidifying his spot. Boomy's still in. He can still get that win, but he's going down the loser side to fight the winner between Just a Kid and Rob TV. So that might be a run back. So not only does Rob have to fight his son, he's going to fight the one that put him in loser side.
I mean, that's a little bit. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, we are.
Like, we don't know what's going to happen yet.
It could be a different
yeah,
universe.
we can't even talk about that yet because we still have Toplin versus El Chicote. We have so much to go through, right? Fong versus Armika. To kind of remind you guys at home, Toplin had a very impressive run, taking down Kaiser, Mr. Madgear, Taji. El Chicote doing the same thing, taking down Stack Bradford, Dell's on fire, as well as Marv. And you can see, man, this is a matchup that I was looking forward to the most. Fong versus Armika, because Toplin has been putting in that work. You know how Fong players are right now, coming out the woodwork. They got the buffs that they deserve. They really did.
I've been a player of that character since Third Strike. What are you talking about? Let's talk about Toplin real quick.
What are you talking about? I missed what?
Let's see what Toplin's talking about right now. Let's see what he's on with this quote.
I have huge respect for El Chicote. I'm loving this opportunity to play against all these strong players today. And it's well-deserved, man. You've been on the struggle bus since you picked Fong, like since the character select screen. And I appreciate that. The fact that these guys are now they have a character that is able to contest a good amount of the roster because the mixed game is there. The damage consistencies are there. It's phenomenal.
And he's been working quite a bit, even outside these CPTs. I mean, he got 9th at both the Midwest CPTs, but recently won Full Bar Friday. Then again, El Chicote has been no slouch at all. 4th at Full Bar, and then won a counter hit, or the name of the local was named Counter Hit a few times, and the Midwest Classic 2. So he's also came through in the Midwest scene as well for the CPTs. So.
I mean, there's one thing to say about El Chicote is that he's pretty much a household name for the Midwest, right? Even outside of like Street Fighter League, he's been making waves since the game came out. His Mika has been ever so impressive, and the tech that he pretty much shows off on his streams is evident that he understands how the games work to a T.
Right.
There's just been so much talk about El Chicote, but it just hasn't been his time yet. Will it be his time for this CPT? Because as it stands in the bracket, he is in the winner's side. He needs at least 2 wins to make it to the grand final spot. One of the biggest speed bumps he could ask for is, in fact, Toplin. But can he run over this man as he's been doing here in the top 16? We'll see how it goes. Toplin versus El Chicote. Fong versus Armika. Here we go.
This is one of those matches that if Mika gets hit, you're going to get that win. It's going to be real difficult, but there's so many tools to keep him out, but we'll talk about those a little later because Tay's in hot pursuit. Puts it right back in the corner.
Damn, that's a lot of damage. Did you see that? Oh, my Lord. He gets another throw. He gets a buff. Yes, he's going to get so much damage off of this because of the mic. Body splash. Don't get swung on. I was literally just going to say, he gets swung on, it's over.
You just told him. Well, they listen.
I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a commentator. Either way, Chicote, that is a patented thing.
And it's difficult to still not kind of pressure this play because Tay, if he gets in, it's hard to stop the steamroll. You do have better lights and things like that for reversal jabs.
Man.
You do have other options like the V-shift, but you don't care.
We talked about how Miko's supposed to get past the projectiles that Funk presents, but that microphone drop from Chakotay, he's doing it in response to the real Benda, and it's over. It's more than over. This guy is in his head. That is a perfect KO. Chakotay is looking to repeat results from yesterday. All the 2-0s, he's like, man, how come I didn't get one? Let me get one. Let me fix that.
Let me get one of those right there. Let me get one of those right there. I'll get 2 scoops of those, actually. Because he needs to.
Oh, man, he had the full scoop. He had the full rainbow.
Ooh.
He had multiple scoops.
Dang, I'm hungry. Why do you do this to me?
All right, you did it to me yesterday.
Yes,
Either
yes,
way,
sir.
top one now, starting things off. Yes, I like that. Nishikyu and the Rio Benda, just a little deterrence towards Chakotay's game plan. But the drop kick's still within range. If he's not going to mic drop, he's going to drop kick instead.
I like that.
Don't
My
get-
man right over the cloud. This is the ES command grab, and now we're in. Let me see the mix begin. But Tay, answer back with buttons and
Oh,
activation.
Side switch.
Ooh, it's done and done.
Not yet.
No,
Not
wait,
yet.
you're
Too
right.
much scaling involved. He didn't throw that? That's crazy.
Ooh.
I thought he had the right timing. Either way, Chakotay cleans it up. Aisle 3 for the 3-piece as well.
But that is one of the dangers. You're right in putting that out. Is that all of those ES command dashes can be thrown. So that defensive option is off the table against a character like Mika. And someone with handsy like El Chakotay will definitely do that in this play.
And I like that playing the range game, not just with the fireballs, but also using the normals is what we wanted to see, the transition between playing the projectile game and the normal game to keep Chakotay guessing. You cannot let him get in for free. I'm telling you, man, he's using the mic drop to respond to your Rio Benda. It's actually kind of nutty. Chakotay knows this matchup. This guy is a scientist.
In the lab. Crush. Okay, top one. With the V-bar, it's time to go far. Show me something with it. Show me something dirty with this mix.
Uh-oh.
Hey, answer back. You give him just even a second.
Meaty.
That was so meaty.
Okay, from closer range, he can't respond to the Rio Benda. Yes, and you can counter crouch against the drop kick. Overhead to do it. Oh, but he stuffs out the V-shift. What a great option select for Toplin.
Every time I watch this match between other Mika and Fang players, it's really aggressive Fang play. You cannot stay in one area. You cannot, as we talked about this before, stay in throwing projectiles all damn day. Because things like this happen.
That was actually super sick. Toplin had actually baited out with a regular Rio Benda, the one that doesn't last long. He did the light kick version to bait out Chakotay. But from closer ranges, he'll throw out the trap for sure. We're starting to see the adaptation coming in from Toplin. A little risky on the Rio Benda, that last one.
Yep.
But he's letting the poison speak for itself now. Yes, sir. The microphone drop, again, just getting rid of that trap.
See if he get into the super situation.
God.
It's going to be a huge lead in top one.
Can we talk about that approach? See, that was such an intelligent move from Chakotay. He knew the light was coming out and he jumped. He jumped in response. Oh!
Down the ground you go.
Oh my
Another
God!
command grab.
Taking him off for 2 different flights in the same day? That ain't American Airlines.
No, it's not. But all them hits be connected. I'll tell you right now. El Chakotay definitely came to play. Seeing him on Twitter, he talks all nice. He talks all calm. He's like, yeah, I'm just looking to really, put my best effort forward. When he gets to sticks, he's a demon.
He is.
a
But like,
demon.
man, when he speaks under his breath, he's like,
Yeah.
that was free. Like, he knows.
Smoke this guy.
he's-
Smoke this guy.
Yeah, no, he's a nice cat. Don't get me wrong.
He's
I
one of
think,
the kindest
he's a really nice guy, like, genuinely.
Yeah.
But man, there's something else that comes out of him when it comes to fighting him.
Oh, yeah.
I like that animosity. That is that competitive nature that I like from El Chakotay. Toplin needs to show us a little bit more of that as well. We're starting to see the adaptation little by little. When he sees the certain distances that Mika's playing at, he'll throw out same Rio Bendas. But right now, Chakotay is all over him again.
But he's too comfortable with the projectiles. I need to see more than normals.
Oh, there's a
Here we
flip.
go. There we go. Show me something with it. So I've got the poison going and flowing. The throw too as well. Damage adding up. So in the Grey Line too as well. And he knows activation was coming, so he backs off of it. But it don't matter. In the rear view mirror is this cat, El Chakotay.
The backdash and in again. Jump in, jump out. Tell me what you're all about. Chakotay with the rainbow swing again against Toplin. Looking at match point. Can he secure himself the 3-0, or will Toplin have something to say? There's been a lot of discrepancies, or sorry, a lot of uncertainty when it comes to what Chakotay wants to do. Toplin hasn't figured it out yet.
Yeah, I feel like he doesn't have a real good game plan with the projectiles. As soon as that gets cut off. It looks like it's done. And now in the corner, what's your defense like? Yeah, and we're talking about that before. You cannot use that as a defensive offensive character. The idiot right there. At least he met him in the skies. That's a damage. So surprise. He's in front, but the super.
That was a roundhouse too. He got clipped.
Ooh.
What happens after this? You're gonna get rainbow swung on. You're gonna get dashed up rainbow swung on.
Do it to him.
Oh my God. That would have been sick though. I'll tell you what. Right now, Toplin hanging in there. The purple stuff still applied. Rio Benda doesn't do anything. Taking off. Nadeshko with a little assisted boost.
Assist me.
To get the ride going. But Chakotay, look at that, man. 3-0. I was talking about this yesterday. This is the match I wanted to see. I thought it was going to be a different story, but Chakotay proved me wrong. He must have heard the broadcast. He's like, you know, Vicious, I don't like you saying this is going to be a close game. I don't like that. And I will respectfully take my hat off to that. I don't have a hat on, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Good stuff to El Chakotay. You could tell he knew that matchup. Toplin looked a little lost. I'm not going to lie. Like, I usually see, when I see that matchup, as we prefaced before, a lot more than normals, a lot more of the spacing. Because we talked about this. You cannot just stay away and just throw about fireballs all damn day.
Oh, definitely
You got to get in to get the win. You watch people like Mono. They get real handsy with it. They use the normals. They use the lights and stuff like that. That's how they shot for the mixes. And that strength that the character has was not accessed. And he again, a little bit like he didn't know what was going on.
If you want to break down how that matchup should be played, I highly recommend highlighting that VOD because of the fact that Chakotay specifically responded with that V skill to stop whatever Toplin wanted to do in the beginning of like the match. Like whatever opening strategy he had when it came to like Nishikyu or Rio Benda, whatever option he chose, Chakotay had an answer for it already. It was kind of crazy. Y'all can El chalk it up. Tay taking this today, he not playing no games with y'all. That was really hard for me to read because I had to get into that. Musakita, I see you.
What's going on, brother? But yeah, he definitely ain't playing no games. He's all about that serious business.
Who
it's
picked
good
that?
to see him.
Somebody had to give me a prep for
one?
that, man. That was the time where I got smoked on my reading comprehension. That was pretty good. Either way, as you were saying, I'm sorry about that. That took me for a ride.
Well, you know, Toplin Tay, moving on the bracket, definitely about his business, and it's good to see him all revved up. I like that we have, again, these CPTs for the regional spots to give these players a reason to play, right? You know, when you know, we don't have the terms coming back. They're slowly coming back like that, right? But we don't have them as consistent as we usually did before COVID. So it's good to have a reason to play. Good to give them an arena to fight at. And when you see people fighting like this, it's just big thanks to Capcom for putting on for the Midwest and showing out for all the different scenes and stuff. And also the players coming back for the final season of Street Fighter V. Thank y'all for still rocking with it. And now we'll rock down the losers.
I mean, not just yet. In fact, if you guys have been enjoying all the Street Fighter action, well, guess what? We have more Street Fighter action for you in a different way. Street Fighter Duel coming out real soon, right? The authorized mobile game from Capcom, Street Fighter Duel, is now currently available for download in China with the global version coming out real soon. And I cannot wait to fight alongside with Ryu, Chun-Li, and Ken against the Suzaku Castle further into the Shadowloo City to explore the mysterious organization and experience the classic stories with all of your fighters. Recall your memories of the original Street Fighter because, again, your legend, your street legend, is now back on track. Various fighting styles with counter, stun, combo, and super. It's an impressive array of fighting elements, and the associate combos offer you a new battle experience challenging your combat skill. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
You know, I'm very hungry, and it's time to join the journey over to the snack bar. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, more Street Fighter V Midwest style.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never fear losing. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improving. A real problem, but I solve them all face proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. All dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, on the time like I can keep score. Years I never thought it crossed before. When I get tired on my knees, I got it digging it deep. I feel like I'm on the road, it really has got me. Since I went to win, no good vibes, if you just did again. Somebody that's scheming, riding around and dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here. Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you wanna challenge, tell me what you want on me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny. My secret arts.
Street Fighter 6.
Let's go! After it!
Fear my strength.
Have a taste of this! Don't take this personal!
I'll show no mercy.
This is for my fellow hunters!
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
A very explosive to the mid-best here in the Capcom Pro Tour 2022 season, and it's going to be very unpredictable who will seek into the grand finals. But before we even get anywhere near that, allow us to reintroduce ourselves. My name is Vicious, here with my man St. Cola, and we have the Shark Run. We have the tournament life on the line for these next couple of matches, and it's going to be so dire. You're going to be at the edge of your seats because we have so much to go through when it comes to the intensity, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 individuals here. Let's take a look at the bracket to kind of show you guys who's there. Senchu versus Sabo. Just a Kid versus Rob TV. Those two matches are going to be ones to look forward to. Senchu versus Sabo, I got to say, let's highlight this a little bit because I know you can't hold back any longer. I know who you want to talk about.
I know, but go on.
I feel it in the energy.
Do what you got to do.
Sencho has done a fantastic job taking down Joe Umerogan, Dap Vip, Brutus, No Good Citizen as well, with both Akira and Karen, right? Sabo, the Armika play, actually was the one, he's the reason why Just a Kid is in losers currently.
That's true, and I want to give some shots to Sencho, 5th at Battle for the Bruce Lee, and 5th at NLBC recently. Sabo, 3rd at Battle for the Bruce Lee, and 4th at Wednesday Night Fights Online, and won a full bar online local. So, no stranger to the danger. A lot of them still putting a lot of work in, and it's great to see them get that, frontal facing out here at the CBT. Let's actually take a look at what Sencho's got to say. It's Mika, so I need to be extra careful I don't make a mistake or it can all be over in a flash. I lied about that. Akira is kind of stubby and Mika can punish her standing heavy kick. It's going to be close. Thanks you for the matchup knowledge. Sencho, you can tell that he is studious and studied and prepared and ready for this match. But it's going to be difficult because Sabo is a different sort of flavor when it comes to Mika. You think for Mika, a lot about the mixes and the command grabs, the dash ups and stuff like that. But Sabo, we saw, is really neutral based and then he explodes. Then he sets up shop and then it's a wrap.
Mm-hmm. We've kind of seen that where Sabo had put Rocky on the back foot a good majority of the first game and the first game only.
Right.
There's one thing I do want to say about Sencho. I think he's more than prepared for this particular matchup because he had played, again, the way that he plays Akira is very neutral heavy, right? He'll throw out normals to stuff things like the drop kick with like either standing medium punch, standing light kick, and we talk about the biggest thing, right? The drop kick. Even if it's baited, Akira has a way to punish it. Mm-hmm. She has really far-reaching forward normals, forward special normals. She does have elbow if need be. You could even throw up an EX1. You'll still be safe. Pretty much low risk, high reward, right? And you treat it like Urian's EX tackle, right? Even if it's blocked -2. What are you going to do about that? She could even EX uppercut and be degenerate if she wanted to.
Oh, that's true. Even the normal one will work.
I've hella seen that in Japan. Like, it works out there too. But we'll see how it plays out, right? Sabo, I think, needs to be very aggressive here. Not just with the drop kicks, but maybe peppering a couple of jumps, maybe.
Just a little bit.
Or a Sobot kick or two,
Test the reactions.
When have we seen a Sobot kick from Mika? I feel like we haven't
really just yet. I feel like it hasn't been too often, but you're right.
Okay. Either way, Sencho was ready for that too.
He urged it.
Oh, caught him crouching, able to extend the combo. Look at the damage against Sabo already.
Stay immediate with it. With the cross up. Sabo trying to activate. Here we go in the corner.
What a block too. No mixes here. Jump back jab to neutralize any of the mix-up threat. That could have been like maybe a body splash. It could have been just a normal side switch.
Safe option. Very safe option from Sencho. He's trying to play as safe as possible, but here's the EX
that is vulnerable.
In the corner.
Definitely a volatile normal. You can get punished for that. EX takeoff. I love that. The wingless airplane. Ugh.
Here, listen for some distance. It's a counter hit. That should be the finish. Sencho, patience and absolute perfect blocking, I was saying. I love the defense just in general. We just called out the option to jump back jab. It's all about just staying away from that Mika explosiveness and not getting with the mix. You can stay in the neutral. You rule the narrative of the neutral. Your buttons are better. You can whip punish. Just don't get open up. Easier said than done because Sabo, but we change things up on the menu. Sabata once again.
Sabo is, you can see him kind of playing that mid-range game. That is -2, right? Sabo is actually utilizing that standing medium punch a good amount to kind of counterpoke against Sencho, and I like that. But again, Sencho, when it comes to the drop kicks strategy, always ready for it.
How you jailing Sencho? Heavy kick activation. Good defense from Sabo. Only holds the throw. Could have been way worse. Let's put that bar to bar the crush. A little too obvious. But Sabo's able to activate still.
Drop kick.
Yes, sir.
Reset. No, the neutral jump doesn't actually work out for Sencho, or excuse me, for Sabo. Oh, but this will. 100% it will. That's death. Absolutely worth the meter. Face to the dirt. Sencho is not hurt. Sencho is not hurt. Excuse me. Tied up 1 game apiece.
Like the Sabato game, is drop kick every so often. That's what this is you said before the cross cut. Now coming through from Sencho. We saw the cross up from Sabo. Now Sencho with the cross
he dropped it. He actually dropped it. Mika was actually crouching just like in this position currently.
I see it.
Hit her so hard, Mika had to like sit down and rest. Like, hold on.
Like, wait
I need a 10 count.
Yeah.
I need a 10 count from the ref.
No, it was actually real.
Okay.
Back in play. Just saw the lead.
Oh,
Heavy kick, doesn't have a crush. No cross-cut DP right there. A little bit late with it. So the other hit.
the power bomb now. Sabo going with the drop kick option. A slightly delayed drop kick at that. Oh, yeah, punishing the airport approach. Actually, that was just a neutral jump. Very, very
Once
nice.
again, trying to find an opening V reversal immediately to stop
Stunner.
the V trigger.
I love the way they sell that. The animation is so sick. The body splash.
Yeah. And put yourself in the corner. Essential's got bar. This is exactly what Akira wants. Picks him up. You might regret this decision.
Is he gonna go for setup? Yeah,
Get
setup.
dirty with it.
Oh no, I lied. Out of there. That's fine. You still got
Hit.
hit.
EX wingless.
Oh, more
the
like
wait and bait.
EX kickless. Didn't even land. Nothing. Actually whiffed it. Not whiffed it, but blocked it. Man, that was unfortunate. I don't know what had happened to Sencho when Nadeshiko hit him, because Mika was pretty far away.
Yeah,
he had no
I'm not
business
sure
getting
what
hit by that.
You'd just be blocking, you know? Like, you'd be fine. Just hold back.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know
I
what
genuinely
happened
don't
there.
know what happened, why he got hit with that.
I think that might have rolled over to the XDP, like the panic decision right there at the end. Trying to get some sort of come up with what's not happening. And Sabo, I think if you're Sabo, you're reading those moments and preying off them as much as possible.
Oh boy, that's two. Can we go for a third one?
To his head.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Now it's gonna be a frame trap.
Off the Sobat though, you knew it. Stay in meeting. Where you going? I'm not gonna talk you
This is a Miko round. This is a Miko round. Sabo has to clear it out. If Sencho gets a couple of more sequences, it's over.
Oh, that future get going and flowing. The damage access.
Oh, that's it. Sencho's gonna come back now. I'm calling it right now.
Calling it right now?
I'm calling it right now. Sencho's gonna come back.
This is a reversal, so no V-trigger.
That's fine. That's fine.
So it's a normal contest. Put this man
He
to
does have
rest.
2 bars. Okay, I lied. Oh, I did lie. Maybe a little bit. All right,
touch.
Sabo's fine. Sabo's
Yeah,
fine. I
this
lied.
is one touch. Sabo doesn't have an overextend. He's have the overextend to get the win. The
not
back
like
reach.
this.
It's spoiled. That's it. You put him in the corner.
Not like this. Don't tell me I'm wrong again.
Oh!
Okay, thank God. I was gonna say Sabo was actually letting it slip away from him little by little. If Sencho had actually made the right call outs and possibly like go for a throw against Mika, because that was instant Nadeshiko, I think he was still within range to throw him.
Ooh.
Probably, maybe like a step and a half. I don't know.
Don't want those things to go away, especially not in this game. So he needs to come back like that. EX, speed,
Frame
puts him in
trap
the
again.
corner.
He's gonna go
Lock
for a
down.
third frame trap.
Go meaty with it.
Yeah, and Sencho knew it. Sencho absolutely knew it. Side switch, brother. The white pepper.
It's a sprinkle. The spice. It's not so nice though, because it's about to be, just a delay rise, but you still caught up in the corner, and those mediums get real dangerous. The space traps are so good.
And that's fine. Yo, Sencho actually able to get out free after a charged dive kick. Kind of impressive. I mean, Sabo looking for something else. Looking for too many things, really. Giant swing is going to do it. Oh, that could have been it.
Yeah, he was at distance and finds a whip punish. In the corner you go. EXCP, this time it lands. But
you don't get
jab.
You can't pursue. This is just a rule of thumb.
Talk to
when
him.
an EX uppercut hits, you're not getting Oki.
Yeah.
You're not getting Oki. Straight up. That's just how it is. We don't make the rules. That's been the engine since like day one. That's been Street Fighter since day one. I feel
You got your space in this place. Just chill. Just relax a second. Don't dash and get your win. Just relax a little bit. But unfortunately, you want to ride that momentum back, and Sabo was so ready, prepared. And Sabo, I just feel like he's in his head so much. And so we see a lot of defensive stuff from Sencho. It's not enough. And Sabo breaks everything down round after round. Game point Sabo with the crush round start.
Word, you got the safe jump setup. I like that from Sabo, but a little bit too antsy. A crouching jab to interrupt the movement. Now the counter hit. Extend the combo. Get that extra damage. Take advantage of the fact that Mika was in a crouching state when that elbow hit.
This will crush. He still pick up with the fireball as well. Gotta make the most of this. And the throw, of course. Yeah. That's a little bit more solid.
Fireball into V-skill 2. Beautifully done. That's a lot of meter.
Ooh, damage. Sencho.
I like that a lot. Sencho making the most of it again, having all the tech. Why not throw it out?
Yeah.
Why not throw it out? Look at how much you get from the hit. Low risk, high reward.
And he's been so patient in the neutral play round start with this. So at this point, fantastic option to rotate in.
It's so good. That's one hand in the air.
We gotta watch him.
That's the big signal, right? You have to understand that if Mika only throws up one hand, it's going to be the quick Nadeshiko.
2 for the slow one.
Oh,
And
you
into a
still
jump.
caught that? EX
EXCP.
uppercut.
All right, Sencho. He's fireball. We'll see that for the EX elbow. We'll use the reversal distance. And that gray line.
Overhead. And he gets to extend it
Yes.
with the flip kick, or excuse me, the spin kick too. Sencho hasn't pulled that out at all. Actually, none of the Akuras have pulled out any sort of overhead since top 16. That's been very impressive. When that hits, it's gonna hurt. It's 100% gonna hurt.
Quite a bit. First, because that momentum has been stunted. Now we're starting to see Sencho utilize more of that EX bar in a different sort of way. As you pointed out, the EX elbow, smart option. EX fireball every so often. I like him getting a lot more active in the neutral, a lot more aggressive with it. And crush rounds hard. Ooh, crouch media kick, so I can hit that button back. No go.
Now that was the light kick spin kick. He did it round start to counter poke.
And then the heavy kick push.
Yeah, and then the heavy kick push.
And I was ready. Ooh, he's so lazy. Back up with that whip. Okay, now Sencho. As soon as I say the commentator's curve, I see my members on the momentum.
Oh, the throw bait instead. Sabo making sure that you're not able to reach for free. Crosscut DP, excellent placement there from Sencho. Another one.
He's on fire and just backs up a bit.
Oh!
Ooh, what a good option against that EX air fireball.
What a punish! What a punish! That was actually pretty cool. He saw that. What's amazing is that he saw the drop kick, immediately went into trigger. He went, this is fine. Whether you hold it or not, you're getting punished. That is a really slick punish from Sencho.
Smart stuff. Very technical with this character. Sobato coming out to claim some of this neutral. Set up shop for crouching media kicks. Eventually, though.
Oh, too far. Could have been a punish. Sabo wasn't ready for it. Low forward into fireball from Sencho can be a little risky. That is indeed a punish.
This problem with some of our buttons, the heavier ones are really negative. If you don't, you're looking out for it.
What?
I don't know about this.
Oh, that's fine.
All right, never mind. Sabo switching it up. His activation. Oni-chan.
Oh, I like that. That was actually really smart from Sabo. It could have been super dangerous, but Sencho actually had the wrong read. He went for a dash up instant fireball for a mix, like a throw bait mix.
Basically can't give him these negative situations.
Oh, the fear, that's going to be more than enough, I think.
EX.
No, I like T-Wall.
EXDP against Sencho with a bust out.
Oh, the dash up gets checked. Sabo now looking at match point.
Final round.
It's making Sencho bust out these situations, and Sencho also presenting these negative frames that he doesn't need. And Sabo saving that bar for the speech immediately with the OP in the corner.
Oh.
That's that light.
Oh! The interruption on the heavy fireball. Good way to sniff out that gap, actually, from Sabo. Good awareness.
Good awareness to space himself out a lot better. Sencho not getting too close to make it punishable.
Oh! The roundhouse finally connecting again. Oh! Sabo, he's been well in tune with what Sencho wants to do already, like in terms of block strings. Brimstone, EX Rainbow.
I was going to finish just the neutral jump. That should seal it. Sabo over Sencho, 3-1 to get it done with all that bar at the bottom dying.
Oh,
but
don't
Sabo,
say that.
Man, hey.
Don't say that.
You can't take it home, dog. You can't take it. It's like a buffet. You can't take it home.
That's unfortunate. That's $1 million idea, though. Oh, you go bankrupt first. But either way, Sabo, again, with a very impressive kind of adaptation towards what Sencho wanted to do on offense. Not letting Sencho get free turns over and over and over again. Those crouching jabs are very, very clutch.
Absolutely. And I think the other area that Sabo did well at was stocking up the resources for those punishes to have them at the ready for the EX Peach immediately. As soon as the forward fierce would whip or the heavy kick would, he would have a punish at the ready, put him in the corner. His defensive timing is really good too. Not for nothing, Sencho has some great defense on the deck. His offense, I think, was the one that was lacking in the later parts of the round. And some of that just came from Sabo breaking him down and making him overextend a bit.
I can agree with that. I think there was certain options where Sencho could have kept it a little tighter instead of trying to steal turn after turn. His defense also was a little shook. To be fair, though, I mean, Sabo did a fantastic job of getting the mixes going. We were talking about that Mika round he had, a couple of brimstones into the frame trap. Sencho ate all of it.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But Sabo is the winner, and he'll be moving on the bracket as another Mika. Yo, you know Luffy's smiling somewhere. You know how I know Mika's good?
He's asleep, actually, right now.
Oh, yeah probably. But he's smiling in his sleep.
We got time zone. We got time zone differences.
Yeah, sleep. He's smiling. He can feel the Mika energy come through. You know how I know Mika's good this season? Because he hasn't complained on Twitter nearly as often about the character. Maybe a few times, but not nearly as much. That's how I know this character is good. But it takes a good pilot, takes someone good enough to read the rhythm of these other players to make the magic happen. That's why Sabo is moving on to fight Toplin.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Toplin got to fight another Mika. That's unfortunate. But you know what's fortunate? Guess what match we're getting next?
Oh, you tell me. What does it say on the screen there?
Just a Kid versus Rob TV. The father-son match. David versus Goliath. Literally David versus a Goliath of the fighting game scene. But you know
Have
what?
you seen Rob TV's biceps? They're Goliath size. That is the reason why Super Size Me no longer exists, because they went into Rob's arms.
But this is going to be a fun match. I think if you would have seen this match maybe a couple of years ago, even last year, you would have thought this is going to be free for Rob TV. But the way that Just a Kid has been working lately has been making it pretty even. And honestly, according to FGC Combo, it's 52% in the favor of Rob, so it's not a clear-cut win. So let's actually take a look at what Rob has to say about his son.
I don't think it's about his son. I think it's going to be about the community. In my community, there's a saying, I brought you into this world, and I can take you out. That applies today. All right, well, maybe it was directed towards Just a Kid. I thought it was going to be towards like the FGC as a whole. My man out here dropping some knowledge, and I like that.
Jeez.
I mean, like, I think that's in every community. I've definitely heard that in multiple languages. I've heard it in Tagalog. I've heard it in Spanish. I've heard it in English.
My mom said to me quite a few times. She said it recently too. So,
word. As you're getting ready to fly out, I was like, boy, if you do not hurry on back after commentary, you better watch out.
Yeah, Just a Kid better watch out. But so should Rob TV. And also, I see Child saying, "I'm not putting no best. I just want to see the Stone Cold versus The Rock." I'm guessing The Rock would be Rob TV because
I'm The Rock. I'm Dwayne Johnson.
Oh, you're
That's
Dwayne
me.
Johnson? Oh,
I'm
that's
just kidding.
you?
I don't know. Stone Cold versus The Rock? Man, this is actually that kind of comparison. This is definitely a WrestleMania kind of event for the CPT because of the fact that these are two prominent players of the Midwest who have really come into their own as players. And you see how explosive Rob TV last season.
Oh, of
He's
course.
taking the mantle of like the host position. But that I think it's just a ruse. I've talked to him on the side. I'm like, man.
Yeah.
You got me with that.
Yeah.
You played it off well, Rob. I know you're still.
out.
I know you're still kicking on the sticks. I watched your CFN, Rob.
In his stream too. He's practicing on his stream. He was doing so before the 5v5. My man was grinding.
Telling you, you can't hit me with that. I'm not gonna believe you. I know he's chuckling it up too. He's just like, you got me. I might have revealed the secret. My bad, fam. But in all seriousness, Rob TV, extremely explosive season. Last year, doing amazing work over at Street Fighter League. Just a Kid also with his debut into Street Fighter League, phenomenal player. He was definitely the underdog for so long. And now it's coming to this point where Just a Kid is the one that has the target on his back.
That's true.
Even outside of the exhibition. I feel like Just a Kid has been one of those cats in the Midwest that has been completely dominant. Even at NLBC, other tournaments online, he's taken on IDOM a few times, like a handful of times, very significant moments where he's taking down IDOM and taking down Shine as well. I don't know what his current record is against Punk yet.
I'm not sure either, but I do know that he got thrown in LPC for his highest placements, and that takes a lot of work. You have a lot more than 9 to 5% overtime to fight someone like Rob TV.
And you don't even get paid those overtime hours.
Don't you look at your check? It's like, what? I did all that work for nothing. Rob putting him in the corner. They definitely know each other. These are two players that have years upon years. If not, Rob had trained them, but didn't catch that jump out. He has him in the corner.
And that's an excellent time to view reversal. I think Just a Kid might have to hold overhead slip. Oh, you can actually chip? No, I lied. Too much
distance. That medium kick, so dangerous.
Oh, one hit confirmed for Rob would be it. And look at that. Do you see that interaction? That's that medium kick significantly faster than Karen's low forward. Rob TV was trying to intimidate Just a Kid from moving back only, but damn, that is actually a mighty confirm.
Use a different button to deal with that, I guess. The interruption on the dash may not pass. So
that
smart.
Was actually so
smart.
Did you see that interruption against the Sapo? The low medium kick counter hit conversion from Just a Kid was actually insane.
So just checking with the light. He's got something ready with it at that distance. Well studied, but the shimmy. Rob puts him right back in the corner.
Damn, he's good. Damn, he's good.
Both.
That's not a kid.
Oh,
that's a man.
That's a man.
That's a man.
That's a king.
Oh, the damage. And the burst damage, too. Thank you for that damage distribution.
Thanks for the season.
Oh, you could have thrown that.
He's looking up for it. Rob can still steal this right back.
Oh, yes, again. That is the weapon of choice for jury players. Medium kick. Even if Rob TV had survived that feng shui engine would have been more than enough to clean it up, right? Medium kick into whatever button you wanted, even into the roundhouse extender from the Fuhaden Kyak. It's been It's so fun to play this character. I'll tell you what. And Just a
was
Kid
really fun.
makes this character so much more fun to watch.
And I honestly think that's where a lot of this, the tech and all stuff like that. I mean, he's played this character way before she even got any of the buffs and stuff like that. He's been a Dream main forever. You know, he's been different with it. And that tech, as we just saw right before, dealing with the EX dash in that sort of way takes a lot of study and a lot of distance and understanding. And that's why, you know, he's able to do it with someone like TV in the medium coming through. DP Ender with a pinwheel. The throw. That's one of the best throw pressure in the business.
Oh my God, you can't let her charge up in front of you like that.
But that's David. He'll do that. He's so wild with it.
No, I think he just slightly misplaced his block string. Dash up. Double dash? That's tough. That's actually tough. Rob TV actually thought the back throw was going to kill. We all did, and that's going to be just fine. Look at the extra meter peppering in down below. Rob TV with a back throw for the punish. Excellent. Excellent call. I think it was very fortunate. I think for Rob TV, that comeback was real. I think Jessica could have made it happen with the trigger.
Absolutely. Ooh. Cross up. They're ready. Now Rob getting more steady. The throw in the corner. We after this. Crouch mini kick. No opening though. Rob. He shifts away. Yeah, trying to avoid the EX. You know, just a kid.
A little bit of that V-gauge. He already had. Oh, actually, no. Sweep in the activation. But this is the problem, right? Even after that sweep, what are you going to do to force Rob open? Don't get thrown.
He just told you. He just told you.
It was the pump fake that gave it away. Rob TV kind of does. He'll do two things. He'll either do a fake meaty or a fake frame kill. Either with like a light, right? He'll throw it out there right before you rise up, or he'll do like the pump fake off the crouch and then he'll back throw you, or throw you in general.
1-to-1. 1-to-1. I'm so nervous right now. This is so
You're not even playing, dude.
I'm not even playing, but watching them play, I'm also proud of David because he's gotten so much better. I've talked about this like back at Texas Showdown when he was playing his top 8 spots. Like the fact that he's so much better about his grounded game. He's not jumping as much. His anti-airs are way better. He's way more steady. And look at it right now. Fighting his dad. Fighting Rob TV, the champion of the Midwest. Staying stable.
I don't know, man. Just a Kid is currently the champion of the Midwest right now. For at least this season.
We'll see. We'll see. Especially after this match. Back though. He shifts away. Preemptive. Yeah, he wants to say like the activation.
Oh, the throw bait! You know, it was a little tough to even get a punish on that because it was a neutral jump. But Rob TV now smells blood. Counter it again. Throw up the medium punch. Why not? I mean, like the first one hit, there was a slight trade, but Rob TV was at the advantage to throw that out there and clip any sort of normal that Just a Kid might have had for him.
Fantastic going this round with all this bar to work with. You spend one to get it done, and then get that bar back for the finish for the super. With the buttons like that, not sure what that miss for Sinha was.
I think he might have been buffering back a little bit, like he was going down and then back, and then tried to throw out a normal to buffer behind it.
Buffer from Just a Kid right there off the heavy. He just puts him in the corner.
There's a trade-off again. Medium kicks firing away, crouching medium trade, crouching heavy punch. Here's a sweep activation now. Rob TV actually just wanted to get out of there. Just a Kid in hot pursuit. No, he toned it down a little bit.
Back to it for the reversal.
It's Rob's turn now.
In the corner. Trying to catch him lacking.
What are we going to do after this? And I like that. Just a Kid fully understanding. Oh, you tried to sneak one in there, Rob.
The dash in throw. Just a Kid.
Final round.
He hasn't intimidated Just a Kid enough to not press a button when he has a life lead like that. There's no shot that Rob TV would have gotten Just a Kid to sit still in that situation particularly.
Nice punch right there.
Oh!
New this season.
Oh, my Lord.
So ready.
That's crouch medium punch range. I was literally going to say it. That's crouch medium punch range. Just a Kid was waiting for any normal to whiff punish. He gets thrown here. No, I lied. He's going straight to the frame traps, looking for a button against Rob.
Getting caged. Puts the shoulders on him in the back throw. Rob can switch this up. Rob's never out of it. He never plays like he's ever out of it, even when he has low amount of life. It's still not good night. Side switch. Back throw. Sun's rising. Careful now.
Excellent V reversal. It actually caught something that Just a Kid wanted to press. Rob TV is in actual kill territory. He could actually single hit confirm the kill against Just a Kid.
Gotta do it quickly.
If he gets the low forward, it's over for Just a Kid. Oh! Wait a minute. Watch out the overhead. No funk sway to save you. Easily going to be a single hit confirm for either one.
Don't whip a damn normal. Don't whip a damn normal, Just a Kid.
Now you got me nervous.
Either person. Don't. Be shit to stay away from danger. Oh my God.
No. That's it. That's it. Rob
It's
TV
over.
did not have the V gauge. He spent it earlier off the reversal. Just a Kid. So smart. How many players did he take down in the West Coast with that exact tech? I think 3. I forget how many chip kills he had during the exhibition. But man, people always forget, like, her axe kick can go mad far.
Mm-hmm.
Go really far.
It's a lot of screen. It's a lot of screen space.
Even the light one, it goes mad far. People sleep on that special move a lot.
I think they slept this character a little bit too long. Even though with the buffs, and people are sleeping on Just a Kid a little bit too much too. But now they waking up, especially this season, for good reason. Man's on game point against Rob TV to move on in the bracket.
Is it weird that I want to see Rob TV's Guile against Jury?
I kind of want to also.
I kind of want to see his Guile against Jury. I think even Chun Li's.
He's kind of a little better, but Just a Kid's running the train right here. EXTP.
I like that matchup a lot more, to be honest. But either way, Rob TV, again, sticking to it. He can make it happen. If anybody can do it, Rob can definitely do it.
Gotta be watching out for these activation
Watch out,
points.
watch out.
Boom! Back throw. And Just a Kid on set point to send Rob TV out of the CPT.
Is it going to happen? Will he reign as king? Just a King looking for one more round against Rob. It's going to be kind of tough. It's a tough hill to climb, but Rob TV, again, he's been putting in that leg work. He does not skip leg day, ladies and gentlemen, and that is a fact.
Tall Kid. Good challenge right there with the Jazz. When Rob can't dash in for free back throw. Stocked up your positioning. I like that. Off the EX, the crouch community kick.
Oh,
no! Back dash.
One more for Sun. And that's going to be more than enough. Just a Kid eliminates Robert Television, taking off as the king of the Midwest.
Wow. This was not on my script, I'll tell you that, but Just a Kid done did it. And to be honest, if you look at how he played at the 5v5, you look at how he played Texas Showdown, he's been at this level. He just needed to break through. In the recent couple of weeks, this is it. This may be his shot at CPT. He is a monster.
This is the result of the Midwest. He is now a monster. And you can just see it in his gameplay, right? Like that, man, that's
so smart.
That whole collection of knowledge is Jury. Understanding like what situation is presented. He knows how to pretty much combat against it. There were a couple of wild decisions, but you know, we like it here a little bit wild. Right?
Yeah. No mild, you know. I like a little wild. But that's the way that Just a Kid plays. But I got to give him a lot of credit on how he routes himself back. Before, he would have been a lot more, I don't want to say random, but just a lot more active, and then he would have broke down easily.
Super ambiguous.
Right. And he would have been a lot less with the anti-airs and things like that, not switching up his template of normals. This is a way different Just a Kid than you would see even last year.
There's something that should be said about Just a Kid, like all jokes aside too, when it comes to like his offensive pressure. Once he loses his turn, there are certain instances where I talked about it, he would be within range to have a higher chance of whiff punishing successfully. I was talking about that medium punch range that he likes to play at, that standing heavy punch range he likes to play at.
Right.
That's just all plotted by him. He was just waiting. As soon as he pretty much negates it or loses control of his offense, he sits and waits at the ranges where he wants to make you think, oh, I'm gonna use my walk speed to make you think you're gonna hit this button, to make you think you're gonna at least get a block string on me. No, man, he is so accurate with his placement.
Oh my God, Just a Kid is having a good year. That is one of the biggest understatements I've ever heard. He is having a fantastic year out here in the Street Fighter V scene, and he might be having one of the best of his life if he gets that CPT qualifying spot on the top. He's got a lot more to run through. He's still probably the favorite for a lot of people, but these other players are turn up like volume. It's going to be it could possibly be a different story. So we'll just have to see. We're not at the end just yet. In fact, we're just working our way through loser side, and we'll be getting to more later on. But first, I challenge you to a duel. Street Fighter Duel, that is. Street Fighter Duel will be releasing sometime in the future. The Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available in China, with a global version coming soon. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
And a lot of you have been enjoying a lot of the CPT action. Well, guess what? We have the full-on calendar for you guys. And what's to come up next for these next couple of weeks, right? Japan is happening very, very soon. It's going to be streaming on June 11th and 12th. And for those that are in Japan that are currently watching the broadcast, the registration closes June 6th. So not just pretty much, what is it, tomorrow? I don't even know what date it is today. Was it the 5th or the 4th? Either way, time is a mystery to me when we stay at home all the time. But that registration is definitely closing very soon. For all of us in the States, we're going to have quite the match. But for those in Japan, man, they're going to be fighting for their lives as there's only one tournament spot. Again, capcom.us/Japan for all the info. CapcomProTour.com. for the actual schedule of the Capcom Pro Tour. And everybody that's been rebroadcasting it from Japan, again, very much so big thank you for putting it down the way that you do with your energy and your analysis as well. I love the broadcast. I love checking out the VODs afterwards. It's been an absolute pleasure and delight. And you can see the registration period is going to be happening shortly after CPT Japan for South America West around June 20th up until July the 9th is when it's going to be happening. And you see further on, it's going to be Asia Southeast shortly after that. And just a heads up for those that are looking for the Central America East region, just a heads up. I don't know if it's been accurately reflected just yet, but the registration and the event is going to be happening on July 30th and the 31st. It got pushed back 1 week. Just a big heads up. It was formerly 23rd and 24th of July. Just to remind you folks that are part of the Central American East region, your CPT will be happening July 30th and the 31st.
Ooh, man, oh man. I just, it's hard to even bring up words, so I'm going to have to take a quick break. Listen, when we return, more Street Fighter V mid-best style. Stick with it.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
So then, you really want to go through the trouble? Fine. All clear! Easy mode too much? Sucks to be you. I'm always ready for a fight.
And welcome back to the Midbest CPT event. And boy, oh boy, is a little bit different as Jessica has just taken down the Midwest champion for a lot of people. That is Rob TV. Moving on the bracket. My name is St. Cola, and I am joined with Vicious. I can't even talk right because I'm out of breath because it was so explosive and so exciting, and we're not even done yet.
I'm glad this is half plexiglass or whatever material this is because I feel like you're gonna break the heck out of this table.
I actually will. Especially depending on what happens. But you know what? Let's take a look at the bracket and review what has occurred recently. Once again, just to get one, but talk to me about what else has happened in this bracket.
We started off things with a very, very close encounter between Rocky and Boomy. Man, I just realized they both have the same amount of letters in their name. It went down 3-2, actually, with a huge adaptation coming from Rocky. And I got to say, down below afterwards, Chakotay versus Toplin, that was just Tay being Tay. Actually, there was a quote from the chat where it blew my mind as well. I had no idea how to read it, to be honest with you. And just like Toplin, again, he had no idea how to read Chakotay during his matchup. But down below, we saw Sabo take it over Sensho 3-1. Very, very impressive, actually, coming from Sensho, but just wasn't enough to stop the Mika train. That's been very evident, I feel like. That's been the theme of top 16. There's no stopping the Mikas, which is going to be very interesting because now it's going to be Sabo versus Toplin. But I didn't mean to skip over. There's going to be, again, Just a Kid versus Rob TV, which you just saw. If you happen to miss it, man, I got to say, that's also another highlight for the VODs.
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt. Just a Kid's positioning against Rob TV and the whiff punishing, he's playing like a different beast, man. Just a Kid is super impressive. He's already getting all the praise on social media. Even Big Bird, I just saw his tweet. He's like, Just a Kid has improved exponentially. I mean, I'm not using the exact words that Big Bird had said, but he is definitely impressive. He just said, good job, kid. And that was actually pretty enlightening. Actually pretty thoughtful of him to put that out there.
That's kind of wild to get the praise from
the bird
himself, of all people, to get praise. That's wild. So you definitely know that he's definitely doing the work out here, but the work's not done.
I'm glad you said the workout because I got to say, man, if there's anything to stop Big Bird from working out, it was that match right there.
He's like, he dropped the 500-pound weights.
Yeah, he had to drop mid-set. He's like, I gotta watch this game.
I must watch this. Yeah, and his voice is now too. But let's go on to Toplin versus Sabo, which I feel bad for Toplin. My man just got topped over down by the Mika pick and now has to fight another one, different sort of flavor, but same sort of sauce because Mika has been problematic for this character. And Toplin didn't seem like he had an answer just in general to Tay's approach. We saw the V-Skill 1, which may not come through from Sabo in the same sort of way, but the jump-ins and the timings and things like that might be similar because that's just the general matchup knowledge.
We'll see how it plays out. I mean, again, Toplin has had to play off against a couple of Mikas already, so I'm not going to be too surprised if he happens to make those kind of changes. It's a very different kind of aggression, but
that's true.
If Sabo had happened to watch the match that Chakotay played, I think there should be a light bulb that clicks in Sabo's head. It's like, that's how I need to play it. I need to be super aggressive. Just mix them.
Yeah.
But it's easier said than done.
Of course.
We're going to see how it plays out. Again, this is tournament life on the line. There are top 6 remaining, right? We still have, we have to see who's going to move on into the next round and at least get into the money, right? We talk about $5,000 being part of the prize pool, and that's very, very significant. That's the fact that you get to enter for free. Play at the comfort of your own home. We'll see how it plays out. Again, Toplin versus Sabo. Here we go. It's going to be Fong versus our Mika. What is going to be the first phase of gameplay we see? I got to ask you, what do you think is going to happen between these two at the round start?
Round start jump in from Sabo. Round start jump in. And Toplin, this time, will be ready. Actually, he talks to him for a second, and there it is. Sabo, he was watching, licking his lips, smacking his chops, getting ready, saying this is the way to play. I'm sure he knew that before, but it was a solidified, as you had said, watching the VODs and how Toplin had lost previously.
But Toplin's not going to be susceptible to that twice.
That's true.
I don't know.
Look at that anti right there. He's a lot better in the aerial approach, too, as well. Crouch medium kick, checking that. The crouch fierce as well.
Oh, actually caught a startup of a drop kick, I think.
Active.
Damn, look at the damage. Instant overhead might be it. Oh, he could have anti-aired that with crouching medium kick, but either way, the body splash paying dividends for Sabo. You tried to dash in against the Rio Bender? No, sir.
I like Toplin already getting a lot more aggressive than almost. We talked about how he did do that before.
What
a punish. Minus and Sabo takes advantage.
Here we go. This is exactly where he gets topsy-turvy for Toplin. The command grab, he was ready for it after the jab. He suffered against Tay off of that exact same sequence too many times to get hit again. The stunner sells it.
So walk up, didn't get that last hit though. Toplin back it off a bit. I like this patient play every so often, switching up the momentum. But here we go, Sabo with the brimstone. Interrupt the drop kick. again. No, sir, not me, not again. Top lane. Find the activation. From the poison on him, stays in front. Damage is racking up, don't fall.
Oh. I love it, the command dash. You know what's crazy about that? The real Bender would have saved them no matter what if Sabo decided to proceed. Oh boy. Mix.
What can save you in this corner? What can save you in this corner, Vicious?
Nothing. Nothing you can do or say to live another day. That's top lane. Actually got smoked. That mix-up was dangerous.
Think about Mika. She's always in. She can get that win. If she gets in that corner, you're still guessing for life.
Damn, you hit him so hard. Got me going in song. That's crazy. I never do that on a broadcast. Sabo was playing different. He's been hitting them buttons real different today. Command grab on the regular. Forward throw.
Back off
Oh my god! Okay.
Lucky boy. Oh, but that's going to be an easy punch right there. No activation after that sweep.
Flappy
and
Bird!
Super. Through the corner.
Your throw territory. And he knew it.
Yeah,
Sabo actually got lucky with the V-shift. Topic could have done standing heavy punch.
Yeah, cover that range. Strange. EX, Rin. Back to situation to wake up and Toplin aggressive with it. This is what I like to see. Swing out them fists in that face. Put him in their place, Toplin. This is what he didn't do before. I feel like he was so pensive. Maybe it was nerves. Maybe it was a matter of nerves of being that winner's side of things, the top 8. Maybe it was just Tay's play. But whatever it may be, he's thrown up my volume. He's in this last spot. He got to stay alive. You're in loser side.
I think I think both of those factors heavily played into his downfall in the beginning of winner's side, right? His first match of the day, playing against someone like Tay, no rhyme intended really.
Bars.
Toplin, again, yeah, you start to see the potential in his matchup knowledge, and his reads have been phenomenal against Sabo thus far.
Particularly with that button, that's a crush there from Sabo.
Oh boy, Brimstonian, do it again. Oh, that was corner. No spell on the stunner. No cell on the stunner, excuse me. I put an extra T there, my bad. Same side? No sauce?
No sauce? Oh, he stays in front. Reversal off the table for Sabo. That means a little bit less in terms of Utica activation.
No,
back to the station. That's so weird because he was so perfect about it before. And this is going to hurt.
He's living, though.
5 pixels.
Oh, you hate to see it happen that way. That's actually disgusting. Titanium steel alloy. That's what the microphone's made out of. Broke his hand on the way down, and then broke his shin.
The drop kick's posing a little bit of a threat. Now the jump in situation, whips the command grab. No punch, but at least he gets out of the corner, and that's a big win. Not being in the corner against his character and not able to put on your own mix. There you go. Back throw. I don't know, though. The front round's corner.
Oh, he thought he had it. Yes, sir.
Not bad.
Roundhouse. That's not how it works. There we go. Good conversion off the counter hit. Crouching jab leads to a lot of things. A big whiff punish against the throw. Reset City. V-shift out of there. I love that from Toplin. No, nothing. Oh, boy. That was
You got to confirm. You got to confirm, my friend.
Oh, no sleeves. I like that. He had committed to a crouching medium kick prior. Oh, he's actually going to be dead. Oh, no. Don't move.
Jump in for the win. Sabo waited for him to come down. As soon as the doors opened from 4-1, he got it done. And Sabo looking for that super to finish. I like that he was just patient with it.
I thought it was going to be a chip damage scenario.
Ah.
I mean, like, he did it wrong. He blocked it.
Yeah.
It just wasn't enough chip damage. But I thought the fireball would drop a lot closer. So that's what I was afraid of. But Sabo actually, with the proper punish, he was playing like a little platformer. He was trying to get over the fireballs and hit the boss, which he did. Nice work there from Sabo. Brimstonian. Do it again. I love this. I love the Sobot. Yeah, the Sobot for the. Oh, yo, he sits on him. He's already on the ground.
What are you doing there?
That's actually the most dangerous wrestling move. We're just gonna jump from the top rope and sit on him.
Allow that to happen.
Crazy.
Interruption from Toplin. Once again, using these lights. I like to see more aggression from these normals. And now the specials, the EX on the way down. Careful of the cower crouch. Sabo's been starting to pay attention. You see your Peach. EX connects right there. Now you're in the corner. Sabo looking for that dash and EX command grab at some point.
Oh, man, he hit him so hard, he sent him into the lobby. That was actually mad crazy. He was like, yo, Fong's going to hit me. He's going to do what?
You got that much damage? I didn't see that in the patch notes.
You're going to have Fong hit me that hard? No, he had to hit him with a whap whap. That's a classic.
That's a classic.
I've encountered that multiple times when I've hit somebody that hard where it's just like, we got to go. I got to go. Or if I'm late to a meeting, it's like, oh, sorry, man. I got to hit hard. I got to.
Uber
I'm
Eats
out
at the
of there.
door. You know, I gotta get going. You know, I'm sorry.
That's not actually what happened, obviously. I mean, we did have a little bit of a stumble online, and it happens from time to time. You know, not everything's perfect, but I'll tell you what, we are going to get the official ruling. I didn't get to see the life up above, but for the most part, we do try to make it as fair as possible for our players. Right? We want to make sure that we figure out how it happened,
Right.
who's at fault. If we can't determine that, we're going to try to at least emulate that same result where it comes to like how close they were in the match, or at least have that match played out again
In the same sort of way.
in the
with
same sort of way. Yeah.
Leader and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
But for the most part, I got to say, Toplin again is slowly starting to come into his own skin, like the way he wanted to play, the way we saw him play over at Top 16. Right. I want to see now what happens after he's adapted to somebody like Tay and applies it to someone like Sabo.
I'd like to see Sabo in return use more of what Tay was doing. We saw the V skill work out quite a bit at the beginning. He took that off the table. And we haven't seen it too often. I'd like to see him do it like against the cloud stuff. But at the same time, Toplin's been using a lot of those normals to deter a lot of that approach. And it is risky because you're getting close to Mika where you don't want to be. But you have to use those normals. You have to be constantly using your fireballs, constantly zoning, then switching it up, using your normals, going back to lights, using your EX bar to get the knockdowns and things like that, and to put the mix on him to get the job done. So I do like that Toplin is getting a lot more aggressive. I feel like that was the biggest problem that he had against Tay. Was like he was too defensive and going back to the zoning game. You can't do that against Mika.
He was very reluctant and timid in terms of what he wanted to do. Right, he opted to go for something that was not Tay specific. He went for something that was general with Fong. He's like, I'm gonna try to get the download. I'm gonna go in and start getting these fireballs going. But it should have been like it should have snapped. As soon as he saw the microphone to nullify the Rio Benda, no shot he was gonna get a Nishikyu going because Mika is already pretty much closing the gap. Like you can't hide behind that trap. You can't hide behind that poison trap because we've seen both of the Mikas so far very proficient with their V skill get past that strategy, get past that first layer. So it's going to be very interesting now the way it's going to be played out. I think again, Toplin may have had the upper hand going into it, but as it stands right now, we're still trying to determine in our ears to figure out how it's going to be played out going forward. But again, you are experiencing Toplin versus Sabo. This is pretty much losers round 2, just to give you an FYI. And then down below after that, it's going to be Just a Kid versus Boomy as we are standing by to get that matchup back going. So there was a disconnect from Toplin, actually. That Toplin is going to be the one suffering for that first round. So let me get that straight. Does that mean Sabo had got the game point on that mothership? I would love to know. So it's going to be just a round. Okay. So as it stands right now, Toplin was the one at fault for the disconnect. Unfortunately, it happens. Sabo is going to be taking that round, so we are going to be continuing that match as it is. It should be tied 1-1, if I'm not mistaken, mothership. We'll figure that out. Okay, I lied.
1-0. Okay.
It's 1-0. All right, cool. So it is going to be 1-0 in Sabo's favor for this match, and we'll see how it plays out. Sabo's going to be taking that round, and they're going to be replaying it as we get ourselves started with it. So I knew it was 1-1. They lied to me. They lied to me in my ear. I'm like,
playing off our commentary brain rot.
Come
What
on,
the
man.
heck?
Come on now. I'll hit them with the Midwest, the same color. Come on now.
Come on now. You know about that.
So Toplin is going to be tied up with Sabo now because of the fact that a disconnect happened.
So
we are queuing it up. So our apologies again for the inconvenience. It does happen online. It happens to the best of us, really. No matter what you're playing, it's going to happen. So it is what it is. It is what it is. That aside, just to give you an FYI, we're still going through the loser side. We still have the winner's side to play, like pretty much like later on. That's going to be Rocky versus El Chicote. But even before that, we're going to see if Just a Kid can continue his reign of terror against Boomy, who was actually knocked down by Rocky. So there's a lot to go through in the loser side. Again, this is tournament life on the line for these 4 players down in losers.
The loser side of things is where people got to turn up immediately. Obviously, you have to all the way to top 8 spot. But again, seeing Toplin getting acclimated to fighting Mika has been fantastic. But then again, Sabo has been showing different looks and things like that in terms of the corner pressure. We saw him switch it up instead of just going for, tick throw. We saw him get meaty with it with the Sobat that we wanted to see in the neutral. Now also using it in the corner to catch any sort of approach. And again, when you're in the corner, it's hard to escape a lot of Mika's pressure when you are Fang. You're using like EX command dash to get what Mika wants. That's what Mika wants. He's like, cool, that's not throw in ball.
If it were any other character, those options are fine.
Yeah.
V-reversal, command dash, whatever.
Get out of there.
But if it's a grappler, it's tougher, right? You get the command grabs, it's over. So as it stands right now, Toplin has to pretty much fight back here in the round.
Command grab. Towards the corner. Another one.
He's going to do it again. Oh, he
The
did a
chase
regular
down.
grab.
Gave you the EX edition, the aerial version. Which he's not leaving the crush. That's not even a crush, actually. Just a trade. Still in favor of Sabo. He has the corner position.
Oh! I wonder if he would have been able to get a stand for yourself with that. But the conversion's still there from Toplin.
With the counter combo,
Oh,
unfortunate.
no.
He just dials it out, but Toplin's ready with the punish. Here's, side switch. Be out of there. Be aware. And now we're game to game, round to round.
It was actually pretty impressive up until that point. Sabo actually had the defense against the mix, but Toplin still managing to get the cower crouch. That's been like the big contention point. It's like, what do you do after the cower crouch kicks, right? You just have to hold that. Hey!
Stock with the V-skill. There we go. This is the option that we saw with Tay. And now more playing right here for Sabo. Splash.
That was actually Toplin responding to the microphone because Sabo is the one that initiated that. An interruption there. I love that fierce. Being able to stuff out the drop kick, and here comes Sabo. The Disco doesn't do anything against Toplin's backdash, and then the V-shift on top of it.
So Sabo's in. What's the peach on him? Meaty with the medium kick again. Dash
Oh,
in, the
boy.
cower crouch, ducking those normals, and finding a fantastic conversion. Staying in front. He went for the throw with 2-4 out, though.
He actually had the conversion. Toplin had the hit, but it wasn't going to be enough. Oh, boy. No, it would have been enough, but it's just he wasn't confident in it. Toplin still manages to secure the game despite the disconnect. There's no disconnect in the way he's been flowing, I got to say. Toplin securing it 2 games. A little bit, a little scary towards the end of that.
Yeah.
He may have
Little
dropped to
fighting.
confirm, but he's okay now. He's fine. He's here.
Speaking of drop confirms, though, I feel like Sabo, we saw some things dialed out that did not connect. He's looking for counter combos, and I feel like he's got to be careful about giving these damage opportunities. This is a lot more for Fang in store. If you give him the ability, he will put on the damage. You have to make sure that you're not giving opportunities to his character and put the mix on him. Landless confirms. There you go, the 3-piece.
No anti-air again.
And another.
Side switch. Oh, double side switch. There it is. Yeah, you have to contest with that light normal after the standing roundhouse from that close.
Want the V shift away. Yo,
You
the
are
full-
actually
you are so
disgusting.
smart. Never mind, you know the matchup.
That was actually pretty cool. No anti-air again. That sharp angle, I feel like he could counter that, no?
Actually, he could definitely do the business. We've seen it happen before.
Hit behind the
The
head.
splash.
Man, the splash so hard. They're playing in the snow now. Rainbow swinging. Not dead. Take the poison, though.
It's a projectile, V-trigger. Sabo avoiding it. Locked down. Neutral jump. He's been using too much cower crouch. And now you see Sabo acclimating a little bit, saving up that set point for a little bit longer. I do like the neutral jumps every so often to deal with the cower crouch kicks. Toplin got to sprinkle it a little bit different.
It's harder though when you see it in a block string. I feel like that has to be a read. Oh, that was just mistimed from Sabo. Sabo actually tried to go for a throw himself, but Toplin able to get him. And here comes the side switch now. The confirm from Sabo. Watch out now. Plus frames.
Sabo would love to put you in that corner like a good back throw, anything. But Toplin has him corner plus frames. Light EX backs up with it. And avoiding that activation, he knows what he wants. He knows what Sabo wants. He's got to deny that. He's to do it raw.
Oh my God.
Wow, vicious. He's
The
in.
Brimstone. Do it again. Oh, that's so dangerous to be in. The sleeves actually connect. Trigger is on deck. He can sweep you the combo. Plus frames. What are you going to do about it? Like a good combo. The trigger is there. Toplin looking at match point. I'm telling you, man. The big factor when it comes to the comeback is that trigger. And I got to say, man, Fong does it pretty well.
He does it pretty well. But you got to be able to slide the lab of that poison on, right? And Toplin using those normals to get that access is how he's been able to work. And as soon as I say this, he's caught in the corner. You saw the EX that had him in EX command dash, but Sabo not let that happen again, over and over again. And that is the win and up to game point along with Toplin is Sabo now.
What happened? What actually happened? That was a Mika round.
It was a Mika round.
I was trying to figure out what what exactly transpired in that corner.
He got put in the corner. We saw the EX dash not happen. He's trying to rotate the options, but things were too tight on Sabo's side. Too many reads with the throws, and we're stunned up.
I mean, that's just how Mika rounds go. You get toppled with a good amount of throws, getting certain reads on what the defensive options are. We talked about that. Right? We talked about V reversal and command dash not being as effective in this particular matchup against someone like Mika, because if she gets a command grab, it's going to be you're going to be stuck in the corner for a lot of damage, a lot of extra damage in comparison to a regular throw.
Exactly. And don't forget, I mean, Fang does not have the most health to play with.
Oh, I think he's normalized now.
Is he?
I thought he was normalized now.
I'll check that later. I thought he was still in the lower end, but still, don't matter if it's Mika. Puts you in the corner. Everybody melts in the corner against Mika. See, once again, that is command dash blocked off, but there's a V reversal. Well timed by Top to avoid the disco.
Oh, yeah, using the armor to get past the Rio Bend up. Very nice work from Sabo. And
again,
covering the V reversal? No chance. Oh, the swing. Ugh, into the snow. I like that from Sabo. No bars intended again. Match point now for sure. The deciding factor. Can Toppin survive another round? The anti-air is not there. The Lady Mika is, though. Into the corner. Watch out for the grab. Oh, but the other way around. Back throw.
I like this. From Sabo, again, keep that position as much as possible.
No punish on the down tiers.
EX. Sabo's going to be scrambles as much as possible. Top with hang.
Don't get Lady Mika.
There's
the anti-air.
That's what we wanted to see. The crouching medium kick to deny that approach.
Oh, beautiful.
But back in the corner, Irish whip. One good hit will do it. One good command grab. One good grip. Sweet. Now Top will turn to play.
He opts not to go for the critical art. I like that. Start frames. The V shift out of there. Top is trying to reassess the situation. He's going to take his time with it. He does have a hefty life lead to go through, but that poison is winding him down.
Absolutely.
Top
lane still in. He's still get this win. Still making a decision to attack. Activation. The disco again. He's out of there with the EX command dash. EX trying to catch him lacking.
Oh my God! Plus frames! You tried to hit a button after the anti-air. Sabo in danger now. Toppin tying it all up.
Final game, final round. EX right through.
But what else happens after that?
The drop kick too.
Oh, unfortunate. That standing heavy punch just moves him way out of danger. The body splash keeping him contained. Lady Mika does get blocked. The splash again. Don't get grabbed.
Anti-air right there. Finally, Toplin. Watch the skies. But no surprise. On the ground, Sabo's got the EX. And the Oki and another Brimstone EX edition.
That's the rainbow. That is indeed the rainbow swing instead. Although the side switch happened, he's still one sequence away. Sabo, can he do it? Double dash. And that's more than enough. He pulled the Luffy. He got the Tay and put his own name into the Armika ring. Double dash up, rainbow swing.
You a demon for that one, Sabo. As you take the win in the end. Sabo taking it over Toplin. We saw the answers. We saw him deliberate and think about how to deal with this character. We saw Toplin have answers back, but Sabo, just it's too much about how he mixes that neutral and how he mixes the mix in there, and also the scramble situations, how he's willing to be in scramble situations and say, I will come out the victor.
And he sure did. I mean, I got to say, there was a couple of mishaps that we saw. Sabo does get it all the way through, and it is what it is, man. But it's got to be respect where it's given. Sabo actually stuck it out very much so. There were instances where Toplin might have had the W, but Sabo's defense and his will with his offense, he willed it through. All of his command grabs, he willed it against Toplin. There's been so many instances where Toplin could have avoided the situations, but it just so happened to fall in Sabo's favor.
One of my favorite things I liked about Sabo is neutral jumping and calling out those those coward crouch kicks and things like that. Even though it didn't work out every single time, you're making those options feel like they're dangerous, and they are, because once you get in, we saw Sabo get that win. That's how he also would spin that bar for EX Peach, put him in the corner, EX command grab, things like that. All that led to that win in scramble situations, and Toplin fell out of the tournament. Fantastic run from him. We got to give him credit once again to surpass that 9th place spot that he's gotten twice at the Midwest CPTs. But in the end, Sabo is moving on to loser semifinals to fight the winner between Boomy and Just a Kid, which is coming up next.
And this is going to be a match to behold as well. Anytime Just a Kid is in that ring, best believe everybody is tuning in. But Boomy, again, he's going to be the one to provide a challenge now as he's further on to the bracket. It's going to be Zeku versus Juri. Now, this is a matchup I kind of enjoy. I think there's a lot to be said when it comes to the way Just a Kid plays around the neutral, right? If he opts to go for V skill 1, it's going to present a very significant problem against someone like Boomy. Also, even charging up the light Fuharin Cap fireballs as Juri. He's going to be able to control the pace a lot better, I feel like, in my opinion, against Zeku. Because although he can play from that mid-range game pretty well, but the medium kicks are phenomenal. There's roundhouse to kind of check somebody or check Zeku with like the startup of a Gram. Amazing bufferable normals into axe kick. Just Kid has it all. So I really want to see how much of the neutral he's going to control. I want to see this phase 1 in challenge to Boomy. I want to see if he has what it takes to kind of deter Just a Kid from getting his strategy going, his Juri.
I'm really curious to see what Boomy's going to do in terms of the stances, because I feel like Old does you kind of have to run ult, but you have to be very careful how you use projectiles. You pointed out the V-skill one. You pointed out the fact that you have this anti-fireball play, but before I get to any of that, godlike set from these two, you know what it do. It was absolutely godlike. That's what we do out in the mid-best out here. Anyway, back to what I was saying. Zeku versus Jury.
Go on.
Using the Kokus is going to be a problematic point because you do have the V-skill to fade through, a little bit lingering with the button, but you can't leave that option off the table. You have to be able to use that to deal with the fireball that she presents on the grounded approach, because if you switch to Young, she used that fireball easily to get to kind of lock down the neutral against that character.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a moment where you're going to see Young being used initially. It depends if he also has V-skill 2, if I'm not mistaken. So if he happens to go Young, sorry, he has V-skill 1.
V-skill 1?
Okay.
Okay.
I was going to say, if he had gone to Young, he would use it for the animal call-out for the switch.
Right. Let's see how it works out. V-skill 1 is a little bit better this season. It is an anti-air. We'll go for the DP right there.
Oh, you got it, let him get away for free, actually.
And light punch a lot better. You could use that to punish. And it gave you that button. And there it is. We talked about that before. Hard to approach that fireball when Young's switched off.
A little bit of a microstep there. Just the Kid is prying. He's looking for Boomy to press a button, but there is, in fact, a counter hit coming in from Boomy. Crushing the low.
That's such a hard side switch combo to do, but it definitely works out. Here's the activation from Just the Kid. Boomy spin view reversal, get away from the situation, and save it for that activation.
Oh, he could have spent the rest of it.
You absolutely want the medium kick?
He could have spent the rest of it, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to go into the sequence. Is he gonna pay for it though? I don't think so. I think Just the Kid is still indecent. Yeah. You know what's messed up about that? He charged up the medium kick to extend the combo. He knew exactly what he wanted out of this whole sequence. He charged up the medium kick. He got the full conversion, extended the combo with the medium kick because you get to do low medium punch after that, and got the critical out finish. That is highway robbery. Just a Kid.
He's in those pockets.
He's running everybody's pockets.
Well, he might be Boomy next, but let's see what Boomy does in this matchup. Let's see him try to deal with that medium kick a little bit more. Got the medium punch. There we go.
I love that. What a counter punch from Boomy. Oh.
Easy right there on the flip.
That's twice the check. Standing light kick buffer. I love that from Boomy. No activation. He did get the hit. There's the back throw. There's the activation off of the cartwheel kick.
The challenge and the sweep was a real combo, but still gets him off his feet. And could go for closer to that chip. But really want to spend it. At least one hit. Because Otto would have worked at that range, but it's hard to pull off.
One more sequence with Feng Shui. Okay, he's not going to build up any meter. I love that. I love that from David. You thought it was going to be a punish? No, sir. He still had Feng Shui left.
His resources. Boost love to get that chip to her.
If he gets a hit, it's over. Oh, he can uppercut that. No, no punish. No punish. You can't. That's EX. He's fishing, and the throw. Boom, he stuck it in there. Dash up the throw. That was actually a huge risk. That was phenomenal.
Against someone like Justin, who's been showing that he challenges dashes, but oh my God.
He was mad.
Yeah, that was angry. That was an angry dash right there. How dare you?
Checking the movement. I like this from Boomy, harassing with the young Zeku, mostly off of the medium punches, but this is where Just the Kid shines. What are you going to do now, Boomy? You can't use the meter to get out. Well, you could use V-Trigger. He just built it up.
But Just Kid was smart. Blocks it out. Doesn't have to hold the activation right. The EX. Back in the corner you go.
Important tech. That was so delayed as well. No frame traps here. Excellent use of the reversal from Just the Kid. He has the medium kick storage.
And the punish for that standing heavy punch that we love so much, and the throw. Just the Kid's so ready. He's so quick with it, so quick-witted. The fact that he probably also watched Boomy's match previously, we saw a lot of standing heavy punch from young Zeku, and he's like, let me set that distance, find a whip punish, and deal with it in the proper way. Just the Kid, you definitely came to play, bro. Oh my God.
I had to think about that as well. I gotta see those. I gotta see those heavy punches you were talking about. Oh, he's got. I was gonna say, you know what would be really sick is if he had the medium kick storage. Anytime he catches a crouching opponent, he gets the full target. I love it. I love the side switch.
Maybe that's also why he's going for this. You know, you do get the side switch off this, but maybe this could interrupt the animals, but it doesn't matter. Just
you have to land the hit first. That's the thing, right? That's the problem. It's just so conditional. Whereas like the Animal Kingdom, you can probably set it up after a knockdown or even from further out, right?
Yeah.
Not as conditional.
Dropping down, but just to get sweet pressing buttons, baby. Dropping down with the fireball, of course.
Important tech. Checking with the low medium kick. He's not allowing Boomy to get in for free, but again, that roundhouse can blow it up. Oh boy.
Finish off the slide. Try to find an opening, but you see Jessica thread the needle. But I'd like to see at this point Boomy stick to more of the old, because there's no fear of like a reversal besides a reversal button from the side of Boomy. All you're fearing is like, okay, delayed jab that can like come through for 3 frames too. That is
It's tough.
for Boomy.
It's very difficult though, because Just Kid already finds it. Like you said, he threads the needle pretty often, more often than not. So it's like, how are you going to contest as old up close? And that's exactly what Just Kid is putting him in this position. It's like, now what do I do? He won't get off of me. EX uppercut, no sir. He's not going to buy. He's not going to bite into that. Oh, punishable.
More, but still gets himself out of the corner for a little bit.
Uppercut if he wasn't old.
Well, I mean, he could have zoned that at that distance. That is a little bit predictable, but he definitely could have did it. Yeah, that range. Yeah, he could have done it light, but it's still good night. Into the super to seal it, just a kid. There are definitely risks to doing horizontal light at that distance, but you gotta put those on the menu, man.
I don't know. There's like a significant startup to it. It makes me doubt it. It makes me doubt it from that range because he was already on the way down. He was already on the way down. That's why it made me a little nervous.
Either way, I definitely agree that even some of these ranges it might be difficult to do, but you have to put it on the table because Just a Kid is working both these forms. Old, young, he's still getting it done.
He's working both the forms indeed,
Man,
actually.
it is looking a little dire right here for Boomy as Just a Kid is on game point, is getting aggressive with it.
Ooh.
Here we go to the crush. Do we have Becky side? Yeah. Into the stance, switching the palm.
That's perfect. Now that he has his time to play on offense, Young Zeku easily to play. I love the counter conversion yet again from Just a Kid. Oh boy, except when that happens. The fierce cut loose, EX uppercut, he's gonna do it again. Yeah,
wow.
Yeah, just avoids the low completely with the roundhouse, which is an excellent choice.
Exactly. Fantastic button mismatch. So the way for fireballs. When you are in young, reversal. Yeah, back to old. So I still think that is the majority of the play. Just Koku's every so often. You just have to worry about that beast because it's all stocked up and locked up.
Going for a couple of the chip damage situations. Boomy's an option to go for Graham a couple of times. Yes, punishing the activation of the charge kick. Oh my God, he has it all. Just the Kid actually has everything for every scenario. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, this kid is amazing.
He's pretty good. It's Just a Kid. Just a king. On set point.
What was that? Wow. Boomy just got hit raw. Oh, a little bit overextending there. He used the roundhouse version instead of the medium after the fierce buffer.
So he flipped over and I put himself in the corner, but Just a Kid still finding out like nothing ever happened.
Oos.
The heavy looking for a crush. You see Boomy looking for a crush, but they're not working out. Walk right into the crouch, kick into the EX back throw. Just a Kid. Another one. Give it to him again. The challenge.
There's going to be a lot for Boomy to come back from. Is he even going to get that chance? I don't know. Just a Kid. Okay, that could have been something. But he got nothing. Medium kick does it. Seals the deal. Just a Kid 3-0. He's looking primed and pristine to getting himself into that loser's final spot. Just a Kid again. 3-0 in a phenomenal fashion. Taking down hitter after hitter.
And Just a Kid. Just as you had pointed out previously today, those space traps, the footsies where he places himself has been fantastic. And you see the panic on the other person where, you switch to young and it's just not enough to get it done. Like, I like some of these sequences from Boomy. Don't get me wrong. That takes a lot of work to put that difficult combo on. But I would like to see the V-skill switch. That would have been, the Animal Kingdom coming through a little bit to rule the neutral a little bit because it looked like he was a little bit lost when he went into young. He got some good conversions, a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough. As Just a Kid just was out-distancing quite a bit. There's a good crush right there, but again, what would have happened if you would have V-skill too?
Yeah, I think it would have been like a huge difference, but it would have been a significant one at that. I think the utilization of V-skill would have gotten him into trigger a lot more often than not, which is pretty much the game plan that he was going to majority of the time.
Right.
But if you don't have any way to land that V-skill, then it's kind of for naught, right? Like you're not really going to get those kind of opportunities. But he stuck with it. Just a Kid was 100% ready for it. There's no other way to spin it except for the fact that Just a Kid was just absolutely ready for whatever Boomy had in store for him.
Is he ready though for that run back against Sabo? Is he prepared to fight that person once again? Because I watched it on his stream. Sabo's looking a little clean, and I don't know. But then again, Just a Kid, he's one of those people that rise on momentum. We saw in the 5v5. As soon as he got the momentum, he's got stronger and stronger and stronger.
This is the matchup actually that could preface what may come towards the grand finals, right? Because we still have Chakotay on the winner's side, and then Just a Kid has to face off against another Mika from the Midwest. So we're going to see how that plays out a little bit after this break. But I do want to give a shout out to Snow Pastel saying, Just a Kid for real showing he was meant for this and he was ready. No, without a doubt. I mean, like that 3-0 was a convincing 3-0. There was a lot of times where we saw full sweeps in top 16. There was a plethora of 2-0s, but it didn't tell the whole story, right? It was actually mad close each and every time. This one, not as much. Just a Kid, full-on sweep 3-0, and it was dominant. And there's no other way to put it. It was absolutely dominant. That's probably the best Street Fighter this season, actually, I've seen from him. He's just been going on the up and up. I would love to see how he plays when it comes to something like a mobile game coming out later.
Really?
Street Fighter Duel coming out very, very soon. Currently available in China. It's the Capcom authorized mobile game. Street Fighter Duel. Now available for download in China with a global version coming very soon. The epic legend is reborn on mobile. Be sure to download Street Fighter Duel now, and let's fight for each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter. Everybody that's been tuning in internationally, we deeply appreciate you guys coming through for the North American scene as we put on for you guys later on as well in this season. We love watching each and every one of you throw down, and we'd love to see that happen as well in Street Fighter Duel. Once the global version comes out, please, I would love that.
Well, if Just Kid wins today, he'll be unlocking a tracksuit for his favorite character, Jury. So all you Jury fans out there, root for him to get the win. We already have Sim and Luke and a few other characters, I believe. The tracksuit colors will be unlocked for the winner, or whoever remains, or the remain, I should say. It'll be purchasable starting March 29th, which has already passed. So if you are a Jury fan, you definitely want them to win and get that tracksuit unlocked. Absolutely free.
I'm going to say no bias, man. I mean, as it should be on the competition. I mean, that's how it should be. I mean, like, I want to see more tracksuit colors unlocked in general. I mean, like, I want to know who's going to take it because there's just such a mix, right? I mean, there are 2 Mikas, sure, but the character diversity overall, I want to see what happens.
Yeah, that's true.
We don't know who's going to take it down.
We have no idea.
But I'll tell you what, we get to find out a little bit after this break. Don't go anywhere. We're getting closer and closer to who's going to be meeting who in the grand finals after this next couple of sets. Actually, the next couple of breaks as well. So again, tune in. You don't want to miss it for the rest of the Midwest.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to defeat. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighters.
Go too far. Please forgive me.
My name is Seth. Bow down for my cycle. It's time for trial. Show me everything. Download.
This will do.
I'll settle this. It's the end! Let's go! The finale! You can't escape!
Oh yeah, you know I'm ready. Trying to read each other here? At this range, many attacks can connect if you stick something out. The neutral game is very important. Hit them with a stopping block. More fuel for the fire. Cook them up. Breaking on them to lay down some damage without giving up ground. Drop
them.
Perfect parry. They got a feast on this chance. What now? Can it be this time to bust this out? Perfect damage calculation. No doubt about it. They are done. いってみましょう。地上技で差し合う距離、リーチの差を生かすか、それを手玉に取るか。よく見ていた。さあ飛びはしっかりジャストで受け止めていく。体力はわずか、ゲージ差はある。ここはどう出る。インパクトは受け止めた。主導権の奪い合い、どちらが仕掛けるか。受け止めている。Nothing stops this train. Ooh, the ground impact hits for a punish. Player 1 can't win this without pulling the trigger. Noticeable life lead. 受け止めながら。ここは出し惜しみはなし。出血大サービスだ。ダメージ計算、ゲージ管理バッチリ。
And welcome back to the Mid-Best top 8 spot on the dot, people. We are getting closer and closer to the finale. We've already had some explosive action. If you've missed it, make sure you go back and watch it. But for right now, it's your boy Senkola and Vicious holding it down as we get closer and closer to the finale to see who's going to take the crown and be the king, because it's a little different, though. I looked at the script and it's looking a little different, man.
Please take a breath.
I'm just so excited to see who's going to take it, because Just a Kid is moving on. Rob TV is out. Brian's not even in. We have to see who's going to get the win.
Let's talk about who's actually on the board, right? Can we take a look at the brackets real quick? I would love for you to throw it to it. Rocky versus El Chicote winners finals is something that has to be beheld. It has to be talked about, right? Chicote has been on a rampage since his top 16 run. And 3-0 is nothing to shake at, really. That was just pure assault from Chicote. Rocky actually started things off earlier in the day. Got a pretty close set against Boomy. It looked like Boomy was going to take it all, but Rocky prevailed, right? Stood his ground. Then down below was the pool of sharks and how it went through. You can see a bunch of 3-1s. The closest set we have in losers quarterfinals was indeed Toppin versus Sabo. Just a Kid making quick work of not only his brother in arms with Rob TV, but against Boomy 3-0, and that's where we stand right now. Losers semifinals between Sabo versus Just a Kid. Before we get there, we have to pump the brakes. We got to show respect to those. And winners first. Rocky versus Chicote is what you are going to see up next.
Ken versus Mika. But more importantly, Tay, who has, I feel like, taken some breaks here and there, but has gotten hungry recently. Again, having some high places at full bar at fourth. I already talked about that in the won a counter hit tournament recently in Midwest Classic. Rocky as well, no stranger to danger, 5th and 7th at NLBC. Training partner of Rob TV, and if someone like Rob TV be vouching for this dog, you know that he's super sick with it. Very curious to see what Tay is going to pick, because the Mika play is going to be hard to run against Ken. So I think we were talking about this before.
Yeah.
Lucia might be a better run.
It might be. I think we've kind of discussed that off stream, where I think maybe there might be a chance for Lucia to come out and play. You saw Rocky's performance against Sabo earlier. Sabo was actually knocked into losers because of that top 16 run against Rocky, right? Rocky does have a firm understanding, no pun intended, I'm sorry, does have a firm understanding of how the Mika matchup is played out. One of the biggest things that I want to see is how Mika players traverse past the neutral that Ken presents, right? Fireball games has just been the biggest disruptor, I feel like, against Mika. So I want to know if Chicote is going to be intimidated enough to go into the Lucia pick because I am not sure how many times Chakotay has run into Rocky on CFN in person, etc. So I think for the most part, Chakotay is going to be trying it out with Mika first and then moving on to Lucia if need be. No, it's going to be Lucia off the bat. Okay, so there has to be a specific reason, not even just for the matchup, but there has to be some sort of history here that I may have overlooked for the Midwest. This is literally what we were talking about. If this happens, we're going to see a whole different kind of neutral coming in from Taylor.
In fact, you have a reversal, though, and a way to catch some of these dashes. We talked about this before. Being able to challenge with the dashes, get better confirms, things like that with his character this season, a lot more stable. So maybe this is also the play. So we'll have to beat the crush counter.
The V-shift to get rid of that mix entirely. I love that. The sweep again. He gets to make it safe either way because the trigger, too. And that's so tricky. Can we talk about can we applaud Rocky also for just gunning it out the gate? Just immediate dash up, crouching strong?
I love it.
He's a beast. He saw the green light. As soon as Mika wasn't on the screen, he's like, I'm going in.
He's getting in. Gotta get that win, but here we go, Tay. Watch me kicking the crack kick. Oh, nice. He knows how to deal with that fireball. Using the heavy punch DP, but not like that. Had to been a fireball. We're gonna pay in dividends.
Look at a lot of damage. That was actually the medium kick, flame kick too. Oh, I like that from Chakotay. Never sleep on the slide from that far away when it's just one touch. I have actually never seen this costume in play from Chakotay.
I haven't either. Look at these. Rocky, though, I get some of his answers. He knows some knowledge, and there we go. Easy punch, using the heavy punch DP and the throw in the corner.
Oh, God, the crush counter. And he's actually still within range. They made that button so much better this time around. Although it is way more riffable, they've extended the hitbox on it as well to make it a lot more consistent for the range. You thought you could press a button? There's trigger on the deck. Throw will do it, too, for stun, and he was backing up. He knew it. He didn't send the rest of that? Yes, sir. Here comes Rocky now. One confirmed. It could be into critical. No, that's
he doesn't even need it. Rocky staying solid. Crush meaning kick. Puts him in the corner. I like that. Rocky using more of that heavy punch DP that has been buffed previously in other patches on any of these negative frames. That's good. Gotta be careful. And wasn't able to get an anti-air right there. It might be kind of hard with this character, to be honest.
The anti-air can?
Is across the hard for this character?
Side switch? No, he's gonna go for the jump in punish. Okay, that's fine. Get the final fight into the V skill. Does get the activation into trigger. Oh, nutty! Maybe he was trying to bait out an uppercut or bait out a reversal from Rocky. Either way, he ate all the damage afterwards. Big counter hit confirmed from Rocky now.
He puts in the corner. Oh, he uses that one good touch.
I don't like that. Rocky not getting baited by the sweeps.
Not blocking it out. Yeah, you can't jump in on it. And that's the win, Rocky.
Oh, my God.
You saw the bar at the bottom. Why would you jump on this man? You knew he had a plan. That's wild.
Actually kind of nuts.
That's actually wild.
Rocky's a beast. I love the inclusion of V-Trigger being this powerful now. I mean, like, it was pretty good before being able to blow up fireballs, etc. But just the combo ability afterwards is so satisfying. It's so satisfying to get that kind of damage off of the trigger. But as it stands right now, Chakotay is down a game with that Lucia pick. A very significant play coming in from Tay. I wouldn't be surprised if he went to his tried and true. We talked about the matchup on paper.
Right.
And we've also talked about how significant it is to play a character you are very familiar with.
Exactly.
In certain matchups, right? You want to sure have the advantage on paper, but if you're not familiar with the matchup enough, then it's a whole different story. Or at least if you're not familiar with the player enough,
There you go. That's actually another level that we don't get to talk about that much. Like, different players present different sort of looks. And if you're someone like Tay, you've been playing Mika every dang day of your life. I mean, you are about the Mika pick. You've got the secondaries and stuff like that. You've probably rocked this matchup years upon years, so you probably have a better understanding in how to activate. He is going right to the winged edition of this character, and we're seeing the Mika pick. Will it be enough, though? Is Rocky steady enough to deal with someone that loves the mix like Tay?
Round one.
This is where you're going to pump the brakes as Rocky, right? We're not going to see that opener we saw earlier. Yep, immediately to the fireball game. What do we talk about when it comes to phase one of the match? We're going to see how our Mika has to traverse against the fireballs.
Splash, unfortunately, falls to fireball. So she's got EX bar. Not much to threaten. A nice catch on that dash. Right into the DP.
My lordy. He went for crouch jab and just waited. It's intimidating.
Scary.
Double dash forward, does get checked. Oh my God, how did that hit?
That range. You know the activation, though?
Two hands in the air.
Look at this defense. You'll hold the throw, though, but you're in the corner.
Here's another chair, though. Oh, Lady Mika. Oh, you're hella dead. One more sequence after this. Yep, I lied to you. You're actually deader than dead. I thought it was going to be another sequence, but no, he just built critical art. Sit on it.
Spin the window makes it necessary. Tay will get that bar back in round 2 or 3 if need be, but this is good. Again, that familiarity that you were pointing out, you see is a lot more comfortable in this match.
I love the range of that heavy punch. Stuff it out again. I'm telling you, man, it all begins with the fireball game. What are you going to do as Mika? You can slide under it, sure. Damn!
Or you can peach at that distance.
That was actually mad far.
That's going to present a problem. Now Rocky's going to back up a bit, but that whiff.
And I like that. I mean, he did go in. Okay, I like that. The stoppage with the crouching medium punch. It was a counter hit. Did the full shebang and bang. Now it's going to be Chakotay. Do you shift out of there? Reset back to phase 1. Let him go past the fireball game. Let him guess and take that extra damage. The chair, I get it. It's no fair, but we'll see what happens right now.
With the corner. Irish whip. He said, PP.
That's fine.
This is fine.
Totally
You'll
fine.
take this. You'll take this. Not this, though.
Son.
Not this, though, Vicious.
He's dead.
He's definitely dead. Dead and dead.
Oh, my Lord. I got to say, Rocky had a fantastic options presented against the Nadeshko chair. And it just so happened, like, afterwards, he was just forced to eat that mix. He did get that uppercut against Chakotay, but he was still stuck in the corner. I gotta say, man, it was super sick.
That's the determiner, right? Is the V-trigger. That has been the end game. And also some of these whiffs coming from the XDPs from Rocky. He's got to slow down a bit. As you said, pump the brakes just a little bit because you know that El Chakotay, especially with that bar, will have a reason to put the damage on him.
Oh, I mean, that uppercut was fine. I think he hit almost every uppercut up until, like, before game 1. Like, in that particular game, I think he hit every uppercut. Oh, boy. A little mishap there from Chakotay. It's okay. He wanted to reduce the scaling. He didn't want to add more hits to it. I get it.
Of course. Yes.
Don't get thrown. You know, I try to tell them.
You try.
I try to.
And they just don't listen.
They be like
just don't listen.
They be like that sometimes.
But I do think that Rocky's a little bit of a daze right here because of the way Tay's play. Every so often you see not that activity that you saw from Rocky previously with the buttons and things like that. The spacing.
Oh,
and he's
that
going
is
for safer
perfect.
punishes. I like that.
love that. He was reluctant to throw out the uppercut, and then he knows the spacing and he knows the timing. Rocky maximizing the damage against the body splash. He's making Chakotay eat that.
This is the Rocky we wanted to see. Pace it back a bit. Get too wild with it all the time.
Nadeshko coming in a little later. That's fine. Coming in again. That's fast, Nadeshko. Man, Rocky's got the defense all day. Let's make him spin that bar. That's fine. I love it.
There we go. That's the EXDP. Because he wasn't going to die for that. And Rocky.
That's 2 for 2.
That's 2 for 2. Let that splash whip. No, you can't do the fireball. He's got bar at the bottom. You know what he's going for. Another counter hit.
I would say that was fine up until the point where he got into the corner. Chakotay spinning that bar, that's okay. But now Rocky's in a dire situation. Stuck in this corner now, trying to fight it back, but no, sir, the drop kick is perfectly spaced. You're actually stunned. Seeing stars.
Hollywood Boulevard.
Not quite dead.
One more touch. But Tay.
No perfect. We'll take that. I mean, listen, at this level, Rocky has a real struggle presented before him.
And honestly, you're fine to block his out. Tay. You get that bar to threaten the anti-fireball approach. Activation, Roxy overhead, easy punish. Tay, once again, when he's stable with the character, even if it's not the best matchup, you'll find a way to win. He understands this matchup a lot more than he did with Lucia.
And I love his strategies against the main antagonist in this matchup, right? The fireball game. He's got the drop kicks at the right ranges. He has the splash from the right ranges where it's meaty enough for you to pursue a button afterwards. It's been pretty tricky, but Tay's been making it work. There were a couple options that got destroyed. The body splash in particular.
That's right.
That strategy has been blown up to smithereens multiple times. But at the same time, if Chakotay finds that opening and is able to push Rocky into the corner that quick, then I don't see Rocky being able to stop him consistently. Because as soon as that corner pressure hits, it's been downhill.
That's where Mika lives, and Tay has known that for years upon years. That's his play. If I get you in the corner, that's how I make my win. And that's not how every round has went, but that is how a lot of the rounds have been won, especially with the V-trigger too as well, the determiner. So now as Rocky, how do I stay solid in the end parts of these rounds? When the V-trigger is popped, how do I stay solid? We've seen some good defense. We've seen some great bust outs, but how do I stay solid enough where I can keep the life lead? He's got no bar at the bottom, and then I make my way in the end.
We'll see how it plays out. Again, Armika piloted by El Chicote. Just needs one more game. The Lucia pick did not work out for him, but I'll tell you what, man, if you're familiar with the matchup with your main chicken, then why not do it? Rocky, down one game, was not even close to over yet. A little overzealous. He might have thought he caught the movement off of the low medium kick. It happens sometimes. I get it. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Tatsu in the corner. Now it's time to feel that same pressure that you put on other people. Ken's got some of the best corner pressure in the business, trying to find that distance. You let it come through. It can happen to you. Here's the side switch, and this is, again, where Tay loves to play. He's trying to block these out, build up that bar at the bottom for EX, and then have a way to deal with the fireballs.
I mean, it's been totally fine the way he's been playing it out against the fireball game. Rocky, again, just closer to that corner once the person gets that opening. Wow, a big actual opening for Rocky off of the life. They're going to take the back throw, now switching the sides. Watch out for the chair.
Nice. He's in the screen to get the EX to make sure it got it. Oh, kick. Oh, these big bets are, but that's going to be an easy punish from Tay. What was he looking out for? Maybe a super to delete both to make it an additional from coming through, but that's a big bet, though.
I mean, it could have been that Rocky might have seen a possible punish on the activation. Maybe, but a little too late.
Expensive. Now Tay on set point.
This is where it all goes downhill mentally. Let's see if Rocky can actually recompose himself. Look, he's taking the time. You're talking about patient Ken plays. He's not overcommitted, and I love that. I love that about him right now. He was letting the situation play itself out. He's reassessing the fireball. Okay, that's fine. You know, Chicote spends that bar, and that's fine for Rocky, too. Totally fine for that.
You're right. Close to the corner.
He's forcing that EX Peach again. Okay. Watch out for the back throw. Oh, the delay on the Cox medium punch, but Chicote was airborne.
B shift, big jump in.
Reset. Yep. Brimstonian. EX swing will do it.
Oh, we're looking for the EX swing.
Uh-oh.
The chair. You're definitely dead as Tay moves on. Winner's side, grand finals. He said he was hungry for it. He said he wanted it. And he's showing y'all that he could do it. He needs one more match in grand finals later on, but he gets it done against Rocky. 3-1. And as you said, picking your main is the way to go.
I mean, as it should be. I think, you know, the Lucia pick on paper would have been just good or just fine. I mean, maybe not like a huge benefit. I think it just contests it a little bit better on paper. I'm going to keep saying that. Contests the matchup a little bit better on paper. But it doesn't matter if you pick it that way. If you're comfortable with a certain character, that's just how it plays out, right? Like if you're a Miko main and that's what you've known for so long against like certain matchups, even the bad matchups, if you know how to play it, you could see some success as well.
There was some good things right here from El Chicote, but once again, Rocky was deleting a lot of these minus situations with the heavy punch DP and the anti right there. You saw him back up. He was so comfortable with letting Tay just fall into his own play. But then again, here we go with the Mika pick. These activations, the V-trigger situations had put Rocky on the back foot so much that you saw he was mentally shook towards the end.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, there was that significant miss on the confirm into critical art, right? He had thought maybe it connected the low forward or at least tried to catch off of a wish and a prayer. There was a couple of times where he even tried to throw in the heavy DP into critical art to stuff out the activation of trigger 2. But that in that instance, he was trying to look for that punish. It was just a little bit mistimed. It could have gone the other way. I mean, Rocky had the right idea, just the timing was off.
Also, the timing, you spoke about this before, the anti-fireball play from Tay, not just with the EX bar, but also with the drop kicks, the jump-ins, and the splashes, things like that, all amounted to taking that comfortability off the table. But Rocky still has a shot. He is a loser's final side, can still make the run back like that. But before we get to any of that, Sabo versus Just a Kid.
Ooh-wee, I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, talk to me.
I've been wanting to see how this plays out because we talked about this being specifically the run back. Sabo had actually taken down Just a Kid prior to top 16. We were watching, or I was watching Just a Kid's run on his stream, and it was impressive. It was a very impressive bout. I don't know how often Just a Kid has had this kind of practice against someone like Sabo, right? If Armika is still one of his biggest threats, has he done enough to sharpen himself up for this very matchup here on this stage, right? I want to know what happens between Jury and Armika. Personally, I hate it.
You hate it?
I hate it. I don't like it. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Instead, put Cat on Mars in there. Cat on Mars is a great name, by the way.
Okay.
Get the chair, El Chicote. Sit him down. Get 2 chairs, actually. Sit him down both on the loser side, as you mentioned earlier from yesterday's top 16. But yeah, this is going to be what it is. Just a Kid going up against Sabo. It's going to be Jury versus Armika.
I will say that Just a Kid did, as soon as he lost, reviewed the match immediately to see what he was lacking a little bit. He caught the instances like not being able to dash check and what he was doing in the corner. So I do think he knows what he needs to do. Can he put it on paper? And I do think that the Sabo that I saw when he played was different, though. That was a different Sabo. I think the Sabo, loser side, top 8, closer to the grand finals, with a different sort of Sabo that you might have fought in pools leading up to the CPT finals.
There has to be, in my mind, when it comes to that kind of post-game analysis for Just a Kid, there has to be more than just, I got to check the dashes, I got to check what I'm supposed to do in the corner.
If this is negative or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got the frame data unlocked. I think he's played against Mika for so many years now. I want to know what the specific things he has to counterplay, not just Mika, but Sabo in general. I think when it comes to the neutral game, Sabo has done a great job of keeping it ambiguous for his openings. Just a Kid needs to just be a little bit more aware. He has to take like very little risks before he even gets to those positions, right? He's looking for an opening on offense because I think Just a Kid's offense is good.
Right.
I think it's actually superb. Let me fix my face. But Armika is just a roll of the dice. It's like, even if you may not have like the best offense, you also have command grab to back it up and threaten. So you can throw out Lady Mika as many times as you want, throw out Amidi as many times as you want, and condition people. But Sabo actually, again, I was talking about Armika in general. Sabo's offense is a whole different story. So we'll see how that plays out. Just again, if he gets his opening, he has to smother Sabo. I haven't seen Sabo play on the defensive end as much. This is that situation, right? EX uppercut, what a risk to take. He could have died.
But he's got a lot of match space. So that's just data right there. Even if you eat one, Sabo, that's not a big deal. Holds that mini fireball, no big deal. He's in with the EX situation. And one thing about Sabo is he loves these scrambles. He's willing to stay solid in these scramble situations. He lives with them, but in the end, a medium kick.
I love that anti-air crouching heavy punch. Stuffing it directly above instead of opting for the pinwheel. Oh, yeah, stuff that. Oh, stuff that. Oh, doesn't stuff it.
Not with the low.
Not that time.
He's getting a lot of stun.
Oh, Rainbow swinging. I love that. Now he gets to establish he tried to do it. He got greedy.
The corner pressing buttons right there. Stuns rising. The hardest use just yet. Sabo had a view reversal. Get that off and get some space.
Sells it good. Sells it well.
There's the crush.
Counter. Not quite dead yet. A throw will do it though. Oh, he had to check the movement. And Sabo, again, hanging on for dear life. Block the wake up button against Just a Kid. Nice and easy.
And out here.
Oh. I like that he low profiled against the jump in, but Sabo still manages to get a lot more. Look at this entire sequence. Rainbow swing, and what happens now?
Like
he tried to chase with the peach?
The peach? Crush counter interruption aside from Just a Kid side. On the drop kick. There's that corner pressure. Again, gets opened up to that light in the medium. DPEX, try to get the throw take, but yeah, Sabo he knows how to deal with that.
That was
so smart. Jab.
Absolutely smart. He studied the tapes. You're dead. Sabo takes it again. That was actually very smart. Just a Kid tried to get away with doing the throw bait with point blank cartwheel, EX point blank cartwheel. He stuffed it out. It's not invulnerable by any means.
Right.
So that 2 crouching jabs stuffed that opportunity for Just a Kid to get that comeback going. That was extremely smart and well played from Sabo. That's not even just like character specific. I think that's a Just a Kid specific thing. Sabo has his number. I'm gonna tell you, man, that was extremely impressive by the Demon King.
You like the fact that Sabo definitely looked at the tapes, and again, as you said, had knowledge too. On his side, the crush again, missed timing these jabs from Just a Kid. It's seeming like he's not able to get that out like he used to. To have a different option to delete the drop kick off the table.
Oh no! Oh no! Amika round incoming. Crouching fierce. Oh, and then a Desco, the stun. You better get ready for the mix! He doesn't even get to survive the mix, and even if he did, he wouldn't. The stun was there too. Even if Just a Kid had a little bit of life left, that stun was there. Dear God Almighty!
He's still going in, so get aggressive with it, the back throw. His offense, again, you said was superb, but the defense has been breaking down, and Sabo has been finding the cracks and opening them up like that. He's trying to find a crush, no go. The Sobato challenging the neutral from the activation.
Plus Frame City is backing away. I think Sabo was trying to figure out what Just a Kid wanted to do on defensive reactions to plus frame scenarios. Oh, Overhead, still hit it. I like that. It's your turn. Watch out. I love that. Sabo actually caught Just a Kid midair. Didn't commit to the hit. Again, Lady Mika plus frame city. Not that time. Not off of that drop kick.
Try to find a center button. See some of these neutral jumps every so often. With the EX. The wake up super from Sabo.
He gets immediate after this.
Not a bad decision.
The damage is there. If you dash up, get Brimstone. Oh, Lady Mika instead.
It's an overhead. It wasn't enough for the finish.
He
Like
tried
the
to
idea.
hit him with the stupendous.
The 5v5.
He does it again.
Just the
one
kid.
touch away. What's crazy, if Sabo had blocked that, Just the Kid would have died.
Oh, yeah.
Because of Nadeshko. That's actually wild. The Brimstone.
Splash.
Oh, he gets punished severely with the side switch.
And gets a V-bar in that exchange too as well. Watch him go with the fireball. I like him using that every so often in some of these strings. Make that space trap more dead.
Oh no, uppercut. Giant swing. The dash though, look at the damage. Doesn't get us open opportunity. That's the second time he's gone for the peach. But Just a Kid, I don't know. He wasn't ready for the punch this time. He went for EX kicks.
Where are the anti-airs right there from Just a Kid? We saw them throughout these brackets, but not right here. I think he's getting surrounded too much by Sabo.
Oh my god, he's not dead yet. But Sabo gets to control as much of the space as he wants to now. Don't chase down. He still tried to. Oh, what happened? Too many buttons from the side of Just a Kid. Sabo just needed a little slappy.
Still slappy.
There's a little activity down below in the bathhouse. Just bat. That's really unfortunate.
Absolutely. But what's fortunate is Sabo, again, willing to put the aggression on Just a Kid. And as you pointed out, you love his offense, but his defense, he's breaking down a bit, and Sabo's smelling it. He smells the blood in the water. He is feasting. The beast is ready to feast right now. The Demon King is about to put down Just the King.
We're going to see which king prevails here. As it stands, Just a Kid is down 0-2 against Sabo. A little bit of freelancing here. Sabo, you're not going to get paid for that kind of work.
That's ad-libbing.
You better sign that contract first. Oh boy. The stun, Just a King, has gone into the second phase.
Ooh.
He's now a lot more active with his offense. Again, he just needs that opening. Oh boy, that was actually slightly delayed. He walked up a little bit and threw out that roundhouse.
Let that sucker loose. Because Sabo was really active with his buttons too as well, so that also makes sense. But again, no cross-cut anti-airs from Just a Kid. I'd like to see a lot more. Stands up on the table.
What a time to bust out two against the plus frame. Just a Kid taking the risks, and it's all paying off. Activation, what are you going to do now?
Why? In the corner?
Don't jump. I told you not to jump.
Was an anti-air. EX immediately.
Oh, he pressed something. There was a reversal on the side of Sabo. It did get crushed.
Where's the anti-air?
Is non-existent. Oh, the delivery. A little bit of a back throw, too. He kind of pumped the brakes. And that's, he landed on the fireball first. And it was just enough for Just a Kid to continue with that V-Skill 1. I love that. I love that from Just a Kid.
Even though Just a Kid won that game, I would have liked to see a lot more anti-airs, especially as these rounds go down. Because Sabo's starting to say, listen, if you're not going to check the aerial approach, I'm clean to get in. Like, I've seen a lot more of the jump-ins from Sabo, a lot more of the ground approach, and that's going to overwhelm Just a Kid over and over again as the moments happen.
He doesn't even have to commit to the pinwheel. He could actually do, crouching heavy punch if he wanted to, further out, standing heavy punch if he wanted to. There's a lot of options he has.
Got to be able to rotate those options and pull in the deck.
Oh, there's the Brimstone in. That's one. Checking the meaty. Lady Mika. It's a Mika round. Watch out. It's a Mika round. Gonna go for the reset again.
Get nasty with it.
What? Man. He lets go of the brake. He lets go of the gas, I should say, again.
That just gives Just a Kid a time to reset mentally. But still can find the finish. Sabo does have the lead. The crush.
You thought you could hit the button after a V-reversal? No, sir. That roundhouse covers so much ground. Sells the stunner. Vince McMahon. That just hit raw.
What was he doing?
There wasn't a counter hit. It might have been movement.
Round two.
And Sabo's still able to confirm off of the fierce.
Oh,
stop it!
Oh my God, Sabo.
That was disgusting.
He's so ready. And this is the changeup that we saw before from Sabo. More to hit confirms, dialing things out, and faltering.
Oh, he missed the timing of the throw. Sabo has another chance at life. A lot more activity from the jump. You were talking about it. The anti-air is there now from Justin. But here comes Sabo again letting go of the corner positioning.
Now put in the corner. That's not where you want to be. V-ship back at him. We still have the position back. Heavy kick. Is it with the EX? And now you put Just a Kid back in his momentum, back in his bag. Not where you want to have.
Excellent time to deal with it now, Just a Kid, but still not able to charge in front of Sabo's face like that. There is trigger. Watch out for the sweep activation. Look out for Nadeshko as well. Oh, he
Neutral
actually
jump.
baited it correctly. That could have been it. Sabo actually could have got tournament point off that. Not enough. Just a kid hanging on for dear life. Sabo actually had the finisher. He had dropped the play. And Just a Kid now cleaning it up.
The ideas are there. It has to be the execution, the timing. Sabo. There's a crush once again. EX edition. Put him in the corner with the peach.
Uh-oh.
EX command
Danger
grab.
zone. Back is broken yet again. EX busts out. Just a Kid finding the mark. So much risk behind it. But he has so much faith. Here comes the peach.
Is he going for with that peach? I'm not sure. That distance, he's got to space it out right. There's the crush.
Oh,
no
too
follow
far.
up, but he left it loose anyway.
The
So it's
frame
a
trap.
hit.
Yeah, he was doing just fine with it. He was doing just fine with it. Even after the roundhouse, you are still in feng shui, my man. Sabo, you got to understand. You got to finish your play. Look at this. Just a King has risen up to the occasion yet again for his people in the Midwest. It is all tied up 2-2.
This is what will determine what you're really made of. Because if you're Sabo at this point, you can't let that drop. You gotta let that clear your mind. The last round, you almost had off that universal neutral up. You had the idea, execution. You just next game, next round. Let's get it going.
Oof.
Just to get this point, he's got to get the anti-airs going. And when he's on defense, he's got to stay solid.
Oh.
Nice neutral jump from the side of Just a Kid to call out the command grab from Sabo. And now he's with the counter hit.
This is Just a Kid's round right now. You're going to get this throw. You're going to get the stun. I love it. Yeah, Sabo knew it as well. An excellent block against Nadesco. Not quite the stun yet. He's looking for it. He's looking for it. He doesn't have V-skill loaded up, but it's going to be just fine. Stun's no longer the factor. If Sabo gets hit once, okay, I lied.
The bailout a little too risky.
boy.
Not sure really why you went for that risk when you have a 3 frame to wake up. A little bit easier.
Oh, you can
And that's
punish.
risky. Oh, nothing there. The reversal. Caught up in the corner. Sabo can still make a return. Oversee. EX command grab us a ton of damage.
If he gets command grabbed, it's over.
Oh no! What is the drops of spaghetti?
Plus
What is
frames after
going
that.
on?
Plus frames after that. Oh my lord. Just a Kid again. When he gets that feng shui engine, Sabo, if he's in the corner, he's trapped. Trapped him.
And things are all going downhill. Round start for Sabo, unfortunately.
Oh,
His
changing
answer's
up the air approach.
Jumpy light instead of just the splash, the jumpy heavy kick. I like this from Sabo.
The stuff out. My God, the standing heavy punch is getting a lot of mileage against the drop kick. A little sign of desperation from Sabo. He's gone to the drop kick 2 times over. You know what his agenda is. He's trying to get in. He's knocking on Death's door, and that's going to be more than enough. Death has answered. Just a Kid eliminates Sabo with a 3-0 reverse.
Back from the brink, Just a Kid gets it done, and I'll be honest, it was looking close. Sabo literally had it in his hands. Drops upon drops spaghetti. But this, again, is what shows you who's the most ready. This, in these stressful situations, these scramble situations, who can say the most solid? It was Just a Kid in this round in the end.
And we understand, I fully am aware now of Sabo and how he had taken down Just a Kid. 2-0 straight up in top 16 when it's 2 out of 3.
Right.
I totally get that.
Right.
But 3 out of 5 territory, my man, he had it in the palm of his hands. He missed the confirm off of the neutral jump, and it allowed Just a Kid to take advantage of that scramble. From there on, therefore, he just went in more ways than one, right? Look at the intimidation factor from his frame traps and the damage conversions he gets off of trigger. It's just been so phenomenal to watch. And you can see how it all went down. Sabo actually had the defense in the corner.
True.
His first couple of games got a little bit antsy, especially in that last round. He kept throwing drop kick after drop kick after he got stuffed. It was just unfortunate.
But the peach is also not being spaced in the right way. Saw those mistakes and allowed Just a Kid to get out of that corner. And it was just these drops that all added up. And then the shakiness at that last couple of rounds is how it went down. And Just a Kid able to claim that spot close to finale. And man, that is just unfortunate because Sabo just at that break, he's at that area. And one of the things that Just a Kid is going to have to clean up in these next matches that he got better at the end, but he's going to have to watch out for, are the anti-airs. That's been a big pain point for him years upon years, and we saw that starting to crack a little bit. Old habits die hard, and Just a Kid almost got some of these jumping situations. I would like to see a lot more from Sabo, but no small feat from Sabo to get this far up in the bracket. Definitely a top-level contender. Definitely a top-level contender out in the Midwest. But what do we have next?
I mean, after this break, we go 2 by 2 by 2, right? Grand finals in the winner's side, El Chicote, but down below, the losers final, Rocky versus Just a Kid. We had talked about a lot of our speculations, but this is the time to really throw your names into the ring, throw your names into the hat, if you will. Let us know on social media as well as at Capcom Fighters who you think is going to be taking it down for the Midwest. It's been pretty unstable so far. You got Chakotay, Rocky, and Just a Kid left, just to kind of remind you folks at home. And I hope you guys, from all of us here at the desk, hope you guys have been enjoying all the bouts so far, but we're not even close to done yet.
Not at all. In fact, we're not even done with Street Fighter V. We're not even done with Street Fighter in general, I should say. In fact, we got a duel at play. It's time to the duel. Coming at some point in the future. Once again, the Capcom authorized mobile game Street Fighter Duel is now available for download in China, with a global version coming soon. This epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel now and let's fight each other and join the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter. I said we're not done with Street Fighter V because we're definitely not done with Street Fighter V at all. We have a lot more games in store today, and not only through the CPT, but to see who's going to win this Midwest spot on the dot.
There's been so much in contention, right? All the way from the top 16, it's been completely ambiguous as to who's going to take it down. We've seen a lot of upsets even before the bracket had happened. Everybody is streaming their runs, but it all comes down to this right now on your very screen. When we return, we're going to see who determines that #1 spot for the Midwest to get into the Capcom Cup. Don't miss it. You don't want to. It's going to be more after this.
Time to fight. Time to fight.
The best of the Midwest has come down to the final 3. We've had an explosive start here for the NA Midwest scene from top 16 all the way up until this very moment right now. My name is Vicious here with St. Cola, and I got to tell you right now, it's been extremely unpredictable from the get-go. We had some very, very close calls all the way up from the top 8, the start of today actually, and it's been extremely satisfying to see how it's all been playing out. Because again, the matches have gone down to the wire. It may not be what you see on the bracket in terms of some of the donuts that you see, some of the zeros, but I'll tell you what, it's been pretty damn close. One of the more exciting matches have been going on down in the loser's side, I have to say. And just in case you guys had missed it, let's take a look at that bracket to refill and refresh your memory as to what had transpired, right? Just the Kid is on a hot streak. Can we deny that? No, we cannot. Sabo also doing the same up until the point where he got to the loser's semifinals. But as it stands right now, you know who's on a hotter streak?
Who do you think?
That man Tay.
Ooh, he came to play today. Tay in grand finals, winner side of things after taking down Rocky and putting him in the losers in the 3-1 to get it done. Switching back to the Miko, which again was his pick. That was a main pick, and saying it's not about what happens on the paper. So what happens is more to that. It's more than just the matchup. So Rocky's gonna have to fight Just a Kid to see if he can get that run back, or is Just a Kid gonna have to fight against Tay?
That'll be, listen, if Just a Kid happens to take this down, it'll be a tough bout against someone like Rocky. But that would mean Just a Kid have to face off against another Armika.
Another Armika.
Is that the Midwest swing? Is that going to be like, is it all Armikas down there?
It's all Armikas.
Or I guess over there?
It's all Armikas. It's all it always has been. But
I feel like it has, yeah, I think historically it always has been, no?
Yeah, it was Joey, who wasn't in this tournament as well, but definitely has been a lot of Mikas out here in the Midwest showing up for the character. But we'll get to that a little bit later on. For right now, it's going to be Jury versus Ken. What do you think about this match?
You know, I think it's going to be just fine for Just a Kid. I think Jury does a fantastic job against going up against the fireballs. Her cartwheel kick is pretty much the main component there. But as Killer B had said, Ken Jury pretty even should be fun. Again, there's a lot that Ken can do to harass from mid-range to up close. I think he deals out a ton of damage. Obviously, we've seen it. That's just been like the history of Ken. I think he does a fantastic job of applying that pressure up close, but I also think that Jury can contest when it comes to neutral. When it comes to phase 1 of what happens at the round start, like the initial strategies, I think Jury has a pretty decent time getting in, and if Ken is reluctant to even throw those fireballs, it gives Jury the opportunity to get her strategies going in terms of either charging a V-skill, charging up some of her kicks to be more of a threat or extend combos, or even get herself started in neutral with her own fireball. Like, there's a lot. I've studied the hell out of this matchup. I played the hell out of this matchup a million times, man.
And we've seen Just a Kid react to fireballs immediately. Even with Luke's fireballs, we've seen it all the way through these brackets and things like that.
You know how many times we were yelling at each other during the exhibition. Stop doing it!
So you gotta be careful about placing those fireballs. This is losers finals. Just a Kid versus Rocky. Yo, let's get it. Ooh-wee. Can't wait.
This Red Bull's gonna hit different when we see how it plays. How it plays between these two. Just a Kid versus Rocky. Already trying to shake hands with her fists, or feet for that matter. They're actually moving on up. But Rocky, as soon as that introduction was over, he went back to the fireball game a little bit outside. This is a very traditional Shoto strategy, right? Whether you're like outside of your roundhouse range, you're going to force him to think you're going to throw a normal out, but it's instead of fireball. It's so much harder to react when you're that close.
Safer poke, easier to deal with, and harder for Just a Kid to use that EX to get through. And that B skill too. Rather than get that bait to get a big punish, and right now, he's put him in the corner. DP, nice and easy right after.
Activation route, you already know it. I love Rocky. He's dissipating that pressure by just backdashing. He doesn't want to throw any sort of risk in the wind. Just a Kid was actually looking for that after the activation. He didn't pursue with any normals.
From that bad flip right over, but still, Just a Kid able to rock the shit right back. Any of those fireballs pestering Just a Kid enough to where he's gonna have to start thinking about that as a threat.
Word?
Raw.
Oh, he got baited. He waited, and now Just a Kid is looking to finish it up now. No, he just backs away. The fireball just peppering a little bit of the damage. Rocky does have trigger as well, so watch out. The step kick could lead to a lot.
Could easily find a finish.
He's fishing. He's fishing for that standing medium punch. Negative.
Not taking back the serve.
That's fine. He's not going to be in pristine. He's not going to be in position to get any sort of critical art chip damage. Oh, word!
It's a fireball walking in.
10 seconds left on the clock. Rocky, you got to do something. There's the activation. I was waiting for that. He still pressed the. Okay, that's fine. He had to press the button. It was his turn anyway. The step kick.
Do something, Rocky. Anything.
You gotta hit him, Rocky.
You gotta hit him, Rocky.
You gotta hit him. Kid, what are you afraid of?
He just starts swinging. Okay, my voice is really bad about that. But so Rocky's neutral. I feel like he's got to get aggressive. I like him playing patient in general. I think that might be a natural deterrent to how Jessica wants to play. But you got to turn up like volume just a little bit in some of these situations.
Oh, activation route. You already know. Rocky already sitting down back, and Just a Kid was checking for the movement. A slight interrupt with the crouch jab. A little tough to call out the uppercut. Rocky with excellent defense against the trigger, slowly winding down. Just a Kid is not going to have a chance to explode with it. Back throw. He's going to be just big chilling. I can hear the trumpets. He's going up the steps of Philadelphia.
GTA. Walk up throw on the my situation. Finally taking back his third. I like this for Rocky. There we go. More stable and solid. And he stays sturdy.
Solid as a rock.
Solid as a... Okay, I'm sorry.
We got the critical art on deck. A lot of meat here for Rocky to spend if need be. Just a Kid. Again, if you let him charge up, it might spell a little bit of danger. And I get that. Rocky doesn't want to throw the fireball because of the fact that Just a Kid has that EX storage. But this allows Jury to control the pace. He gets to charge up his kicks, possibly charge up these skills, which he already has, by the way. Rocky's no longer to throw in any sort of fireball.
It's a fireball. That's not too much damage right here. Rocky trying to play that patient game.
Oh, big counter hit.
Tatsu puts him in the corner. I can get the wall. I go make a ball.
You pressed the button, and I can't believe Rocky went for a Tatsu as a frame trap. That is gutsy. Mad gutsy. Orchestrated.
Just picking up that low. EX. Coast to coast, we could give up the ghost.
Oh my god. Yeah, you can't punish that. I like that from Rocky. Good awareness. Actually, just familiar with the situation in general. He knew the feng shui was still there.
Get this picture,
please. Oh, you actually had critical art.
Could have been it. Maybe we didn't believe.
Maybe it was too far.
Either way, now you can definitely get the job done with just one. Just that one hit to do it.
Man, he's playing 3S Ken, man. I love the usage of the of the far medium punch. Or just medium punch in general. There it is.
With punish.
I love it. That is some third strike Ken. Low medium punch linked into the critical art. You got that many plus frames. Rocky taking it 1-0 against Just a Kid in a very impressive manner. I gotta say, man, his jury knowledge is top notch right now.
And how he dealt with so many situations too. We saw the EX flip. He didn't take back his turn. He said the second round. And let me see what it do. Now walking at that throw in that minus situation. Take back my turn and more. And then also the way that he's playing against Just a Kid in general. The fact that he's playing in a patient way that's forcing Just a Kid to make some of these errors and play patient where he doesn't want to be. This is where Rocky is in the zone.
What's funny about that is I don't think Just a Kid is making too many big errors where it's punishable. I think Rocky is just outplaying him in neutral. I genuinely think Rocky is outplaying Just a Kid in neutral right now.
Especially now.
Oof.
It's fine. Take a little bit of damage, no big deal. Rocky still has that positioning.
Yeah, but when it comes to the corner game, Rocky's been phenomenal, right? That back throw, ever so important now. Rocky just backing up because he understands what's at stake. He's letting the trigger wind down. He's forcing Just a Kid to... Oh, man. That's fine. That's totally fine with Rocky.
No conversion off the crouch kick. Rare from Just a Kid. Rocky picks it up.
Didn't really have any of the resources. I don't think he wanted to spend that EX bar after being at a deficit. So I get the mentality behind Just a Kid saving the bar, but it led to his demise. So in the end, was it really worth it? Does get the opener.
Now he does. Now he's staying a little more solid dash, a little more aggressive with it. But Rocky not letting him store for free. I like this from Rocky. In that distance, to not let him do that.
Charging up the skill. We talked about that. If Rocky is not going to throw anything on the screen, which he can't, then it allows Just a Kid to stock up. There's the forward throw. What happens now? Again, rocking up. No buttons exchange. A slight delay from Rocky. My God! No canceling the critical art.
You got to finish your plate. You got to finish it. Oh, not like this.
Antsy. Just a Kid actually can't take any sort of chip damage, though. Don't get got. Rocky. Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. He's actually... Down, though.
The cross got DP. Back throw.
He could lose. He could lose.
Did he not want to win? In the throw? Are you kidding me? Rocky had it in the bag. All he needed was that CA finish. He would have been up 2.
I don't even know if Fierce DP from long distance into critical art cancel would have been enough chip damage. I think he could have done something into V-trigger activation to keep the plus range going against Just a Kid, but man, that's really unfortunate. Better for Just a Kid, though.
Yeah.
And it's fine. Rocky now with a ton of resources. That's going to be... Okay, he's not even going to spend 1 bar yet. I love that option select.
Here's the activation, though. Just a Kid.
What a delay of attack.
Try to stay back, but yeah, Rocky's reads on defense have been absolutely fantastic.
Oh, you're
Caught
dead.
him coming in.
Oh,
DP,
okay.
serious
living.
situation.
You're big living. I
this
just
is
made
good
up the
for Rocky.
scenario. Yeah, after this, it's going to be so tough to guess what happens. And over it, it'll actually kill. Oh my God, he missed the confirm. Not like this again.
Side
Just a kid. The fire's in his eyes. The fire is actually coming from the fist of Kens instead. I like that. The fireball, just in case, he stuffs out Just a Kid's approach with the dash. That was a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah. The situation is getting a little too close to how things had happened with the Sabo
Oh
match that
my
we
God.
saw, where the drops let Just a Kid come back from that brink to get that momentum, led to his defeat. Don't want that to happen to you, Rocky. You up 2, but it's not over yet. Is his game point, though. You gotta stay solid against someone like Just a Kid.
Oh yeah, I love the punish on that. Oh, even more so against the throwaway. Just a Kid is mad nervous. We haven't seen him tech this many times.
Absolutely
in
right.
in his entire run. Close to stun.
Oh, and he gets it done. Rocky definitely solidifying himself, even though he's up these game points. Outplayed Just a Kid with the quickness.
It all came down to how it's presented in neutral, right? Rocky is the one that kind of outstepped Just a Kid in whatever he wants to do, right? You try to throw a charge up. Oh my lordy!
my God.
Was that medium punch from that far still connected to Tatsu? I thought it would miss. There's a lot more consistencies with it though, actually. They changed it up over time, so not too surprised, but it's still definitely when I see it.
It's good. It's good. Rocky using it to full effect right here in this match. You know, those fireballs to deal with that medium kick at that range. Harder for him to react. Does run into the medium and the throw. The play will keep it close to the season.
Oos.
Anti-air. Better from Just a Kid.
And the plus frames after that, with Rocky not biting. This is going to be great for Just a Kid. He's going to go for the reset. No, he goes for the knockdown. After the target combo mid-air. Activation. Back throw. This is tough. Another throw. He's going to go into the sequence again. Another throw. He's going to throw him a third time.
The interruption, though, yeah, but Just a Kid denied it. He knew it, too.
Yeah, I think had Rocky gone for that slight stutter step he did in the round prior, where he paused, waited for the jab, I think he would have found success.
The crouch media kick and the super, yep, that would have sealed it. Rocky still has full bar. So does Just a Kid. He stays off set point for a little bit longer.
Oh, so scary. Just a Kid knows it too. He doesn't want to charge up anything. This is the scariest part about Rocky's neutral.
He doesn't give up too much space. He walks in that area, in that place, that medium kick, make sure that he can stop him, but no.
I love that from Just a Kid. I guess testing the waters is what you need to do against someone as solid as Rocky. The dash up and not pressing a button to force the air, I thought that was super smart. But Rocky, oh boy. Oh no, too far! Oh, what is happening?
Again.
How much spaghetti is this man gonna eat?
Another HCP. Caught him coming in with it. Rocky with the dash and throw. That's the activation, 2 up the heavy. You gotta watch out for the activation though from Just a Kid's side.
Oh, and he charges up the V skill as well. Looking to extend the combo. Oh, even better. He gets the back throw. Uh-oh. Rocky's in trouble. We've seen this happen before. Just a Kid has risen to the occasion at a deficit where he was almost dead against Sabo, right? There was that one moment where Sabo had dropped the game-winning confirm.
Literally right there.
Will history repeat itself? Will this happen to Rocky? He's seeing 3 of them out there in Feng Shui. Hit the one in the middle.
The one in the middle.
That's right. Hit the one in the middle.
Rocky needs to go back to that stable gameplay. Careful with the confirms. Don't get baited by Just a Kid's movement that you had pointed out. Like Just a Kid wanting him to whip some of these hits and things like that at his distances. Playing around the person more than the character at this point. Yeah, caught him walking in with the crouch media kick. But Just a Kid hasn't worked his way out of the corner just yet. Never mind. Might be fine. Rocky forced to back off.
Oh, no confirm, no forward, a little bit too far off. Maybe, but I think they've already improved his HP DP to cover those distances. Rocky now a lot more confident in that confirm the second time around. Here's the activation. You can see a side flip. Instead it's the bust out. Rocky has had the highest percentage of EX uppercuts that have hit this tournament.
They're pretty damn good. Really great reads through from Rocky, but able to read that. There's the throw. Skip the V reversal. Fireball locks him down. And right we talked about that. Just a Kid looking for these strings.
That was enough damage?
That's pretty good.
I was actually super impressed. Again, exactly what you're talking about. We emphasize this from the get-go. Be careful of how you want to throw out those fireballs. Low forward to fireball, not a true string. And that far too, definitely not. Oos. You love to see it. Low forward confirmed with the HPDP. Just a Kid now peppering in some of the lights. Going to get a very important confirm, although the damage may not be as severe. The important thing is this, the momentum and the spacing. Look at the stun. We talked about this momentum. Now look at the spacing. He's brought Rocky all the way to the corner. The throw's not going to be enough, and he knows it.
One.
He absolutely knows it.
Just a kid. It's the same situation we saw with Sabo. Using that momentum. It's not just about them having the drops. It's about just a kid saying, oh, I can do this now. You've given me the opportunity. I have the momentum now. I'm finding my way to play. And he's not falling into the lull that Rocky wants to play at. Rocky looking way less comfortable in the neutral. We saw him confidently walking forward with punishing things, dealing with the neutral with the fierce and things like that, finding crushes. Yes. Now it's the opposite. Now Jessica's walking him down like he's going through the park. And right now, it might be a walk through the park all the way to the loser side of grand finals for Just a Kid. I'm not sure, though.
Maybe.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
It could be. We wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, it'll be a spectacle for sure, but Just a Kid had literally done this in the match prior.
Right.
So we'll see how it plays out. You know, Rocky's got pretty big shoes to fill in terms of what he was doing earlier. I mean, it's his own shadow that he's trying to catch at this point. He had it 2-0. Just a Kid in the prime position to take it all the way against The Rock. Not Dwayne Johnson, but
yeah, not the guy.
Not that guy. Not ever.
Do it. Can Just a Kid get the finish? Is Rocky going to solidify that neutral to the final game between the two? They took a second at the camera side screen to just calm down a bit. We'll see who's going to do it. Stock up with the B skill, and I like that from Rocky. Immediately denying that B skill approach. It's still stocked up, but you can see Rocky's at distance, denying these anti-fireball approaches or anything with Just a Kid.
Oh, there's an activation route going in for the fireball. No side. Okay, he was going for the side. I thought he would do a pinwheel over. It makes it more ambiguous, but the jump over is just fine. He'll still take it because he forces Ken into a block string. And this is what he rides on, right? I love the check on the dashes. You were talking about what improvements he needs to make. It doesn't matter if he has meter, though. Back throw. Rocky in full control.
With a heavy kick every so often. Tech. The defense of Rocky. This is where you can play right here. Patient play. Make Just a Kid break down. Important tech with Just a Kid now. He's able to activate. EXDP. What a decision to delete that EX off the table before it even happened on block.
I don't know what the decision was behind Just a Kid spending that bar for EX kicks.
You're right.
I genuinely do not know what that could have been about.
Do you think he's gonna auto dial it out? You saying?
No, I mean there's nothing you can do. Like, if you hit that cartwheel and activate, it's a markdown. I don't think the EX kicks would have hit from that range.
Not sure.
I genuinely don't think it would have hit from that range.
Rocky is on set point, but now Just a Kid getting a little more aggressive with it. It's a little more stable with that bar too.
Oh, just outside of that range. And I like that. Yeah, he's trying to counter poke with a crouching heavy punch, but Just a Kid well aware that he's with one too many normals. Oh,
yeah,
he cannot pull that fireball, son.
He's moving it.
Is that something Rocky was willing to sacrifice? Or is he trying to force that meter spendage from Just a Kid? I mean, it leads to this position, right? Now it's going to be all Kid. Oh. Oh, that scared the hell out of me in the medium kick. You cannot try to dash up in Just a Kid's face. That was actually V-skill run, so either way, dangerous territory. You're treading dangerous territory now. Both players at tournament point. Excuse me, match point. I'm getting ahead of myself. Match point for both players. Oops.
Nice conversion to DP right here from Rocky. He's got to stay as stable as possible. Just to get the momentum, and now he's pushing him to the corner with the Exatsu.
Minus. Don't get the throw now. Rocky, what are you going to do about this? There's the activation, plus frames. And I love the patience from Rocky up until that point. The movement gets checked onto the other side. No, he's walking him down. Fireball to start things off on the pressure. Rocky backs away. No more feng shui threat. Back throw to reset the situation. That's one charge.
One on the deck. Rocky trying to save that distance and not let him get any more. Try to get those confirms. No buttons whiff.
Yeah. Rocky's in a great position to take it after one hit, actually.
Denying that.
Oh, that could have been critical art, but he didn't want to spend it. Wasn't ready.
Into Oki in the finish, but he might be able to find it soon.
There's so much focus on the ground game. I wonder if Rocky would ever try to get away with something like a jump EX tops.
Hey, just test the waters. He's been every so often with the gates DPs. A little bit of that wild, not mine with the Kin. These fireballs.
He's really testing Just a Kid. The delay, the defense from Just a Kid. That's going to be a good amount of damage. Watch out for the instant over, and he's going to be close enough.
Or the throw!
My God!
Just a Kid taking down Rocky. A full bar at the bottom, and he's willing to walk in and get the throw for the win. What confidence. to pull it back to the brink the second time.
At this point, these guys are getting in their own heads, man. Rocky and Sabo, they had it. They had it in their midst. They were down to just one more sequence, one more touch against Just the King, but he is proven untouchable. Excuse me. I choked up a little bit because of how phenomenal he's been playing. Take a look at the replay, how it all went down, right? Rocky had a phenomenal start. He had the game plan ready. But there's just something about this kid. He understands full well about the scenario. He's got the tournament nerves on lock. He had his eyes on the big prize, and Rocky just let it slip. Visions of grandeur just slipping away from his fingertips.
Multiple times. In fact, we saw that big drop, and you would point out he had just stuck with the shimmy and the crouch mini kick and the super. That would have sealed it, or at least put him farther and farther. Now we're seeing Just the Kid kind of follow Rocky, where he tried to walk him down. Just the Kid would confidently walk up to him, and Rocky didn't really have much for him. And we saw drops and nerves and things like that from Rocky's side. Just the Kid was able to survive. Still great sequences from Rocky. I don't want to get it twisted, but as you had pointed out, would love to see more of the Tatsus and things like that to catch him off guard. Maybe more jump-ins to catch things, because there was so much focus on the ground game to see if he was watching the aerial space.
It would have been nice to see, but Rocky, again, might have gotten into his own head towards the end. Like, again, he plays a very, very sturdy ground game, but I think he was just too focused on trying to outsmart Just the Kid there. Again, his neutral was phenomenal in the first 2 games. Right. He was outplaying the heck out of Just the Kid. We cannot dispute that.
Right, he was doing fantastic.
But it is what it is, man. Just a kid finding the right adaptations. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and he's literally done so 2 games straight. I am thoroughly shocked and surprised, but at the same time, it's well deserved. This guy is a beast. Young Just a King, the youngest king to ever do it, now facing off against his biggest demon yet. Again, the person that had put him into losers wasn't Chocote, but it was in fact an R-Mika player, which was Sabo, and it was mad close. It was actually extremely close. Now what happens when you are presented with the Mika from the Midwest?
Dang, that's right. You definitely have to do something different with it. Something different than me in terms of how Tay wants to play. He's a lot more about the mixes, but let's not forget that his neutral's fantastic too. And back to Just the Kid though, the fact that he is momentum based also gives him a buff up, I think, in this match. So it's going to be hard to call who's going to take this. Just the Kid was one of the people that was pointed as the one to take this tournament. The big 3, Brian F and Rob TV, and Just the Kid, especially after his recent wins. Now he needs one more person in the end. But Tay though, Tay is he's cooking. He is chef out here. Tay is playing different, and I love to see that energy. I love to see that heat out here in the Midwest. Either way, it's gonna be an explosive match. Just the Kid versus El Chicote. Grand finals of the bro. I'm just a comeback.
Or as Orty says, just a
comeback.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's your new name.
Yeah, without a doubt, and it's gonna be exciting to me. I want to see what exactly Just the Kid has in mind for the Mika play, because personally, I think Jury struggles. I feel like she can struggle on defense against Mika. I think there's a lot that Jury can do in neutral to kind of stop Mika from getting her offense going.
Okay.
But if it's just one slip up, if you let Mika in the door, if you invite her in, best believe she's going to be a Brahma bull in your place and in your face. To be honest with you, Chicote is going to be in a very favorable position considering he's on the winner's side. I've talked about this with other commentators as well. Statistically, it's been a rough shot for a lot of people in losers historically to make a comeback happen just based off of previous CPT runs.
Ooh, and the way Tay's playing, it's going to be hard to get it done. But then again, Just a Kid coming back from the brink, it's like the game gods are favoring him. They are shining on him. I'm not going to say it's all about luck because it takes a lot of skill to bring it back from the brink, especially
for sure,
when he's at the brink of defeat, like when there's just confirms away. So again, that momentum, how we saw him in the 5v5, how we saw him in the top spots of Texas Showdown and other tournaments. It's that same sort of heat. Grand finals of the Midwest CPT qualifier. El Chicote versus Just a Kid. Let's get it.
And here we go. It's going to be 3 out of 5 all the way through. You already know what it is. You guys have been tuning in. We thank you guys. This is going to be everything we've asked for in the Midwest. Just a Kid, Chicote on the winner's side. But right now, as it stands, a good introduction from both.
He's right up to the fireball. Also for DP, you're talking about these anti-options of Furio. The drop kick against the fireball looks like it's pretty strong. So is the speech.
It's different though, because that fireball is very much so low to the ground. That hitbox is not going to be a big deterrent against something like a drop kick. In fact, it gives Chakotay the green light to go into the drop kick, which is a big problem. Just the kid, however, unfazed by said problem. He's letting the normal speak for themselves. But here comes the Schmix Master. You blocked that? Yeah, he's definitely been to the lab against Tay. But what about the second set?
Oh, what? What?
That was actually smart as hell.
So nasty.
That was smart as hell. Chakotay intentionally had dropped it. I mean, the stun would have killed him either way, I think.
Right.
But he made a statement. Chakotay hit him with the jab. It hit, right? Stopped intentionally to get a frame trap against Just a Kid. That was nasty. I bet you, man, Tay, you a dirty dog.
Yeah, well timed in the super slide. El Chakotay sipping out the cap like that. My God. And getting a real big lead, which is fantastic.
That's a command grab. Oh, you know, I would have got
XDP.
smoked too.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot. Just a Kid. Now, he sees red. It is out. There it is. He sees red. I'm not talking about Mika's costume. He's very aggressive right now. You can't continue the combo. Dead. Build that meter. You already have full critical. It doesn't matter what your name is.
I really like the fact that Just Kid goes in this next round, going down with all the bar, threatened with the EXDP as a reversal option, and still going to super. A lot of things he can utilize, but again, El Chakotay dashing and not let him stock up. I like that he's aware, saying his distances. And the anti-air from Just a Kid, once he was before, now he's putting it in his game plan, spins a super, so now he gets the lead in this round.
Just the explosive damage. Oh, the back roundhouse to stop the drop kick. Man, that's so active. It's so smart, too.
With the fireball follow-up?
Get him with the chair. The brimstone just in case. Yes, sir. Right before the second chair. Another Najusta coming in. Oh, he stuffed him. He tried to move out of the way. Oh, no. Not stunned yet. Check the movement. EX uppercut finds the mark again. Just a Kid. He is phenomenal when it comes to the defensive reads against Chakotay. But what happens now? Chakotay is on the back foot. He has to be. No stunner. No cell.
No V-bar for Emo. Beautiful versus drop kick, but he's able to land the jab in time to stay fine.
What?
Ooh, you almost got smoked.
He swept. He low-profiled under the drop kick. That had to be intentional. That had to be intentional. Just a Kid. That's actually kind of nuts.
That's actually kind of wild. Had enough time to get the jab too as well. Perfectly timed. Now Tay says, I'm gonna land this one to get it done. Side switch though on the whip command grab and the DP.
That was actually caught. That actually caught the startup of the back roundhouse coming against Jury. Oh, big punish on the sweep. Just a Kid. No, not there for the anti-air. A big stuff. No drop kick in his face.
The back heavy kick used as a shimmy tool. Almost got the stun. One more touch to get it done. Tay up in the corner. Backs off for the activation. I like that for Just a Kid. Noticing the bar at the bottom. EXDP knocks him down on the ground. No mix necessary.
Such a scary thought. My God, he's playing out of his mind. Just a Kid has stuffed so many different drop kick approaches from Chakotay.
What I really love about the fact that even though he is getting crushed on some of the sequences off the drop kicks, he's still presenting those options. He's not taking them off the table. But I like that chase down from Tay against the V-shift and play in the pickup. One more touch for the stun. No chase down it's wingless airplane in the crosscut.
Oh, and he dropped the stun opportunity. Just a Kid has plenty of time to punish the body splash on the way down. I'm loving this right now from Just a Kid. Fireball to check. Medium kick to keep Chakotay locked down. But here comes the Desco. Where's that chair at? You know he's going to convert off of that. It's Tay.
All damn day.
My God.
From
Extra
across
damage.
the room?
How does the Desco defy physics with the chair the way that she throws it?
What it sounds like too.
I'm ducking every time I hear that noise.
Ooh, huh? Let's hit my front. Jumping situation right here from Tay.
Again. He tried to parry? Trying to get a flex going? Oh, huge momentum swing. And it's so tough. Just a Kid, he's making all the right reads on defense. Not falling susceptible to any of the Lady Mika pressure, not even the command grabs. He's staying and holding his ground.
And then some of those ranges using standing medium kick, and some of these ranges in the back end for the light kick, easier options so they don't get crush countered. I like that he alternates depending on where he is at. Jump in. Not bad for El Chakotay. He's closer and closer. He needs to get that mix going and flowing. There's a drop kick on the crouch medium kick into the super El Chakotay.
There's a lot of scaling involved, but Not enough. Oos. Very close tag. That could have been it. Oh my god. If Chakotay gets hit once.
Talk to me.
I think he's dead. No, there's a lot of scaling.
That's why did he bet that?
You actually are a madman.
You nasty little boy.
Ew.
I can't believe you did that.
You booger swinging.
You just
V-skill throwing.
You don't wash your hands after you eat Cheetos.
Boy. Oh god, gets it all over the controller.
That's awful. It's gross.
That's the cousin that comes over to the house, just picking his nose. Can I play on your video games?
No.
Get out of here.
Risky option did not pay off in the end. Just a kid. I'm surprised he went for that decision, to be honest. Like, it's one of those you block. At this point, I think you just stay more solid in the neutral. Let him come to you, get the win. You have so many ways to check in the neutral. That's so risky at this point. You're in the loser side of things. We'll see what it do, though. He's still right the ship right here with the neutral. As soon as I say that, comes his first. Puts him in the corner. Chakotay is working him.
Power bomb, and there goes the first brimstone of many. Oh, not today. No stopping. Just a kid in the corner. Actually gets that escape route. Just to continue the combo after this. Back throw will not be enough. Oh, no, it would have been enough. Back throw would have killed.
You're right.
Uh-oh.
Whip.
Mika.
Off the backboard. Where she had in front. Yo, the smash. That's so.
He's so sick.
He's so dirty.
Tay is actually the sickest man alive. Chakotay is a nasty. He ain't never lied. Back throw.
I like that this is going for more of these jump-in situations, trying to find the crossover. That crouching Indian punch has a weird angle to deal with the air approach.
Giant swing.
Yep, here we go.
Speaking of swings, that momentum shift is ever so important. Just a kid, he thrives on that attention. He thrives on that pressure, I would say. What a time to get through that fireball. What a reaction from Tay. Just a kid, one of those options nullified. Sneaking in a dash. You're dead if you spend it.
And he will. Spin to win. Gotta stay alive. Do not let Tay put you in the corner and mix you to death. Spin to win. You get the bar back anyway. Just a kid. Trying to go up more of these games. Just that reset closer and closer.
And look at the neutral being played against Just a Kid. Every single option that Chakotay presented stuffed. Up until this point, right? Now that entry has been broken, Chakotay is playing Mika. He's playing Mika.
Fears the throw.
Don't get swung on.
Reset. It's V-ship. Well timed.
He knew it.
And the V-skill side switch. I like that from Just a Kid. Puts him at a better space.
No more stun factor. Chakotay does get this giant swing anyway. No coverage. No coverage on the jump out. Again. Just, oh my lord. Target. Oh, that's feng shui, not target combo. The throw.
Yeah, there we go. Stay safe. Still one more in the tank without Chakotay. Hold on the neutral.
Oh, you could anti-air that! Oh, Jesus. He was trying to chase down. Oh, you can?
That'll do it. Just decisions away once again.
But Lord.
These pressure situations, it's so hard to stay solid, but someone like Just a Kid's like, cool, if you let me live, it'll be over for you.
He just has the right reads against what Chakotay wants to do. There's been multiple times where he's gotten out of giant swing territory. Sure, some of them will hit, but it's not a complete steamroll. Like, there's been imperative moments where if he had sat down still, he would have died.
That's correct.
I don't know how he's guessed correctly a good amount of the times against Chakotay. That's impressive in and of itself.
Very. Even though they probably play each other quite a bit, it doesn't matter. You know, something different up in these top spot tournaments. You're gonna show something different. EX. Tech, DP immediately, just to get turning up in terms of the aggression.
That light pin wheel is such a nuisance from that far away, too. It just occupies so much space, and it's hard to punish. Oh, boy. Damn! Can we talk about how impressive Just a Kid's maneuvering is around the V-Trigger 2 activation? El Chakotay has not gotten any success with it. I gotta think to myself, will Chakotay benefit more off of Trigger 1 at this point? I don't know. It serves very similar purposes, but I don't know, man.
It's like you hit Trigger so far in the match. You know, you lost so much health in that, you know, we haven't seen too much come from it. And they just go holding down neutral a little bit to put more mix on it. It might help out a little bit more. I'd like to see Tay switch it up. That might possibly happen. We do see a reset. Just Kid is on reset point. That could happen.
I love that.
Do the fireball, use the armor.
There's the first Lady Mika that actually has hit Just a Kid. It's been a long time. The mix, blocked again. Another V reversal. Just a Kid's defense has been amazing. Watch out now. That's fine. Very minimal damage out of the whole potential of it. The V-shift break. No, sir. Counter hit is there. Chakotay with a hefty life lead. Just a kid. He could get a couple of sequences going, but it has to do without trigger.
Absolutely. Careful now. Got your these dashes that come through. Just a kid. Pepper with the medium kicks every so often.
Oh. No whiff punish from the side of Chakotay.
A fireball. Oh my God.
I mean, there's nothing really he could fear from that range. That's fine. Yeah, dashed up into him. Or actually just smoked that standing medium punch. From that range, Chakotay, I don't think the Peach would hit. The armor would be there, but I don't think the Peach would hit from that far against the fireball. Oh.
Jump back. Again, dealing with the drop kick in different ways, different spaces. He's got a plan. He's ready.
Oh, that was actually mad far. That's too close for comfort. Yeah, I think it hit towards the later end of the active frame, where it's not cancelable. Oh, that's fine. Brimstonian, do it again.
Rising. What's the EX? As you said before.
How does he know?
How does he know?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, he obviously studies the tapes. He's on his stream, things like that. But for him to be this studious to study prepared, it's the next level Just a Kid. It's Just a King out here.
There's the chair. Here comes just 2 hands in the air, by the way. Late Nadeshko whiffing in the night. Nadeshko again. What's the answer here for Just a Kid? Just sitting there and blocking. That's just fine. Look at him just taking the steps back. Oh, Chakotay, he smells blood as well. Gets the confirm off of the counter hit. He is one more game closer to getting into Capcom Cup, but Just a Kid, he still has another game to play. We'll see if he can get this reset going. Personally, I would love to see how this plays out with a reset.
Yeah. Let's see more action.
No shot against Tay, but I want to see how it plays out. This has been mad entertaining. I love seeing the defensive options that Just a Kid has against Chakotay. It's been read after read, and it's been the correct one. It's phenomenal.
It's just that player-to-player kind of thing that they've had for years upon years. People who play each other on ranked, in tournaments, just in practice in general. It's all coming to light, but you see the switch up in different things. He put himself in the corner. That was unfortunate.
That was Chakotay just ducking. If he had stood still, it would have hit in the front to get a throw beat, but Chakotay just sitting there. That was so smart.
And his own matchup knowledge. He wants it. He's hungry.
What a block. But you can't block the command grab.
Air jab.
It's fine. Very risk averse option. That's too far. That's way too far.
But for Just a Kid. Having that standing medium kick into the punish.
Man, he had all the punishes in the world. He's still went for the sweep either way. Just a Kid now looking at reset point against Chakotay.
Yes, right there. Yes. As we talked about, the spacing has to be perfect, and he was right in that range.
Oh. Giant swing, get back in here. Oh. The V-shift into the charge up. A little bit ambiguous. I love that from Just a Kid. But El Chakotay firing away with the peak. Another command grab too far off the mark. I'm not too sure about that.
Just get taking advantage. Forcing Tay to back up a bit into the corner. The drop kick still deadly. All it takes is a good crush. Back to square one. The DP. That's what we want to see from Just a Kid in terms of the anti-air approach. And rushing the activation. He's coming through. Watch your 6, man. It's got a lot more tricks.
Yeah.
I told you.
Covering that V reversal option. Nadeshko coming out. Oh, my lordy. Oh, you could have come in again.
Come for the EX that time.
You're actually dead.
Resetting the bracket. We talked about that. EX Wingless has not been coming through as an anti-air. It's Just a Kid.
He had the reset, or he had the option select. He 100% had the option select against that option. There was a time for him to go for the wingless airplane. He whiffed the throw. Just a Kid had jumped away. He could have done EX wingless airplane.
That was the only time that he has not went for that option too. So it's strange to not see him go for these anti-air options that have been presented to him consistently by Just a Kid.
Nasty. Actually kind of nasty, but it's exactly what we asked for. I mean, that's good for us.
Yeah. I want to see more games. I don't want to see more games too.
That's rough for Chakotay, but hey, man, that's great for us. I would love to see, again, Chakotay. There were a couple of mishaps. Like there was a lot of miscalculations when it came to his command grabs. I think there was a lot of micro walks that Just a Kid had taken, and Chakotay hadn't really been prepared for that. He hadn't been able to keep Just a Kid sitting still. But we'll see how that manages in the later half of the matches. Can we see that one more time? Let me show some. Oh man, I want to see some love.
It was Tega saying we need one more set. Okay. Shout out to my boy Taki Tega out here.
My man
You're
Tega.
Getting what you get. You're getting what you get, baby. Reset of the grand finals. Just a Kid coming back to the brink. But again, it's just these slight decisions of Tay that could take it. He just needs to look at the anti-air approach, I think, a little bit better. And there's a switch over to V-Trigger 1, as we mentioned before.
I love the option of trigger 1. I feel like there's a lot more consistency in tracking down the opponent rather than the chair being pretty linear, right? You can treat it as a projectile. But that, again, it just tracks the opponent.
Get it early in the round, too, so it might help out. It's a back throw. Tay.
Damn!
Neutral jump in play. Something different with it. Four Fears. The chase up. That's what we want to see with these anti-airs.
Giant swing, you're actually going to be stunned. I don't know what the scaling about. Oh, he's got more than enough. What am I saying?
No EX necessary.
Doesn't need it. After that, that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. El Chicote squaring it up. And that crouching medium punch. Walking a bit so make sure you get the anti-air at the right area. I like that from Tay.
Oh. I like that firing right back with the low medium kick as well. Oh boy. Lady Mika into the reset, causing medium punch. Lady Mika yet again.
Cross frame city.
Here's the jam. Oh! No side switch.
Comes with the V skill.
And that's totally fine. Side switch via back throw now. Just a kid. He's using the rest of the escape to move on back. He's waiting for it. Crouching heavy punch canceled into the fireball to force Chicote to sit still. That was actually genius.
And the right anti-air approach too with that range. Just a kid again.
Oh, you're dead.
Get it up into the super. That'll seal it. Of course, he's gonna spin to win.
Yeah,
stay in. Yeah.
If off of crush counter, if he had done dash up, stand jab into uppercut, I think it would have left Chicote living. Like just raw, or not raw, sorry, just those three without going into critical art, I think Chicote would have been big living.
That's a choice, but just a kid with a drop kick again. The Tay hasn't put him on the corner or taken off the table. And I like that he's put also the crouch medium kick every so often and the Sobato every so often the normal to make it different. A different look.
How many Lady Mikas did he just raw? I think it was like 4.
He still got away with no crush.
Oh, he whipped the sweep and no big punish. It's fine. Chicote now gets the activation. That was sick! He baited him.
Yep. For coming to time to stay fine.
Snap. Brimstone. A back throw will do it, I think. Oh, he went for the Mika. The back throw for Just a Kid instead. Another throw again.
I like that from Just a Kid to blow up that defensive option right there. Into offense. Go for the throw. Empty throw. One more touch. EX, why would you jump? You got the ground covered.
I love that option. Just a Kid was trying to intimidate with the fireball, forcing Chicote to sit still in the mix. But again, I think if he had waited a little bit longer on the ground, I think he would have been able to like get something going. He could have been like, block the fireball, do anything like maybe like, jump in, sure. He could do like a tick throw setup off of a light jump in. He could do an empty jump into a low or empty jump throw, right?
Low, yeah.
He had a 4-way mix.
What a way to go. You gave him the opportunity with the EX speech. Wingless. We talked about the anti-air approach from Tay getting better and better. With the V skill.
Man, still with the conversions. Just a Kid. Stuffing up the dashes. And now punishing the crouching heavy punches. Chicote looking for a way to activate Just a Kid. I love that. He backs away because he understands Chicote just wants to go for the activate.
Now, actually, Just a Kid turned down just a little bit patient, but here we go. Into the corner.
Oof. That's so much damage. Oh, dash up in your face. Just a Kid has no fear. He's in the perfect range for buffering, but man, who would think after a V-skill charge up that he would dash forward against Chicote?
I wouldn't at all. I wouldn't have guessed it at all.
Neither did Tay.
I guess. But it's that change in like rhythm is taking Tay off balance a little bit. The side gets punished. Just to get puts him in the corner, the throw. How's this gonna end? In the same way, same sort of way that we saw in the last round. Look at that, immediately avoiding the activation, backing off a bit.
Time to guess. Just a Kid guessing correctly. Educated guesses against the defense, or sorry, on defense against the offense of Chicote. No conversions. I mean, he could have gone for maybe like medium kick into charge kick, but still, I love it. Just a Kid not being overzealous. Nice and patient. This kid is no longer a kid. He is a man. The back throw and the patience of a man, of a king, of a saint. He knows how to rule his normals. He knows how to rule the battlefield. This guy is something else. This is the makings of history for David, aka Just a Kid.
He's definitely his neutral's definitely a lot better. I mean, I'm actually a little shocked at how he's playing right now. It's a mix of that aggression and that just staying back a bit, which has been a big pain point for him. He knows how to slow it down, and then those bursts of energy, those burst moments are taking El Chicote off his guard. Never mind, El Chicote finds his way out of the corner, staying fine, but the V break is a better way, puts it back to where he was square one.
I'm not going to be totally fine. Man, he's still within range?
He's still within range?
said that.
I had to agree. I had to agree.
Lordy, yeah, checking on the other side. Chakotay, again, this is where the mental game kind of gets put into play. Chakotay's being a little impatient. He's getting shook up a little bit by just the kid. Oh, that was sick. I actually didn't think he was going to low profile against the roundhouse.
Put on the command grab. Again, just give it these right reads and the anti-airs, the things that we were looking for. It's not so easy. Tay's been putting different looks in. Jump, heavy kick, splash, things like that. And now, just give it his own jump ins. Tay, you can see he's so focused on the ground game. He finds a confirm in the command grab too as well.
Oof. Lady Mika. I love it. I love it from Chakotay. Is it going to be enough? Does he spend it? He absolutely does, and that's going to be just fine for just the kid. Albeit, he was at a life deficit. His life in the corner, he's thinking to himself, all right, well, if Chakotay manages to spend the bar, he gets the W, but I get to start off as aggressive as I want to, right? I have a bar and, what, 3/4? That's going to be a big differential here.
One less anti-fireball option to worry about, but it doesn't matter. Tay just goes in immediately, round start with it, right in that aggression. And sometimes you just need that little bit of momentum, but again, the reads. Justic is a Liberian, my friend. My man is reading every book. And El Chakotay.
How does he know?
How does he know? Is again that you play somebody for so long, in addition to watching the tapes and things like that, and how the match has been going and flowing, he's put that together. He's about to get that stun.
He does get the stun.
And he gets it done.
He has more than enough to defeat Chakotay. A big lead for the young man. I think this is very similar to his first encounter against Chakotay. I think he went 2-1. He had the lead at one point, but now it's going to be... This is the one he needs to seal right now. With the amount of momentum and energy he's been playing at, and the read's been phenomenal, he is pretty much poised to take it. He's poised to take it. He's in that position to get it.
Absolutely. Put everything together. The anti-air's a ground game.
Nasty.
He's so great with the back heavy kick, had the conversion. And again, the anti-air's a DP. He's literally putting everything together.
This is it. I could see the remnants of Chakotay slowly disappearing. Like, this isn't the kind of Chakotay we're used to. We talk about momentum-based players. Chakotay is definitely one of those cats as well.
You're right. Look at that, looking for anything, but Justic was too far the distance.
He's playing with his emotions. Chakotay wants to get this trigger off, and Justic knows it.
Look at it there. What do we have? The Irish whip.
Same side.
EXDP though from Just a Kid.
Man, Chakotay is getting read like a book.
Every page. And the pictures. The reversal for submissions, but it may not even matter. It's just a one touch. The neutral jump, the reads, and Just a Kid on tournament point. Putting everything together. Anti-airs, ground game. This is an evolved David. This is the David that we've wanted to see for years upon years. Putting it together.
The building blocks have been established. The foundation is there. He's got it in sight. Will Chakotay be able to snatch the victory away from Just a Kid? But the way he's been playing, David is just looking on fire. Everything. He's brought every single stop sign against Chakotay's reign of terror. This guy can no longer be the bus driver. Instead, he's the one getting kicked out.
I like that jumping from El Chakotay. In the area of space, but we've seen the defense from Just a Kid. Bag throw. Unfortunate, no mix with it. The activation, keeping it safe and solid. And David says, I wish you would live. I wish you would. Stocks it up. DP in the corner.
And it's so tough. Just a Kid actually is in a very favorable position to get a solid confirm. He needs one confirmed sequence to kill because of all the stocked up kicks he has. If he gets a counter hit, that's even that. He's crouching. It's going to be David. Just a Kid is your winner for the Midwest. David, Just a Kid is going to Capcom Cup for the Midwest. Ladies and gentlemen, the Midbest's very own Just a Kid.
Man, oh man. From loser side. Knocked down by Amika. Coming back from the brink multiple times. What a story. All the way through the bracket to take down Tay today. Just a Kid. What a win, bro. He's been on fire. He's been one of the top 3 to do it, even going into this tournament. Definitely was the one to be looking at, too, as well, along with Brian F. and Rob TV. But he showed out against his dads, and he's definitely making everybody proud in the Midwest. I'm sorry, the Midbest. He is definitely the king of the scene.
playing out of his mind. I gotta say, Just the Kid has had all the right defensive reads. He was saving it for nationals is what he was doing. He was saving it for regionals, I can tell you what. But now he's going all the way to the world stage. Just the Kid has had such phenomenal reads against Chakotay specifically.
Right.
There have been so many instances against the Mikas he played prior where he could not figure out the situation. But Chakotay, man, again, there's just something about him that Just the Kid knew. He's like, you know what? I'm not afraid of your pressure. I know exactly what you want to do before you even get to do it.
Wow. Yeah, overall, I like this against play. The fact that he put everything together as a player, things that he's had issues with before for months upon months, years upon years, anti-airs, ground game, not getting too aggressive. And we saw that evolution, especially back in the Rocky play, where Rocky was slowing it down. Just Kid was like, dang, what do I do? But he started following through, and he started to keep that same momentum, that same energy. And we saw that in the end against Tay. Didn't let up. As soon as Tay was on the back foot, he went in and got his win. And you see a lot of these rotational, the defensive options too as well. Not willing to, take EXTPs off the table, the jabs, things like that. Denying the drop kicks at certain ranges, at certain distances.
The background houses was
so
way
smart.
Way better of an option too, because even if it whiffs, even if you get something like a whiffed drop kick and you get punished, it's like it's not going to be just fine.
Yeah.
I think his conversions off of the drop kick from the back roundhouse has been phenomenal. Just him calling that out and having the eyesight to do so has been phenomenal. That right there. You know what was really messed up about that sequence? That Chakotay got caught crouching. Like, sure, it would have led to death either way, but man, he gets a splash on a little extra damage because you get the medium kick cancel into the medium kick storage, into target combo, into whatever the hell you want. It was so beautifully done. Just a Kid. Look at the scores. Look at how much he's gone through, right? 3-1 against Rob TV, 3-0 against Boomy, an extremely close call against Sabo, does it again against Rocky, and does manage to survive the first onslaught of Chakotay. I'm actually super impressed. I was talking about it in the back. I'm like, I think this might be Chakotay's tournament to win. The way that he was playing, he looked unstoppable. But I gotta say, Just the Kid played out of his mind. A lot of his uppercuts had landed. A lot of his jumps have paid off out of the corner, out of command grabs. There was just something about him today that just excelled above the rest. Like, again, it could have been a complete toss-up between Chakotay and Just the Kid. It just so happens that today, this weekend, was Just the Kid's weekend. And it happens. It happens, and it's well-deserved.
Well-deserved for Just the Kid. Congratulations on his win. I can't take this kid anymore, Street Fighter V. Years after years, man, I can't do it. But you know what? Maybe I can take him in a different Street Fighter game. Maybe in one that's about duels. Street Fighter Duel. Coming sometime in the future, this Capcom authorized mobile game, Street Fighter Duel, is now available for download in China. With a global release coming soon, the epic legend is reborn on mobile. Download Street Fighter Duel and let's fight for each other, enjoying the journey with millions of players to become the best fighter.
And speaking of the best fighter, well, guess what? Just the Kid happened to be the best fighter in the Midwest. You know what that means. He's unlocked a full-on tracksuit for all the jury mains. That includes me. I actually get all the free tracksuit colors. I love you, man. Thank you so much. Again, as it stands right now, when it comes to getting these tracksuits, whoever wins a CPT, they get all of the colors unlocked. In fact, they're all available for you, purchasable with that fight money as well. So again, it's a big incentive for a lot of you cats to get behind some of your favorite players, some of your favorite characters, because again, you get a little bit of a prize, a significant one at that, to get all the colors, so long as your favorite player / character takes it all. Again, you can see it, the 45 characters with their tracksuit colors. There can only be about 16 that get into Capcom Cup this year. So I mean, like, you better get those, you better get that fight money nice and loaded to get the rest of those tracksuit colors. Again, currently available now for jury players on behalf of Just the Kid. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been established who is the king of the Midwest in the final season of Street Fighter V. Everybody else can hold that. It is indeed Just a Kid.
Oh my God. I said king because he's definitely the king of this thing right now. People, when we return, maybe we'll get to talk to the king himself. Stick with it. After this break, a little bit more Street Fighter V.
Time to fight, time to fight. Never give up, we won't retreat. The ones who stand have turned to feast. So fight, time to fight. Glory waits for those who fight. We unite, we are Street Fighter.
When you go looking for strength, it's not like a game. This journey doesn't have a real ending. Okay then, hope you're ready to begin. If you want to start off on the right foot in this city, hit the streets.
Yeah, hey there, I do this. Never feel loose. And when I get up in the game, y'all be improved. A real problem, but I solve them all fakes proof. And if you think I'm going forward, then you talking fool. Yeah, y'all wanna win, let me spin, boy. Or dunks aside, I'm super fly like I'm hanging off the rim, boy. I've been winning for my kinfolk, and I put on for my city from the intro. Fight! It started from the ground up, training getting wound up, channeling the inner self and moving up and down, crossing over, passing around, full of time like I can keep score. 30 years I never thought it crossed before. When I get out on my knees, I gotta dig in the deep. I feel like I'm on the road, it really has got me. Actions I went the way, no good vibes. If you just let it get, I'm out in the scheming, riding around in the dreaming. Once I get the feeling,
The top player is here. Let me have some fun.
Ready? Then show me.
This will be a good fight.
if you wanna come and stand up to me, pull up on me now. If you want a challenge, tell me what you want to me now. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back. I'm on the road to the top and I'm not looking back.
This is our destiny.
My secret arts should Street Fighter VI.
Let's go! After it!
Fear my strength. Have a taste of this. Don't take this personal.
I'll show no mercy.
This is for my fellow hunters.
All riders have to strike out on their own.
Let's do this.
And welcome back to the Mid-Best CPT. We have finally crowned a champion. I'm so proud of him. Just the Kid is your winner. And man, oh man, it was an explosive tournament. My name is St. Cola Joy Vicious. I'm getting ahead of myself because it has been a great journey for all the players out here showing out in this top 16 all the way to top 8 spot. In fact, let's take a look at how we got to the finale.
Yeah, you're talking about the top 8 that currently went down, right? We all started it with the top 16. There was a bunch of donuts on the screen. You can see all the 2-0 sweeps coming in from Boomy, from Rocky, from Chakotay. But the only one that was close, Toplin versus Kaiser. In terms of the score, again, the numbers don't tell the entire tale, right? We had a lot of crazy matches going into it, and you see down below as well what had transpired from the loser's side. You could see it right down below. Rob TV actually had to take down Dat Vip as well on the way over. Just a Kid had to face off against his brethren, Lizard Man as well. Mar versus Orange Man, that was kind of tough as well. Joe Ume Rogan versus Del's on Fire, as exciting as ever, but all 2 zeros across the board. It continued over to round 2, right? One of the biggest storylines we saw was Rob TV versus Stack. And then, of course, like Sencho versus Joe Ume Rogan. I wanted to see if Joe had what it took to pull out the Akuma win, but it was indeed Sencho. But that was just like the tip of the iceberg. Let's flip the script a little bit and talk about the top 8 and what we were looking forward to the most. I'm going to start off with Chakotay and Toplin. I thought it would be a lot closer, personally, with the way that Toplin has been playing. Chakotay, however, 100% ready in the lab. He already had that match dissected and downloaded. I didn't know. But down below, we're talking about the loser side. Which one were you looking forward to the most again? I already know.
Oh, you already know.
Let me hear it.
It's Just a Kid versus Rob TV. Definitely want to see the match between the father and son, but Just a Kid is the one that got it done. You could definitely see that he had that potential, that momentum, that heat, that fire. And Rob TV looking a little bit lost against the jury, and that carried Just a Kid all the way to the loser side against Boomy, getting the 3-0 sweep right there. We see from when he fought Boomy, he defeated Boomy 3-0. But then there was Sabo, the close match between him and Sabo, which is like a firm away for Sabo to get that win and just get brought back from the brink. Then again, when he fought Rocky, again, the same thing happened.
He missed the chip territory, actually. He missed that chip W. There was a sequence where he had Just a Kid in the corner. I think he was slightly far away from getting an uppercut canceled into critical art, but I think he could have gone at least with like a normal cancel into critical art, maybe like a low medium kick, if anything. But I'd have to watch the tapes yet again. I don't know if it would have been enough damage to stuff out Just a Kid. But as it stands, Just a Kid, what had happened in the grand finals, right? Chakotay tried to keep it as close as possible. The reset happened. This is pretty much something new in history where the loser has actually come back from taking down the reset and taking it all the way. You see how close it was with Just a Kid between him and Chakotay. He actually had the lead 2-1 prior. Chakotay had tied it up. Both of them were at match point.
True.
Just a Kid had clutched it out. Chakotay had actually missed a significant confirm. He had missed another significant confirm. That added to the mental stack. Just a Kid completely unfazed when it comes to the mental game now. Whole different story. This guy, I actually got to hear him on his own stream where he was like, if I miss something or if I get put into losers, I'm not going to let that faze me. I still have to play the game that I'm here to play.
That's so smart.
He literally said that in his top 16 run. Somebody had asked him on his stream, was like, dude, what do you do to get out of the mental funk? He's like, I can't afford to even sit and dwell on it anymore. I just have to keep playing my game. And Just a Kid, again, I got to talk to him in the back. I got to talk to him and ask him and be like, yo, man, like, how are you feeling? Because I don't like asking that question in an interview. Like, how are you feeling?
Yeah. It's really boring.
He was completely speechless and breathless. He was just like, bro, I still can't. I can't what?
You can't what?
But that's enough jibber jabber about the top 8. Let's get our winner interview with Just a Kid. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at the king of the Midwest. First and foremost, David, when you saw those 2 significant drops in Losers Round 3 and in Losers Finals, you almost actually let it slip. What went on through your mind as those hits missed from your opponents?
I mean, it was tense from both of us, especially Rocky and Sabo. Like, I was this close to just, it's done for me. But my clutch factor just went up to 200,000. Not even 10.
Yeah.
You ain't lying.
And as my mother always said, I pulled a rabbit out of a hat.
I love how you bring your mother into this. She is the quoter of all quotes. I feel like I'm gonna have to meet Just the Mom, to be honest with you, because these quotes have been fire. I've never heard these quotes before, and I'm an old man. So other than that, I gotta say, man, very, very much so well done.
I want to know what your Mika practice was after you lost to Sabo. I saw you going back to your stream and looking at the things that you did wrong. What other preparations did you do for Mika's? Because you definitely look like you knew that matchup intrinsically, not only for Tay but for Sabo.
Well, specifically with Mika, there's actually 3 Mikas, especially in the Midwest, that, a lot of people know. It's Sabo, Joey, and El Chakotay.
Yes.
And they all play different styles. I feel that Sabo is more of the reactive one because, he'll do EX Wingless, EX Peach on neutral jumps and everything. While Tay is more so momentum based. If he gets momentum, he's going to try and snuff you, and Joey's a little bit mixture of the two. So I tend to differentiate how I play around him, because I know if Sabo, I can't, bait a roundhouse as much, or against Tay, I may not be able to, like dash in, dash out, do all this other stuff because he's just sitting there waiting for me to do something. So
True.
With Mika, it really comes down to the player, because if I see they dash a lot or they reacting, I play completely different.
I'm glad you mentioned that earlier, because there was a million and a half times where St. Cola and I were thinking to ourselves, how did he know? How did he have the proper read? When it came to Chakotay specifically, there have been so many instances where you got away from the mix. There were so many instances where you got away from the command grabs. You understood when he wanted to Lady Mika over and over and over again to retake his turns. What is it about Chakotay that you've had downloaded in your back pocket that had allowed you to get immense success in that matchup? Because again, you did not succumb to any of the command grab mixes as much as the rest of them in the top 16 or even in the top 8. What was it about Chakotay that you had in your back pocket on defense?
Well, me and Tay have been playing for I don't know how long. I mean, I was going to his streams when I was like a gold or a platinum, while he was over here smoking people with season 1 Mika. And, I was trying to understand him. So we've played a lot, so I understood what he did. Also, and shout outs to Punk for this, but every time Chakotay goes for Lady Mika and then EX command grab, he goes to the Chakotay, and naturally I'm like, he's gonna do it a few times just to test me. And I was ready for his tricks and everything. So it was more so just, I knew how he played, he knew how I play, so it was just a matter of who can outplay the first one.
You did good. But I want to know how you were able to outplay your father, Rob TV.
Yes.
What preparations did you do? Let's go back a little bit.
Yes.
How did you beat Rob TV? Talk to me how you prepare for that match, especially when you play somebody so consistently over the years.
And I saw this on Twitter as well. People literally said between Rob or Just a Kid, whoever won that is going to win the tournament. And, I didn't pay attention to social media as much because I'm like, I don't care about that. It's my game. I play how I want to play and everything. So with Rob, funny things that the night before top 8, I was definitely overthinking it at midnight. Like, oh snap, what if this scenario happens? What if this happened? And I was like, you know what? I took a shower before top 8. I relaxed my body. He said, hey, just play your game. Karen, Rob knows you. Just y'all play, y'all homies, just do what you can. And that's all I did. I did not really go to training mode much other than practice how to anti-air DPs just to get the muscle memory. But other than that, I just played my heart out.
I gotta say, even then, you didn't even have to. I feel like you did crouching heavy punch a good amount. I'm like, damn, this kid is versatile. But at the same time, there was just so much about your movement. There was so much about your normal placements where it actually gave you it yields a higher success of getting these whiff punishes out. There was something you played out of your mind. Is there anything that you could really attest to that other than the pregame ritual, right? I know you were talking about not stressing out over it and getting some of your warm-ups in, but going into the event itself, is there anything you can contribute, like any sort of key factor you contribute that led to your success today or this weekend?
Probably my mentality with tournaments, because especially when I was younger, like 17, 18, I was definitely stressing out like, oh my God, I'm in losers. Oh my God, what do I do? And this is kind of my tips. When you're in losers, don't overthink. And I know it's easy to say it, but once you apply, you just be like, oh, I'm in losers. All right, let me just continue to play my game. That is literally just what helped me out. Even when I was down 0-2, I was like, you know what? It's fine. Just keep going. Keep doing your thing. If you lose, at least you lost on your terms.
Yes.
So that's what I did. I accepted that. And I was like, it doesn't matter for me if I'm in losers. I'm still going to play how I want to play. If y'all mess up, that's on you.
Yeah. Oh, I was saying that earlier too. I was saying, they're in loser side with you, right? Like you're not in loser side with them. That's the thing. It's like they're also in that same exact position. So if you can get past that mental barrier, then you will see a lot more success. And I had talked about that even during the stream when I was watching your run in top 16. Somebody had asked you that in your chat, and I'm glad you emphasize it. And I'm glad that people think that I'm not making stuff up. That's literally what Just a Kid had been talking about on his stream, and I'm glad that he got to express it today.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I don't really have any other questions for you. I'm just proud of you, bro. I'm 100% proud of you. I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna cry or
Just
anything like that.
give it to him. Give him his flowers,
But I'm
man.
gonna give you a real deal because I've been giving you flowers as I had at Texas Showdown and other times because you deserve it. You've been working really hard. The grind is paying off. Even when Jury wasn't good. I don't want to hear nobody saying anything about you and the character or you'll give me results, stuff like that, because you've always been good with the character. It's you and your playstyle has gotten better. Even your mentality, you talking right now to us and how you see the game has improved so much over the years. Before, you went anti and stuff like that. You'd be really scrubby,
You're not the kid that I saw at Red Bull Kumite, or not Kumite, at the Red Bull Proving Grounds. You're definitely not the same cat. So
I'm not him anymore.
You're a man.
I'm an adult. I'm an adult. Yeah, I'm an adult now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Just the Kid, before we even pretty much wrap up this interview, Just the Kid, this is your time to shine. Either plug yourself or pretty much let us know what you're all about. This is your time. Just the Kid, go for it.
Thank you everyone who's been supporting me. I know Rob and Brian are probably crying again for that. But yeah, follow me on Twitter, follow me on, Twitch and everything. Just the Kid 55, you'll find me. And also shout outs to my team, Eastern Media GG. They've been supporting me. And thank you everyone. I love you all.
By the way, here's the YouTube. Go to his YouTube channel and look up all the great jury tech.
YouTube.
There you go.
I've been stealing jury tech from this person since day one. I've been trying to help the Midwest, but it wasn't enough. Just the Kid, the destroyer of worlds, best in the Midwest as well. Yo, man, big salute to you. You're a huge component into the FGC, and again, reigning supreme in the Midwest. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
Very proud.
We'll definitely catch up soon. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it has been determined King of the Mid-Best is indeed Just the Kid, making it into Capcom Cup. We'll check you out, David, in more ways than one, online, everywhere in the streets where jury reigns supreme. That's going to be where Just the Kid lies. Again, it's been an awesome day. It's been an awesome weekend, I should say, watching all of the All-Stars from the Midwest duke it out. And I got to say, having St. Cola here, it gives it that extra authenticity, right? You can't just go for a pizza unless it's Chicago deep dish pizza. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know what? Sometimes that's not people's flavor.
It was so hard for me to say that. It was so hard.
I know it's not everybody's flavor, but you know what y'all saw is the great flavor of the Mid-Best. A lot of our players are out here. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get that fire and that flame. But once again, thank you, CPT, for allowing us to have a place to play. And definitely, that was a hell of a ride. And there's more. If y'all want to check out the great Mid-Best out here, there are plenty of places to check it out at. The online local, let's see, there's a million coming to mind. The Close the Distance.
There we go.
You got Digital Havoc. I can't, the Full
Battle
for the Bruce Lee is amazing too as well. The Low Kick Esports Weeklies that we have on Fridays in Chicago at Ignite. Come see me there. There's a ton of places to play. There's so many, I can't even list. There's online and offline. So if you want to stay fine, if you want to come out and play with us, you want to come watch, follow those places. Keep up with the Midwest scene, the Mid-Best scene, because we have the players out here. We have that heat and that same passion that you see in other coasts.
And I do want to remind you folks, if you want to catch more CPT action as well, we have Japan coming up very, very soon. That registration is going to be closing on June 6th. It's going to be streaming for you live in full effect June 11th and the 12th. For those of you that are following from the West Coast, it's going to be just about midnight when that pre-show is going to be happening. But that stream, y'all do not want to miss it, because as a unit, we got to study how Japan is going to play. And of course, it's going to be a great ride for all the Street Fighter V fans. I'm looking forward to hearing that broadcast as well, taking a couple of notes in terms of the energy that Japan brings each and every time on the microphone and on the sticks. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had enough information, CapcomProTour.com is where you need to go to get the registration for all the other regions. We got South America West immediately after Japan, Southeast Asia as well. And then from further on, we still have Central America. I know there might have been a little bit of an error on the listing, but it is indeed going to be July 30th and 31st for Central America East. You don't want to miss it. The next 3 events coming right at you sooner than you know it. It's already halfway through the year, and man, do I feel old. But I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, be sure to follow us on all social media platforms at Capcom Fighters, at _St. Cola, to talk about those locals, to find him at said locals if you're from the Midwest, as well as those from the West Coast. My name is Vicious, at ViciousFGC, your voice for the CPT, along with everybody and every single commentator that graces us on this desk. We all appreciate you guys tuning in from the comfort of your own homes. Any last thoughts, St. Cola?
Mid-Best, baby.
You're damn right. We have to hold that. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. That has been the conclusion of the Mid-Best. We hope you enjoyed it. We'll catch you next time. Take care.
Peace.